Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and happy Thursday, March 12th, 2026. Black shirt or brown shirt, guys? Type black or brown in the chat. What are you vibing with? What are you feeling? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Black or brown? What it is? What it do be? Red? Guys, I don't own a red shirt. Do I even own a red shirt? I don't think I own a red shirt. I either wear black tees or brown tees. A very occasionally will go blue or something. We're going to the brown t-shirt today, guys. It's a little different, all right? Maybe once or twice a week we go with the brown tee. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Chat, we're back on some retail today and some reacts today. There's actually a Lex, what's his name? Lex Fridman? Jeff Kaplan. Lex Fridman, Jeff Kaplan interview that popped up on my YouTube recommendeds. So we're gonna check that out. It's 5 hours long, so we're not gonna watch the whole thing, but maybe some bits and pieces. So check it out. Brown, unfollowed. Oh, okay, well, sorry to see you go. Sometimes we wear a brown tee. So there we go. Yeah, it's just a quick 5 hour interview. Hey, Shadro, what's up, man? I was watching the VOD and got an ad. Oh, and we're back. Cool. And we are back. Word around the block is that Savix is saying he never was paid from the R6 tourney and that you stole the bag. I actually just messaged the R6 guys this morning saying if there was any word on the old payment situation. They said they have all our info and it's good to go. So I actually followed up this morning because I was thinking that same thing. Yeah. He thinks you ninja looted it. I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea. Anyway, good morning to Boaz. What's up? This song owns. This song owns. This song owns. So guys, yesterday, if you missed the stream in TBC, we finally got some darn loot, which feels freaking good, man. But I think it's a little retail angle for a while because we are 5 days out, Monday, 3 streams away from the normal and heroic raids on the 17th. I'm going to be raiding with Savix and you guys, Savix plus some pugs. Hopefully it goes well and we'll see what happens. And that's the plan, okay? And then Mythic Plus the week after. It should be in the stream title, but the 17th, we have the normal and heroic raid. The 24th, we have Mythic Plus and the Mythic raid. So, there we go. I'm gonna relax and watch some SAR. Cool, man. Well, we're gonna relax and watch some reacts and some interviews, then we'll get into some WoW. Esky Lover, good morning. It's a beautiful day. It is, man. I live in Tucson, Arizona. And it is the time of year to be here, man. Oh my gosh. It's like 60s, 70s out, man. It is perfect weather this time of year. All winter, it's kind of like hot or cold and then dark and weird. And in the summer, it's way too hot. But right this second, it's amazing. It's so good. We got some subs in the starting soon. We got Mr. Joshua with the gifted sub and Red Eye with the tier 1 and Sizzle with the Twitch Prime. Thank you, guys. Hey brother, serious question time. Do you get more if I watch ads or if I sub? I'm trying to money max for you, brotein. I think technically I would make more from a sub, but here's usually what I say. Like don't sub unless you can afford it and you want to watch no ads, right? Like at the end of the day, people are like, hey man, does it help you more if I watch on YouTube or Twitch or this or that? It's like, bro, do it like whatever you want, man. If you want to watch on YouTube, if you want to watch on Twitch, if you want to sub, if you want to turbo, whatever it is, just you hanging out is awesome. So whatever works on your end, really. Yo, Steamboat, thanks for the tier 1, says just got your TikTok ad for midnight. Ooh, there we go. Is it the one where I say like there's nothing quite like WoW until you like jump in and play? Is it that one? It's true. It's very true. Yeah, we got Shakidi, the pirate, with the tier 1 sub, says, hey Czar, thanks for being such a wholesome person. I appreciate hanging out. W, man, enjoy work today. Have a good day. Thanks for supporting. I got that exact one on TikTok not too long ago. Dude, there it is. I was actually talking to one of my neighbors the other day that lives down the street, and he goes, I keep getting World of Warcraft ads where they're telling me to come back home. And I was like, yeah. I was like, I'm wondering if it was the one that I did or not. I couldn't tell, but it's like, yeah. I don't know if that was me telling you to come back home or what. Yo, Stinos, thanks for the prime, man. Welcome on in. Who's my favorite pro wrestler? I don't watch wrestling, man. Are you gonna check out the upcoming buffs and nerfs on retail? Is there stuff? Oh my gosh. Is there stuff? Yo, Ozzy, thanks for the prime. What are you gonna do now that you've done all your raids and your M0s? So today is kind of like I said, like actually today, tomorrow, and Monday are kind of like, we can do whatever the heck we want. Today I was just gonna hop on retail, do some world quest, hit the rest of my hard mode delves. I was gonna spend a lot of time on just reacts, get caught up, and it's kind of like a chill day. Tomorrow's a chill day, 2. Monday's a chill day, 2, and then Tuesday, not chill. We're going dumb hard, wild in the paint. It's gonna be silly, all right? They're on Wowhead right now? No way. Yeah, today could be like a 50 series day, but I don't know, man. I think that ship has sailed probably. 12.0.5 developer notes 1 minute ago. Oh, come on, please fix mages. Okay. Classes, here we go. Death Knights, Drakthir, Evokers, Hunters, Mages. Okay. We're adjusting Arcane Pulse to behave identically to Arcane Blast to reduce the decision space around which spell should be cast at different times. Arcane Pulse cast time is now 2.25, was 1.75, and its cast time is reduced by 8% for each Arcane charge. Okay, that kind of makes sense. You have a single target builder and an AoE builder. That actually makes sense. Fix an issue where Arcane Missiles with either Attunement Talented or an Overpowered Missiles proc would target critters. Okay. That's it for Arcane? Oh, come on, Blizzard. Let's get missiles back in the rotation, man. What are we doing? We got to get missiles back in the rotation. Man, the Mage Discord is going to be on fire about this one, boys. Frost dev notes. We're making a cosmetic and clarity related change to Glacial Spike so that players can easily find Frostbolt in their spell books. We're cool, that makes sense. We're also adjusting the 4th ring for Hand of Frost to help make Ray of Frost feel like a more of a moment and help ease the decision point on its best use case while we distribute the power of the second charge elsewhere. We're monitoring the throughput of impact of these changes. Wow, okay, they're making Ray of Frost even stronger, huh? Icicles have been updated. No longer generates rapidly out of combat. Okay. Glacial Spike now has a duration of 60 seconds, was unlimited. Wait, so you lose your icicles after 60 seconds? Or what does that mean? Do you just lose the opportunity to cast a Glacial? I'm so confused. Maybe you lose your icicles after 60? I don't know. Apex Talent, Hand of Frost no longer grants an additional charge of Ray of Frost. Oh, you can only do 1 now? Now causes Ray of Frost to generate 8 Hands of Frost instead of 4. Ray of Frost damage. So Ray of Frost got buffed, but you only have 1. PvPers are going to be mad about this, but PvEers might be happy. I don't know. So you don't have Glacial every time you get into combat? Right. This is probably fine. Yeah, this is probably all fine. I don't mind any of this. I just, bro, if you work at Blizzard and you're watching the stream right now, just go into the Mage Discord, read the Arcane feedback. Not a lot of people are happy about this orb build thing, including myself. It feels not fun to play. Let's get missiles back. Let's trash can the orb build, and let's have some fun. Let's go, Blizzard! Come on. Lex Friedman. Is it Friedman or Friedman or Friedman? Is it Friedman? I don't know. 5-hour interview with Jeff Kaplan. Yes, that is on the to-do list for today. Obviously, we're not going to watch the full 5 hours, but apparently there's some really good stuff in there, so yeah. Yeah, for PvP, this kind of sucks. For PvP mages, this does suck. I have timestamps for you. Oh, that would be good, Biwi. Yo, chill or build is OP AF. I'm not talking about OP UP, OP underpowered, overpowered, underpowered. I'm talking about fun. Very different. I didn't poison the food in Stratholme? Okay. So they nerfed Frost because people were too stupid to find the spell in their spell book? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that seems like exactly what they did. They nerfed Frost, but realistically, it shouldn't matter that much. Like, Icicles no longer generating rapidly out of combat's not a huge deal, and Glacial Spike having a duration also isn't a huge deal. Like, this doesn't actually matter, like, much. This change is a big change in PvP, but in PvE, this might feel completely fine. If anything, this might be a buff. Or, yeah, this might be a buff even in PvE. I can't even tell. But in PvP, this sucks. Can you link the class changes, please? Sure. I like Arcane a lot right now, but I get what you mean without missiles. Iconic move feels like it's gone. Yeah. I just want to press missiles in my rotation somewhere. Right now, guys, if you're an Arcane mage, you press Arcane Blast, Arcane Barrage, and Orb. I don't know. I'm just reminiscing about how fun Warathan Arcane was when it was all about charges and you had the cooldown reduction thing, shifting power, and you had Evocate. Evocate was kind of annoying, I suppose. I don't actually miss Evo. But it was all about like charges. So you would like Barrage if you could retouch the Magi, or you would like Barrage if you could Orb, or you would like Barrage if you could restack your charges, or you would Barrage if you had Glorious Incandescence. But I think they might have... Yeah, they completely changed how that works too now. Yeah, I think I'm just missing the rotation from last X pack. But maybe there's still time. The old missile animation was 1,000 times better. Bro, you know, let me actually just test out something on the dummies. Actually, where are the dummies? I haven't even looked at the dummies here yet. Does anyone know where the new dummies are? I haven't even slapped the dummies on this X pack. 0 flow state spec anymore? Yeah. They're by the PvP area. So like here. Cool. Okay, let me just... I actually haven't talented either attunement. Let me just drop... I don't know. I'll just drop these two for now. I just want to see how this feels. Like how it... Like if I was to press missiles, which you don't, how it would feel. I don't know, man. That is so much dopamine to me. Like, I love that. I don't know about you guys, but like for me, that's it, dude. It's so cool. I wish I could play with that. You know what I mean? I really do. I wish I could play with that. So hopefully there'll be changes soon. We'll see. It's like a shotgun. Yeah, it feels like it, you know? Well, you can play with that. It's 20% less damage. I actually would. If it was like 1% or 2% or 3% less damage, maybe even 4% less damage, maybe even 5%, I would play with it. Probably not any more than 5% less, but it's 20%. It's not even an option. Unfortunately. 20's a bit tough, yeah. What kind of prep are you doing today? I was just gonna do some reacts for a while, hit up world quests, and then hit up... I have hard mode praise to do, so I was gonna do hard mode praise. I think I have like 2 more hard mode praise, and then maybe do a little bit of PvP. Because we're like, besides that, like our gear is 240'd out. The changes you just went over are not coming this Tuesday. They're changes for a few patches away. Yeah, I don't think there's any patch notes hitting this Tuesday unless I'm mistaken. Is there? Is there a patch supposed to hit this Tuesday? Actually, don't know. Oh, there is. There's tuning supposed to hit this Tuesday. Oh, and that's not... And it's not this. This is the PTR. Oh, so we don't know yet. Maybe there will be tuning. Okay. Guys, we can still prage. What would be the tuning we're looking for Arcane? It would probably be something like... Orb Mastery nerf? Or Sun Fury buff? Or a bit of both. Like a little nerf to Orb Mastery, little buff to Sun Fury, tips the scales, who knows? Or maybe, just maybe, you don't nerf Orb Mastery at all. And instead of Sun Fury being 20% worse, you just bring it in line so you can choose either one. Blizzard? Maybe, just maybe, we have a choice. You could play Spellslinger in like massive AoE situations, and Sun Fury a little more single target or something. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we even have a choice about it. Why would gearing up feel like a chore? Yeah, someone else said that yesterday, and I thought the same thing as you, bro. It's like, someone was like, oh man, it feels like a chore to gear up in TBC or retail. I can't remember which one he was talking about. And I was like, dude, you realize like gearing up is so much of what make like that pre-raid Biss grind like is so much of what makes WoW good. Like gearing up is kind of like a big part of the game, man. Like I don't know what to, I didn't know what to say. It's like, yeah. Was this in your shower thoughts? Oh, totally. Did I get any loot from Cruels and Mags? I got chest and legs, so we got the 2 set, and we're feeling good, guys. So we got 5 pieces of gear over 4 weeks of raiding. I'm happy with that, man. I'm happy with that, okay? We got some nice, brand new, beautiful parses up on the main tank pov as well. And before we get bullied for tank parses, well, I guess you can bully me for tank parses, but we got some nice new parses locked in and dialed. And this is without all our gear upgrades. This is with crappy gear. So once we get some nice gear, it's gonna be real nice. When do they usually reveal class tuning changes? I don't know. We should be expecting them any second now. Right? Like this weekend, like today, tomorrow, Fridays, yeah, maybe tomorrow. Like we should like any second now, bro. Anyway, hey man, if they don't do anything, then it is what it is. But I would really appreciate if they did. All right, where's the? Yeah. So right now, oh, I wonder if I should do my Arcane rotation. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow because they might change tomorrow. Right now, the Arcane rotation, guys, for those of you that are Arcane mages, you want to Arcane Surge and Touch on cooldown. So Arcane Surge right into Touch after. Besides that, on 3 or more targets, you build with Arcane Pulse. You only barrage at 20 salvo stacks, and you only orb after you barrage. That's the logic. Like, that's it. Arcane Surge into Touch, build with Pulse, Arcane Barrage at 20 salvo stacks, orb after barraging. That's the whole thing. I was actually trying to figure out why you wouldn't orb additionally if you're already orb stacked, because I feel like that should be in the logic, but maybe I'm missing something. So let me read some talents here. Arcane Orb grants 1 additional charge. Casting Arcane Orb grants 2 stacks of salvo. Kind of just overcaps your salvo. Maybe that's why. Clear casting orb when you have clear casting causes you to fire 2 additional Arcane Orbs. I see. So you're gonna every time you orb, you're actually gonna get 6 salvo. So you usually only want to orb after barraging because you're gonna get 6 free salvo. That's probably about right. Arcane Barrage with orbs and chance per stack of salvo to launch an Arcane Orb. So at 4 times 20, so 80% chance for another orb. I see. Okay, so it makes sense. You only orb after barraging. Explain the mana situation again, please. Okay, so the mana situation with this build really sucks. Basically, you will go at some point, and you don't play with Evocate in this build. So what happens when you go is you just barrage if you're So like here, we can, I don't think I'm gonna make this into a video or anything, because this rotation I'm sure will change by like tomorrow, so it's kind of a waste. But the logic, and this is straight from Porum, straight from the Mage Discord. Like I didn't really theory craft this at all. Like I said, I don't even like this. I wish it was different. But the logic is use you use Arcane Surge into touch as your opener, right? You build on 3 or more targets with Pulse, Arcane Pulse. If it's 3 or less, you would use Arcane Blast, like 2 or less. Okay. You barrage at 20 salvo, and you orb after barraging. That's the whole thing. And then use touch on cooldown, use a second touch on CD to align with Surge. Like nothing, like that's just normal. That's just normal stuff there. That's it. That's the whole rotation. Now, the mana problem does come into play a little before your Arcane Surge. You'll go What do you do when The rotation changes a little bit. You just barrage when You relieve yourself, essentially, which sounds weird. And continue as normal. So you would just do the same rotation that's this, except if you don't have 20 salvo in your you just barrage so you can keep doing damage. This is what sucks. This sucks. Like, this is not fun. Like, I wish they fixed this situation, but it's just part of it, and you deal with it. That's it. No missiles is lame. Yeah, and no missiles. You build 20 salvo on opener before Surge. Is that true? I haven't been doing that. I don't know if that's true. Building 20 salvo takes a long time. It would make your Surge bigger, but it puts you back. I don't know if that's true. Yes, no, yes. But up to now, it just takes too long because the mobs die already. So it's not really worth it in M0s. I see. I don't remember reading that, though, so I'm going to fact check you. That sounds like it could be true, but I don't remember reading that. It's probably right here, opener cooldowns. It's the prio, that's what we just did. Spellslinger changes Arcane Surge in one major way. Yeah. So it's probably like right here. Arcane Mage openers and how you use your cooldowns. Spellslinger. Cast Arcane Blast 2 seconds before pulling. So you actually pull with an Arcane Blast, and you orb and warp. Cast Arcane Blast till 20 salvo, and then Surge. So yeah. But in Mythic Zeros, you can't really do this yet. But this will be like on boss. So that's fair. On bosses or like higher keys or raids or like, yeah, you could build 20 salvo and then do this. Cool. Thanks for the clarification. We haven't had any content where you do this yet. Like it just wouldn't make any sense to do this at all. It's kind of nice to precast something though. Arcane Blast, single orb, And then, yeah. Kind of good to know. I wonder if on an AoE pull you would ever do this. Probably not. Maybe in super high keys. Is Sun Fury still playable? Not really. Not right now. Anyway, that's the rotation. My WoW just crashed. Oh, my whole... What if I'm lagging? I think we're back now. My, like, WoW crashed and then... Okay, we're like not... Okay, we're fine now. That was weird. That's the rotation. This is kind of how it plays out. Here, let's even generate 20 salvo before doing anything. My orb got stuck right here. I'll move closer in case it gets stuck again. I don't know. So we're at 15 stacks, 17 stacks, 20 stacks. So I surge, touch, barrage, orb, barrage, orb. My orbs are getting stuck. Nice. Barrage, orb. Could have probably like canceled that cast, but whatever. And this is it. Pulse, 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 barrage, orb. I'm literally just looking here. 19 stacks, 20 stacks, barrage, orb. Pulse, 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 20 stacks, barrage, orb. Build up to 20 right there, barrage, orb. Okay, we're building up to 20 here in a second. We can barrage and then touch the Magi because we want to use it right on cooldown so it syncs with Arcane Surge. Pulse, pulse, pulse. So we're so we have to barrage early. That's where the thing happens, right around here. We're not at 20 salvo, but we're so we just barrage anyway. And this is where it feels terrible. You're so you have to barrage there and do another orb. You're still kind of It's like 20 seconds of being This is the part of the rotation that is like, for like Blizzard, if you're watching this needs to go, man. Feels awful. And it just is what it is. It's still a lot of damage. Look, we did 150k DPS. It's still good, but it just sucks for about 15 seconds until Surge is back up. So barrage, orb, and this is what everyone's complaining about in the Mage Discord. And then boom, now we can use our cooldowns again, and we're set. Cool. Now we're at 20 stacked. Let's have some fun again, huh? I doubled barrage there, I think, on accident. Cool. Now we're having fun again, and we're good on mana for like a while. But then the same thing is going to eventually happen, and it's going to suck again. But even with the stuff, you still do a lot of damage, right? 150k DPS. Like, we're slamming the damage. It just doesn't feel good. Okay, so we're doing damage. We're doing damage. In 10 seconds, we have Touch of the Magi. Cool, 20 stack. Boom. Boom. Great. Looks good. There's Touch of the Magi right there. Once again, we're so now we just have to send like a crappy barrage. We're gonna also be in a sec, so we have to send another crappy barrage. We're in a sec, another crappy barrage. It just feels awful. So once again, damage still looking good. 150k over 3 minutes on 5 targets. It's fantastic. But yeah, 20 seconds till our big cooldowns. Anyway, that's the rotation. That's the rotation. 150k sustained on 5 targets, yeah. The damage is great. The rotation doesn't feel so great. Now do a boss. Sure. I actually haven't tried single target. So on single target, the big difference is you drop Resonance and you go Eureka. Wait, or is it Overflowing Insight? No, I think it's Eureka. Yeah, I think it's Eureka. Arcane single target, not so great. It's more of an AoE spec now. Keep in mind, this is like completely unbuffed. Do I do it on this one or this one? Oh, this is the tanking one, so I guess this one. So single target rotation is the same thing. It's literally the same thing. You just don't press pulse and you press Arcane Blast instead. So here's single target. Let's build our 20 salvos. I actually should do one blast into the orb, but that's okay. Arcane Surge. Can actually do Barrage Touch on the first one, I think. I forgot to orb too, so I messed up twice already. 20 Salvo. Orb. Barrage at 20 stacks and do another orb. Barrage at 20 stacks and do another orb. I wonder if you go in single target. I actually haven't tried single target much in an extended fight at least. 20 stacks and do an orb. Okay, no orb there, unfortunately. So we have to. So this sucks. We have to build without an orb. 17, 20 stacks and do an orb. No barrage. So we're doing like 45k single target. Touch right when it's up. Got it. I mean, yeah. Lots of arcane blasts into a barrage. Into an orb. 45k is pretty low. Yeah. Arcane mages aren't great in single target. Like, I mean, they're not bad, but they're not insane. This is kind of all it is. I haven't gone yet on single target though, which is kind of cool. I actually do like that. I have not gone yet, and my cooldowns are coming back. So I retract what I said earlier. The mana problems are only in AoE, which is kind of cool. I kind of like that. You actually don't go single target. I like that. That is very nice. Yeah, but you do tank damage. Is 40k that bad? Is 40k that bad, guys? No, it's not on this dummy. I'm like, I have no buffs. It's on a target dummy. I feel like it's not that bad. Anyway, that's the single target rotation. It's the same as the AoE one. Go back here. All right. Frost single target beats Arcane. Yeah. So let me mess around with Frost just for a second, because people kind of were asking Frost versus Arcane. I actually don't have my Frost set up perfect yet. Let me double check. I don't think these talents matter much, but these ones I think I could maybe swap. WoW Frost Mage Guide. Is fire in the mix? I haven't really been playing much fire, to be honest. I find fire just really boring. I just find fire kind of boring, so I probably won't play it unless fire's like 20% better than the other two. Even if fire's a little better, I probably won't play it. If fire's like 20% better though, I would, or maybe even 10% better, I would. It's so boring. Yeah, fire is just so boring. I agree, man. Okay, so here's the like M+ build. I think this is what I already have, but I just wanted to double check it. Yeah. Okay. And I believe my Frost rotation isn't quite as polished as my Arcane one. I haven't really done too much studying, but I believe the Frost rotation is use Orb on cooldown, use Ray of Frost on cooldown, Glacial Spike on cooldown, Blizzard on when you get the free casts. Ice Lance at before 20 stacks, 6 minimum, but before 20, you don't want to overcap. Flurry on cooldown. So it's a lot kind of different. The logic is a lot different. Fire's usually more fun than the other ones. I guess it depends on the expansion. I liked Fire and BFA a lot. I wanted to see the prio on AoE. So Blizzard if you have the free procs, Flurry for Brain Freeze, Ice Lance if you have Fingers. So Brain Freeze is the highest priority. Ice Lance with Fingers of Frost is high priority. Oh, that's even higher prio than Orb. Interesting. Glacial Spike. Ice Lance. Oh, so Fingers of Frost is prio at 2 stacks, but not at 1 stack. And then Ice Lance if freezing is at 6 or more stacks. Flurry, Ray of Frost. Okay, so I generally know, but this is going to be a little sloppy. So I guess you would still pull with Frozen Orb, though. Because you have no Brain Freeze, you have no Fingers of Frost, and you have no Freezing Rain. So you'd still pull with Frozen Orb into a Blizzard. And then you'll start using procs. Okay. So it'd be something like this on AoE for Frost. This will be a little sloppy. I don't know why it's hitting that other dummy. Yeah, this is pretty sloppy. This needs some work. This is not like my Arcane rotation. I don't know why it's hitting that dummy. So is this technically 6 target AoE? So the AoE here is more like 104k. Definitely much lower. I messed up my rotation a little there. 110k, 112k, 109k. I missed my free Blizzard, so that sucks. Yeah, my rotation's definitely not as refined. Need some practice here. So yeah, I mean, it's I mean, my AoE is way lower as Frost. The nice thing about Frost though is, well, there's a couple nice things about Frost. 1, you have better survivability. 2, you give your entire group slows. 3, you're less cooldown reliant, so you can do more DPS like pull to pull. I missed my Blizzard again, so I just am a noob. And then 4, you have more single target damage on bosses. So there's like a lot of pros to Frost, but the damage is way worse. Which one do I enjoy more? I enjoy Arcane more overall, but I still think it could be more fun. Okay, so I did like 100k DPS there over like a minute and a half. That was also pretty bad. Like I could have played just better. But let's look at single target Frost. Just for a second, because I'm kind of curious. Arcane is not fun. I like Arcane. It's just I wish we used missiles. That's pretty much it. Yo, Norris, thanks for the tier 1. And then I was just gonna see like what you actually change here. Best Frost Mage raid talent build. Export talents. New loadout. Frost raid. I don't know. Oh, import. Frost raid. Wait, Frost raid spec. Let's call it that. Oh, you go water rally? What? Interesting. I haven't played with a water rally in years. That's weird. Yo, GTR, thanks for the gifted T1. Anon, thanks for the gifter. Taylor's tanks bad. Okay. Cool. My camera looks like it disconnected. My camera looks super frozen. You guys see that? Hello? I'm frozen, boys. One sec. I'm gonna unplug it and turn it off and then turn it back on again. Let's see if that fixes it. I think it might.
Let's go.
All right, I unplugged it and replugged it in. Now let's restart the old camera. Hey, what up, Lemus? Hey, Myrtle. Just like that, man. Always works. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, let's try Frost single target for a second here. Just to compare it. I was doing 40 something is Arcane. Oh wait, summon Water Ellie. I haven't played with a pet in years. I don't even have this pet bar set up right. This is weird. Hello, Water Ellie. It's been a while. Do I have to do anything? Let's see. Pet will assist you. There's water jet, but it uses it auto. I don't know if I have to actually do anything. Bum bum bum. Cool. PvP gear, PvP gear, PvP gear. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you, Wanderer Bard. So the reason my frost damage was so low is because it automatically swapped to PvP gear. So let's retest the frost AoE and PvE gear. Because I had swapped my set. That makes a lot of sense. I was like, why was the frost damage that bad? Let's go back to the M+ spec then. And then I might need to swap my gear again. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, so let's go back to this. Yo, GTR, thanks for the gifted tier 1. Appreciate it. Little power pose from Logan. Thank you, Logan. Much necessary. Drake, thanks for the tier 1 sub as well. All right, let's try again. This will be Frost AoE with the proper gear on. Dude, I missed my cast again. Wow. That timing on that second blizzard is brutal. Oh, do I have the... Oh, I think I actually have the wrong Ray of Frost talent, too. I actually do have the wrong Ray of Frost talent. I have to swap that. I have the single target Ray of Frost on right now. Okay, so we're doing like 130k DPS, and I have the wrong Ray of Frost talent, which I think would help a lot. $126. Okay, so that helps a little. Let me swap this. I'm supposed to be splintering Ray for this. You know, let's do this. Copy Mythic Plus build. Loadout settings. Let's call this like World Frost. And then we'll do a third. So we have a Frost Raid. We have a World Frost. And then a new loadout. Let's do import. This is going to be for Frost M+. Which should just change that. And like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's try this again. Let's give it 1 minute on a Ray of Frost. What age am I going to introduce Kai to WoW? I have no idea, brother. They just dropped some PTR changes. We covered them already. Thanks for the link, man. You got to stop using Flurry before Iceland's procs as you're eating a proc. Stop using Flurry before Iceland's procs because you're eating a proc. Yes, that sounds about right. Was I doing that? Only if I have a brain freeze. Otherwise, use Iceland once or even twice. You want to clear all fingers before Flurry. Unless you have brain freeze. Cool. Okay, anyway, this is like the proper AoE. We have 7 seconds. That should be fine. All right. We have the right gear on and we have the right spec. Let's try Frost. Round 3. Go. I missed my second Blizzard, or I missed my second, yeah, Blizzard. That's kind of brutal. Yeah, missing that Blizzard really hurts. I think the Glacial was actually higher in the prio there than the Flurry. So we're doing 155k on AoE. Wow, it's actually more than we were doing as Arcane. And I messed up too, by the way. Wow. I messed up. I should have done brain freeze first there. Did one extra frost bolt there. Wow, so we're actually doing more damage as Frost. Wow. Frost has more survivability and slows. Okay, now let's check out single target Frost. Try Arcane. We started with Arcane. Now we're checking out Frost. So I haven't done any single target Frost shenanigans at all yet. So I don't really know the rotation, but I would assume it's like pretty darn similar to the AoE one. Flurry if brain freeze active, Icelands on 2 stacks, Orb, Glacial. So your opener would be pre-pull with Glacial into Flurry, into Orb into Ray of Frost, and then you kind of send just business as usual. Okay. Let's double check the gear. Gear looks good. Okay. So it'd be something like this on single target. I guess I could have Ray of Frosted like a little sooner here, even though I overstack. I don't know. I guess let's just listen to the rotation. Oh, I don't have a water rally out. Let's summon a water rally mid pull. It's not attacking. Okay, let's have it attack. So we're doing 52k DPS without a water rally and without the water rally attacking, which is still more than Arcane, and we have greater survivability. Dang it. I hate to say it. Is this just a Frost angle, man? I hate to say it. We're doing 45k DPS. Once again, though, we had like no water rally for the first like minute. I just don't like Frost as much. Guys, I might still rate as Arcane. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Pumpkins are holy guacamole.
Hey, Cheeto, thanks for the 2-1 sub, brother. So, I mean, the single target is still like 45k. Then once again, this is a target dummy, completely unbuffed, you know. Which is different than like raid buffs and consumes and like all that. Okay. Is fire bad? Fire is not bad. I just... Water, at stop it. Okay. Fire's not bad. I don't know, man. I just find it boring. We're gonna do viewer raids, yeah. If you guys want, for the lulz, I could try fire just to complete the little trio. We tried Arcane, we tried Frost. We could complete the trio and try fire. I just find it very boring. Try it? Yeah. So fire M+. We'll try that first. If fire turns out biz, we have to play it. I might just play what I like. I might just ignore all that and play what I want. It's usually what I end up doing anyway. Fire has the most APM? Really? Well, maybe I'll give it a shot. Like, let's give it a real shot here. Maybe I'll like it more than I think. Let's try the AoE one first, and then we'll go single target. Oh yeah, okay, there's a lot of weird stuff going on here with my keybinds. Fire blast is here, which is like supposed to be here, but like it doesn't actually fit, so we put it here, which is like weird. Yeah, whatever. We'll just leave it there for now. Oh yeah, and then meteor is supposed to be on R, but it's over there, which is weird. Oh yeah, I would have to redo all my keybinds for, or I guess not my keybinds, but like my UI for fire. Ugh, yeah, this is super janky. Whatever, I think we can make it work. This is just a test anyway, right? We have the right gear. We have the M+ spec. Let me double check the rotation logic, just so we give it like somewhat of a proper test. I think I kind of know, but... Meteor if it'll land during combust. Flame strike with hot streak. Flame strike again if you just spent hot streak at the end of a scorch. The blow caster used to generate hot streak. Fire blast. So you scorch his filler. Wow, you scorch his filler even on AoE? Oh, this is during combust. So outside of combust. Fireball is filler. Cool. Okay, I think I have it generally. Oh, crap. Okay, I fixed my keybind. There we go. Definitely pretty sloppy here. Definitely very, very sloppy here. Very, 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 very sloppy here. I don't think I'm tracking my Scourge proc. So fire like does a lot of burst and then it does nothing. It's kind of how it goes. Is that my Scourge proc? I don't know. I don't know if I'm tracking my Scourge proc. You were up to like 200k though? Yeah, I just was could be way higher. So fire is a 1 minute combust, which is like such a short cooldown for a combust. Is this the Scourge proc? No. Is that the Scourge proc? Okay, that is the Scourge proc. I need to take a look at what that Scourge proc icon even looks like. Okay, so that was pretty sloppy. After 90 seconds, we're like 120k DPS. The highs are high though. Lows are just really low, like right now. But yeah, it definitely wasn't min-maxing much there. My rotation's pretty slop. So I think it's okay. So this proc over here is the Scorch one right there. What's this one? Fired up. Fire damage is increased. All right, let me just stop doing damage for a sec. Fire seems way worse. What's nice about fire on a 1-minute combust and say a mythic plus is you'll have combust like every pull, kinda. 1-minute combust is wild, bro. So I actually don't need this. Fire blast increases your mastery. Oh, actually I might want that. I don't know if it changes the rotation ever. Combustion, I want that. Hypothermia, I guess. I don't need to track that. Glorious Incandescence, don't really need to track that. The main one I need is Heat Shimmer. Okay, let's give it one more go just because... Let's try to give it like more of a proper go. Yeah, fire is definitely very button spammy. Oh, did I not meteor? I don't think I did. If you guys like button spamming, fire is definitely the move here. It's like way more button spammy than the other ones. I should have fire blasted there. So the high is high. I hit 300k there? Wow. So like if your pull was over, say everything died, you would have been like, oh crap, fire's OP. But since if the pull continues longer, my damage is just tanking. You know what I mean? My damage is awful for a while. So now it's just bad, 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 bad. But like I said, in M+, if you pull around fire cooldowns, every pull is gonna look insane if you do it proper. I mean, so yeah, so fire, I don't know, it doesn't feel terrible. 133, and I'm still not doing it very well. I've only practiced for like a couple minutes now. Anyway, let's check out fire single target. The fire AoE is like high highs, low lows. No surprise there. Single target fire though. And then after this, we'll actually start the stream and get into some reacts. Fire mage, talent import codes. Raid, mythic plus, delves. Let's go, raid. I assume that's what we want. Import. Is it the same build? Did anything change there? Nothing changed. They're the same spec. Really? Did I click on the wrong one last time? Jumping, I like to jump because it makes it so you don't accidentally cast for a second on a proc spam. There's actually utility in jumping as fire. Like most mages jump or move as fire because raid copy build. Okay, there we go. So nothing changes here. One talent changes here. It's like almost the same exact build. And then let me just double check the logic. I think it'd just be a lot of fireball. So you'd pre-pull with a pyro. You can abuse fire starter. Oh, interesting. Firestarter might make this artificially high since it's going to have over 90% life. Okay, I think it's the same thing. You just use pyros instead of flame strikes, and you pre-pull with a pyro. Cool. All right, so that's the opener. I didn't feel bad. 66k DPS. That was our big spike, though, of course. That's just how fire works. We actually have had really good RNG. Oh, you know why? It's because I crit every time. Okay, so this is inflated because the target dummy's permanently full life. I have 100% crit chance. That's what's happening. I was like, I have a really good RNG. I'm critting everything. But I'm actually literally critting everything. So my actual damage would be a fair amount lower than this. Okay, so the single target's like 55, but like I said, it's amplified a little bit by Firestarter. If you guys aren't mages in here, Firestarter is, you get a guaranteed crit with Fireball or Pyro if the target's above 90% health. That's actually a lot of extra damage. That is actually a lot of extra damage. So I can't really test fire on this target, tell me. Test without it? Oh, I could just drop the talent. I didn't think of that. Let's go conflag, which shouldn't do much. I do lose a little damage not having it on like a pull, but you're right. Okay, let's try without it then. That's because that's just unfair to test with that. The damage doesn't get changed yet because I have Combust up, which is 100% crit chance, but now I don't. I should have Fireballed there. I should have Fire Blasted there. I messed up twice already. Okay, so here's where the damage is going to go way down compared to 100% crit chance. Yeah, 30k. Yikes! To be fair, I did mess up twice. And to be fair, we are re-entering our combust window in 15 seconds. Yikes, though, bro. 30k damage? Wow. I think I'm supposed to save my meteor because I have combust in 3 seconds. Okay. Cool. So we're back up to like 40. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm trolling, but I feel like fire is probably still my least favorite. The highs are the highest though in AoE. You can do like 300k. Jumping increases damage. Okay, so the reason you want to jump as fire during the rotation, and you'll see almost every mage do this, is because you want to spam pyro. Because you have a lot of procs. But if you spam pyro while jumping, it's not going to waste a cast. But if you have an instant cast, it'll use it. But if you don't jump and you're standing still, the rotation gets sloppy because you can accidentally hard cast. So most fire mages during their combust window will jump for that reason. It's to stop hard casting, exactly. Yep. So you always want to jump during bust. If you want, you could move back and forth really quickly like this too. It does the same kind of thing. But jumping is a little easier. Could you macro only shoot when proc? I don't think you could, but even if you could, you want to hard cast pyros sometimes on like the opener, so you wouldn't want to do that either way. That's annoying to do. I don't mind it, but I'm a longtime fire mage. I've played fire for many years, so I'm just used to it. Ultimately, here's the TLDR. After trying all 3 specs, let me just say this. I didn't try them perfectly. I gave them each like 5 minutes of practice. All right, so I played all 3 of them pretty sloppy. After trying all 3, Arcane had like 150k consistent AoE, but single target like 40k. And AoE, you go and it feels really weird. Single target actually feels decent. Fire had like 300k peak DPS, but the single target also felt pretty wonky. And then Frost seemed like the most consistent. Frost, single target, you know, in that 50-55k range. The AoE was like above 150 a lot of the times. The cooldowns are short, so Frost has the best defensives, most consistent damage. It's the most well-rounded on single target and AoE. So Frost is probably what people will play in M+, and probably in Raid. It'll probably be like a Frost start of the season if you're trying to be super sweaty. Really. For me, though, I might stick with Arcane just because I find it fun. I don't know. That's the recap. What's your item level right now? 240. All right, anyway, that was like a little tangent. We just did like a 30-minute segment because someone asked, what spec am I playing? What's up, guys? Good morning. Welcome into the stream. What's happening? Should we start some reacts? Could get into it. Could get into some things. Arcane Orb with CC is too much fun. Arcane Orb is pretty cool. It's just, I want a missiles too. You know what I'm saying? I want to do both. Actually, let me fix my specs here before I forget. I want to drop... Okay, I don't have Eureka or Resonance. What the heck is this build? What is this build? What? Okay, let me recopy and paste this. Oh, wait, this is actually different. This got updated. Oh yeah, you don't go Arcane Pulse or Reverb single target either. And in single target, it says you take Presence of Mind. Oh, this is actually updated since I've last read it. Oh. Okay, hold on, hold on. There is a single target build for Arcane. Refurb got bug fixed. Yeah. So this is M+, which is very similar to what I already have. It's weird though, because there's legit not a single pure single target raid boss out of the 9. Yeah, fair enough. Let's give Arcane one more test now that I might have been the wrong build. This is the AoE test with the right gear. Little AoE test here. Let's see how this feels. We'll build up 20 salvo, do it proper. Yeah, I still do like Arcane. I don't know if it's the noises it makes or something. I just enjoy playing Arcane, even if I think that Arcane could be built better. It must be the noises they make. So we're at like 200k DPS right now. It's just so satisfying, yeah. And yeah, I do miss missiles, but I think I still like Arcane better than the others. even with missing missiles. Okay, so we're down to like 150k DPS, and this is kind of where you start to go which sucks. Arcane's flashy? Yeah, that's exactly right. My salvo stacks are showing right here. I love Arcane. Yeah, it's just a fun build, man. Why don't you just tank the DPS loss and run missiles build? You know, I would if it was a small DPS loss, but it's like 20%. It's pretty rough. So right now, there's no choice, really. But I think they're gonna change it just because, bro, I read the Arcane mage Discord, and it seems like all the mages are just as upset as I am with the orb build. So hopefully Blizzard's paying attention and they change it to where we at least use missiles somewhere, sometime. I think that would make people happy. Okay, so I don't know if my build was messed up last time, but we're doing like 160k DPS here, almost 170k on AoE. I don't know, maybe my build was messed up last time, but that's feeling nice. That's after 2.5 minutes, by the way. So that's, I mean, that's really nice. And then let's go to the raid Arcane build. Which gives me presence of mind, which, man, I don't have a... Yo, Arcane mages, what do you do for Palm? Do you just keybind it into Arcane Blast? You could probably just keybind it into Arcane Blast. Because you want to use it on cooldown, right? Is there any reason not to keybind it into Arcane Blast? No, you use Palm when you have 0 charges. Oh, really? Let me read the logic here. Oh, because it's slower cast. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because you don't want to ever get stuck casting the slow cast ones. I received a 10-day ban. Rough. Can you do the same thing with Frost? I just did it. We did Frost, Fire. We're doing Arcane twice, though, because I think I might have messed up the single target build. That's why I'm doing Arcane again. So use Palm to cast Arcane Blast quicker when you have no charges or better generators. I see. So Presence of Mind is like a backup in case you get stuck hard casting. Oh, very interesting. So it's probably a very small damage increase. Like very small damage increase, but it might help the low end a little bit. Cool. I think I got it. And then for the opener, it wants me to cast Arcane Blast, Orb, and then 20 Salvo, and then Pop. Cool. So opener is going to be something like this. I would assume you barrage here. I'll have to double check if you do. Yeah, it must be the sounds of Arcane that make me like it so much. It's just like you can hear the power, man. So I'm only doing 45k deeps, like single target. It's not great, man. So here's where I would use Palm. That actually kind of is nice. I didn't think I would like that, but that actually is kind of nice. It helps you get out of the gutter in case you ever get stuck. Yeah, I don't mind that. It's kind of nice. We're doing 36k DPS? What is going on? What is happening? It feels like we're pumping, doesn't it? Gosh, that's bad. Double checking my spec. Feels like we're doing a lot of damage. Wow, that's awful. Holy moly. 34k DPS. I mean, that's bad. I don't think I messed up almost anything. Maybe some small stuff here and there. But it was more refined than Fire and Frost, I'll tell you that much. Man, guys, if I play Arcane in the raid, I'm not gonna do any damage, bro. I'm gonna be like dead last on the meters, man. Gotta use more orb? Nah, you wanna only orb after barrage on 20 salvo. It's kind of weird, I know. Man, 35k DPS, that's so bad. I can't believe it. I should have blasted there. They'll buff Arcane single target for sure. We'll see what happens. We have like tuning changes probably tomorrow. This is pretty not good though. I mean, that is 35k DPS, bro. That's pretty rough. That is pretty rough. Maybe Arcane just needs gear. Yeah, the set bonus. Dang it. Am I rating as Frost? Am I really rating as Frost, bro? Notes already out? I don't think those are the notes. That's for the PTR. All right, so Frost would be this. Once again, my Frost rotation, I'm messing up way more, I can assure you. Like, I'm not practiced at Frost, like, at all. Like, even there, I think that might have been a mistake on that flurry. Yeah, I think that was a mistake on that flurry. Change gear. Oh my gosh, I'm in my PvP gear and I'm doing more damage. Holy moly. You know what? Let me unchange these. Assign to spec. Let me just... The assign to spec thing's messing me up, I think. Let's just keep the gear on. Okay. Let's give it a second. I'll test again. I've literally did more damage in my PvP gear as Frost. Oh, that's so troll. Oh, it's so annoying. Frost dream? It might be a Frost dream, man. I don't know. Oh, my camera's in the wrong spot this whole time. My whole Better Blizz Plates profile's in Discord, man, if you want it. You're not going to be happy with how big of a difference it is? We'll see, we'll see. Let me wait for cooldowns. Let's add pet attack into this. Oh, we're undead now. Look at that, guys. OGs are undead mage right there. You make Arcane seem fun for M0. Oh, Arcane is fun, man. It totally is. We're so back. All right, let's test this out. So it'll be Glacial, Flurry, Orb, Lance. I guess no, Flurry should have happened first there. Flurry, Lance. Second Lance was a mistake. I'm messing up so much. Ray of Frost, Lance. I think we want to send our second Flurry here. Lance. Lance, Lance, Glacial Orb, Flurry first, Lance, 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 now Flurry, Lance. Okay, we're gonna do our first cast in a while, our Frostbolt. Okay, I definitely messed up a couple of times there. It wasn't like a complete train wreck, but it wasn't perfect. Damage is 46k, so it's like 10k higher with... 10k doesn't sound like it's that much higher, but it is in the sense that I'm only doing, as like a large percentage of what I was doing before. It's like 30% more damage. Yeah, it's almost, it's like over 30% more damage single target. Am I trolling, guys? On the target dummy, Frost is doing 30% more damage. I mean, that's crazy. That is, it's 30% more damage, guys. Like, dang it, bro. I really don't want to play Frost, but it might have to be. Like I said, I'm messing up Frost too. I'm not even playing Frost very well. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm totally not. My Arcane rotation, I think, was almost perfect. This is pretty botched. Like, I could practice a lot more. Yeah, I mean, it's straight up 10k more. Straight up 30 to 40% more damage here. Even though I'm messing up. Yo, what up to Austria? And Fire's like my least favorite, I think. And it's very consistent too. The thing that's nice about Frost is the defense. You have more defensives, you're tankier, and you have way more consistency. Like, you're not gonna have peaks and valleys. Like, you just have consistent, good damage. Like, you're never gonna be in a stretch where you're doing 0 damage. You'll always have something, right? So there's a lot of upside to playing Frost besides just that it does the most damage. Man. Where's main tank Pov? We played him all day yesterday. Today we're checking out Midnight. Might be the Frost stream, boys. Might be. Let's check out Frost M plus spec one more time. As Frost single target, you don't use Blizzard after Orb? That's actually a good question. I wasn't. But let me check. You might. It doesn't say to use it here on single target. To not use the instant Blizzard. So it looks like you don't. Oh, maybe you don't even get that talent in the single target build. Yeah, you don't even get the talent, bro. Okay. It's a good thing to think about though. All right, so let's try Frost AoE one more time just for the lulz. And let's see if I'm doing this right. AoE priority. Okay. I remember to use my second Blizzard there. Nice. The highs aren't as high, but we have some consistent damage coming through here. 140k. The hardest thing is timing that second blizzard, I swear.
If you need a miscreeve amongst the raid or M+, hit me up on your server, signage smile.
Yeah, sounds good, man. We're gonna be pugging the raid, so we definitely will need some people. Yeah, I mean, the frost is just consistent 150. We have no valleys, we have no peaks. It's just consistent 150, man. My rotation's actually already getting a lot better than it was 20 minutes ago. It's really about just timing that second blizzard. I think it's the hardest thing. Right there. You only have like a second to get it. I mean, I will say the frost rotation is probably the hardest of the three. Maybe. Not that any of them are that hard, but frost at least makes you think a little bit. I messed up the blizzard there. I'm only gonna get one. The only thing I'm messing up, I guess, is that blizzard cast. What's my item level? We're 240. Okay, anyway. You liking retail or classic more? I like them in different ways. This is basically fellowship. Yeah, well, fellowship is basically retail. But yes, very similar. IMO Arcane's a little harder because the mana management. Yeah, maybe fair enough. Okay, well, that was a long intro. Let's get into some reacts. Hey, what up, Vic? How's it going? What's good? What's good? Jeff interview? Yeah. I wanted to check out the Jeff interview. There's also a Bellular video that I wanted to check out. Another late work sesh with Czar. Yo, Vic, have a good one, man. I haven't seen the interview yet. Nope. What time do you think raiding will start? Next Tuesday morning, I think. Is a rogue mage still a super strong duo in midnight? Not in 2s probably, but in 3s that would probably be great. That Jeff interview's 5 hours long. Yeah, I'll probably just watch clips. You think Arena will improve in midnight? Nah, I'm pretty doubtful. Did Blizzard pay me at all to play midnight? I did a 2-hour sponsor. Don't tell Blizzard this, but I did plan to play anyway. So W sponsor. Let's go. But I played midnight for probably well over 50 hours. So I guess the answer is pretty much no. We're playing because we want to play. But we did get the 2-hour sponsor. Power just came back on. Welcome back. No more Gnome. We're just, boom. Gnome is back. All right, here, let's click on this. Good to see Ampy in the arena. What's this clip?
Can you laser on me, please?
I tried to Nova on you and my camera was fucked up, so I Nova'd the roof.
This guy's gonna get sap on me. Oh, can you laser on me, please?
I tried to Nova on you.
It happens.
My camera was fucked up, so I Nova'd the roof.
The rogue's out, by the way.
Oh!
Oh, what is going on?
I'm gouged. I'm gouged really hard. I'm gouged.
Dude, I'm staying on him.
Oh my gosh. This UI is really bad. We like, bro, we need, like, the cooldowns need to be moved, man. We can't see the auras because the cooldowns are in the way of the auras.
Fucking him up. I'm bloated.
His cast bar is over is bro, Ampy, what is this UI, man? Let's lock it. Let's fix the UI, Ampy. Someone's got to help him out. What's going on?
I want to cycle the other road. Okay.
Double block,
like
Nova, Lances.
They're dead. They lost. I cycled the other road. Bye-bye.
Nice.
That's insane. Why are they
It's a UI crisis. Dude, I don't... normally Ampy's UI is locked in and dialed. I don't know what's going on here.
That was a bingo. Yeah, that was a bingo card. Boom!
They got the W, though. Easy clap.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I got like 8 stealth breaks there.
Godlike UI. I mean, hey, man, if it's working, it's working. Cool. I've been playing more Frost than Arcane lately. Was hoping I'd be back on Arcane this X pack, but it seems Frost is better all around. Arcane is better in AoE damage. but barely. And Frost has more survivability.
Yo's I love from UK less than 3.
Yo, love to the UK, man. Thanks for the sub. I talked to Gingy about Frost versus Arcane, and I can actually just read exactly what he said so I don't botch this. He said, Frost is better for a single target and for 2-target cleave. Arcane becomes really strong on 4 targets. Arcane is super strong in keys right now, but after losing mirror image and invis damage reduction, it's a bit weaker defensively for high keys. So you might need external defensives for help to live sometimes. So basically, you can play Arcane to squeeze out a bit more damage than Frost, but your healer is going to have to send you some extra love because you don't have the defensives as Frost because you lost them. So, and Frost is better single target and 2-target cleave, and it's barely worse than AoE. So I don't know, it might just be a Frost angle then all around. But tomorrow, probably, we're getting changes. So maybe we get some changes that are good. Who knows? Scion, thanks for the 5, man. Vascone, thanks for the prime again. Cheeto, thanks for that tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. M plus Arcane, but everything else will be Frost, yeah. They're not doing any changes tomorrow. I think the changes will be announced tomorrow and then locked in on the 17th, maybe. Arcane's always been more fun. Arcane's just a fun spec. I hope they buff Missile and nerf Orb. Same. I think that's what like most mages are feeling right now. Same. There's some beta patch notes. I don't think they're those. It's different tuning. Why Jeff left Blizzard? Okay, so there is... I got linked this interview, the Lex Fridman interview with Jeff Kaplan. Jeff Kaplan, former vice president of Blizzard. He worked on Overwatch, WoW. This is a 5-hour interview. 5 hours? 5-hour interview. That's insane. Did they do this in one take, or did they have to like take some bathroom breaks and some lunch breaks and some like other breaks? Like what? There is a lot here that I want to check out. Why Jeff left Blizzard, like why Titan failed. Like Titan was supposed to be I think like the next WoW kind of, but it got turned into Overwatch. How Blizzard made great games, how WoW changed video games, building World of Warcraft, early Blizzard culture, lowest point in Jeff's life. Wow, getting hired at Blizzard. Like this looks awesome, but let's just start watching some timestamps. Apparently this is why Jeff left Blizzard. Let's watch this part first and just go for a couple minutes and then see.
For me, like what sort of ultimately broke me in my Blizzard career was I got called in the CFO's office, and he sits me down and he says, he gives me a date, which at the time was 2020 and was going to slip to 2021, but at the time it was 2020. And he said, Overwatch has to make in 2020. And then every year after that, it needs a recurring revenue. And then he says to me, if it doesn't do dollars, we're going to lay off 1,000 people, and that's going to be on you.
Oh, dude.
And that was just the biggest fuck you moment I had in my career.
Crap.
It felt surreal to be in that condition. And as somebody who's worked on a lot of games, made a lot of games, you get in these meetings where they're like, Fortnite has 1,400 people working on it. If you just hire 1,400 people and make it free to play, we'll make that money, right? And that was, I had believed I would never work anyplace but Blizzard. I loved it. It was a part of who I was. And I felt I was a part of it. And I literally thought I would retire from the place. I never thought the day would come. And that was it. I was like, we're done here. Luckily for Blizzard, that CFO is no longer there.
I was gonna ask, like, is that CFO is still the CFO? Because it's like, sheesh. Remember, this is now 6 years ago. This was 2020. Blizzard in 2020, very different than Blizzard from today. Blizzard in 2010, very different than the Blizzard in 2020 as well. But this was like 6 years ago. So it's okay. So that CFO's gone. That's some good news.
Blizzard is one of the greatest companies in the history of Earth. They've created so many incredible video games. It's so difficult to create so many hits. And they were done not by chasing money. They're done by small, incredible teams, the hodgepodge that you describe, taking big risks and falling in love with the thing they do, and then just chasing it, working extremely hard. And just because you figured out a way how to make a lot of money, it doesn't mean it's not at the core this incredible creative journey that's incredibly difficult to pull off. And just because you got a bunch of really smart, creative people who have somehow figured out how to pull it off multiple times in a row doesn't mean you can just treat it like a machine. Every single time, it's this beautiful journey of a hodgepodge of weirdos working together, and weirdos have to run that thing. If you ever have a chance to create something special, you have to have weirdos at the helm. And at the degree to which you don't have weirdos at the helm, creative minds at the helm, and you're a business person at the helm, get out of their way, right? You cannot have the meetings like you're describing. And I don't just speak about this particular company. It's just the entire industry. There's so much joy to be had if we keep creating great games. And I just hope we get to see those great games.
I think there's a message to creative people out there and people who make stuff. We're so focused on the love of the craft that we get lost in it, and we love doing it. And we're not cutthroat, and we don't have that kind of ambition. We have a different kind of ambition. But there's this whole world, especially as soon as you're lucky enough to have success, that are very cutthroat and very ambitious. And for whatever reason, we keep giving ourselves to them. And we need to stop giving ourselves. World of Warcraft, when we made it, there was no CFO at Blizzard. You don't need a CFO to make World of Warcraft. You need artists, engineers, designers, producers, and an audio team.
You don't need to bring in, just because you're making a lot of money, it doesn't mean you need to now start adulting by bringing in a CFO. You can figure it out.
And there are great finance guys. Like, I've worked with finance guys who get it and get out of the way and respect, and they're gamers and they sort of understand. But like, I wish developers would understand their own value more and stop handing the golden goose to people who don't deserve it.
How painful was it to say goodbye?
It broke me. I think after you've been at a place like Blizzard, which I love Blizzard. To this day, I have nothing but warm, fond memories. I mean, there's those moments where you're like, I wish that hadn't happened. But on the whole, that place is mecca for game development. And everything I have is due to Blizzard. They provided for me and my family, made me the person I am. So separating from Blizzard was one of the most painful things. And I was very sad when I resigned, and I didn't realize how broken I was until recently, like the mourning, grieving I had gone through of like, I think I'm a little fucked in the head for not being there anymore. How could I give that up? How could I not be there anymore?
Wow.
It was really, really painful.
So I looked up what Jeff is doing now because I was just curious. As of March 2026, he's in a new game studio called Kinsugiyama, probably saying that wrong, where he's working on a new action survival shooter title called The Legend of California. Drawing comparisons to Red Dead Redemption 2 and Rust. Interesting. The Legend of California. Because I was just thinking, like, if that CFO is gone and he like really misses it, and Blizzard of today is way different than 2020, why wouldn't he just kind of see if he can get back in there? I don't know. But maybe he's happy doing this now. Not too sure.
Leaving.
Can we just speak to, I don't know, I don't think we can give enough love to Blizzard. It's a legendary company. For me personally, for everybody, for millions of people.
Does anyone know what, is it Lex Fridman? Does he play, is he a gamer? Does he play WoW? Or does he play Diablo, Overwatch, all of them? He's a gamer and he plays like all of them? Okay. Probably WoW, PoE, StarCraft. Okay. So he's just like made like general kind of gamer, plays a lot of Blizzard games. Cool.
What created some of the greatest games ever: Warcraft, StarCraft universe, Diablo.
Okay.
WoW, Overwatch. What made it such a legendary game?
Yeah, it is interesting that Blizzard just like didn't miss. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, that is pretty fascinating. WoW, we've talked about in depth because, you know, like the social media wasn't out yet. A lot of kids our age were watching like Lord of the Rings. There's this fantasy world. It's like way better than everything out at the time. It just like took the internet, took the world by storm. But they also didn't miss with like Diablo 2, StarCraft 1, and then StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3. Like, geez, man, there was something special, right?
Company. Just looking back at the whole of it.
Perfect storm, yeah.
The start is Mike, Alan, and Frank. It was run by 3 gamers. They were all 3 of them programmers. They made the games before they just ran the company. So they knew what each of us as developers beneath them were going through, and they protected us. They shielded us from all of the nonsense. And even when they would align with a business person, they had a COO in the early days named Paul Sams. And Paul protected us. You know, they found great people who got it. The company, when I joined, was like 95% developers and like 5% operations.
Yeah, thanks for the stuff.
When I left, it was, 50-50, and that's like a 4,500 person company. That love of the games and the respect and good treatment for game developers really turned it into the place that it was. Just the commitment to excellence, the high quality bar, and then finding these passionate people like Chris Metzen or Sam Didier. They were like the visionaries of early Blizzard, Alan Adham, of just these worlds that we're still making and we're still playing in today. It was infectious and it was inspirational, and you wore the Blizzard blue with an esprit de corps. Like, you felt proud to be part of it, and you felt like you had made it to be there. And everything you did wanting to respect and honor those who had come before you. I know it sounds almost cheesy saying it that way, but it really had that sense of reverence. Like, you knew you were part of something special. You didn't take it for granted.
Yeah, that's the sense. Reading everything, that's the sense I got. Everybody that was a part of it, that truly, truly, truly honored that time. Just to take a small slice, what were some of the brains? So you mentioned Chris Metzen. You gave so much love to so many people on the team, but I got to ask about Chris Metzen, who I would, by the way, love to do a podcast with at some point. What were the brainstorming sessions with him like? It seems like those are pretty like awesome.
It's a great
They
interview.
were the
Cool.
best. Like, you could walk into a room. Like, the way I would work with Chris is early on when I was more junior, it was just sort of getting creative direction from him. Hey, Chris, I'm about to work on this zone called Westfall. what are your ideas? You know, how could I capture them in gameplay? Well, that won't quite work. How about like this? It was more like that. Later on, like I still remember the first discussion I ever had with Chris about Wrath of the Lich King. I went up to his office, like, hey, we're finally doing it. We're doing the Northrend expansion. You know, what excites you about Northrend? And that's all you had to say. And he would draw a map, and he'd start pulling up old, like, Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 1 manuals and, you know, showing you, like, pictures he and Sammy had drawn and, like, maps and he...
Dude, that's
all
sick.
of it. He would just go on for an hour, and then I would sort of digest. I just listen, taking constant notes. I'm photographing his whiteboards all the time. And then I go back and start to put those into design flow of like, okay, what's a zone? What's a dungeon? What could be cool? What should come first? What should come last? You know, Lich King, for example, we wanted to try a very specific design to counter a problem we had in Burning Crusade, which is everybody entered through the Dark Portal, through Hellfire Peninsula. All the server programmers hate you because everybody loads into the same zone.
I have to say, though, releasing TBC, or I guess just releasing TBC, it is pretty epic with everyone waiting there. If the servers can actually handle it, it's this really epic moment where like everyone's there and you run through the portal together and you're out there. Like, it's a cool moment. But yeah, I'm sure infrastructure wise it sucked.
At the same time, Lich King, we split them up for better player flow. Plus, it's more interesting. The more choice you have, you know, Sid Meier says games are a series of interesting choices. So we give him 2 starting zones, but that was the flow with Chris. And so often we would just like, okay, in that first meeting, Chris had put a zone called Grizzly Hills on the board. Well, I don't know anything about Grizzly Hills. Mm-hmm. Hey, Chris, talk about Grizzly Hills. If you didn't interrupt him, he just go for an hour and you have no idea
legend.
How much of it like he had pre-thought about or had existed in previous lore and how much of it he was just making up on the spot. He's just that charismatic and captivating,
creating these worlds and being...
Man, I wonder what WoW would be like without Chris. If he was really like that guy and it's just all like up there in his little brainchild, man, like I wonder what it would be. Like,
to brainstorm through them and together. I mean, that is what you're doing. As a consumer of those worlds, you kind of take it for granted that they're incredible, but like you're crafting them. Like you're looking at a blank sheet of paper and then together coming up.
My job, as I saw it working with Chris, was I had to, on World of Warcraft specifically working with Chris, is I was like the translator into gameplay of what Chris wanted, how to get it to play like how Chris wanted. So my favorite story is we're working on Burning Crusade and we're in this meeting and Chris is like, he's the gentlest, sweetest guy, but because he carries himself with such confidence and everybody's in awe of him, the junior developers get kind of intimidated by him. So we're in this meeting and we're talking about Silver Moon City because we're introducing the Blood Elves. And Chris is like, in Silver Moon City, it's got the tallest fucking tower in all of Azeroth. I mean, it is the tallest thing. You know, it's mind-blowing, the awe of it. Only the Blood Elves could build it.
Yeah, so Chris is back now, and then he remakes Silver Moon in Midnight, and you can kind of feel that a little bit, that excitement there when you go into the city, right? When you fly in or even on foot, like we were talking about the other day, it's like, holy crap, that's probably Chris's vision again, and you can feel it.
Fast forward like 2 weeks later, I'm walking through the hall, and I see a bunch of level designers and artists. They're all like crowded around the screen, and on the screen, they've dragged Blackrock Mountain and Karazhan and the Stormwind Cathedral. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And they're like, well, Chris said that the Silver Moon Tower had to be the tallest thing in World of Warcraft. Mm-hmm. And so we're measuring how tall all of these other things are so we can make the tower taller.
Cool.
And I'm like, guys, Chris doesn't know how tall the burning steps, and the cathedral in Stormwind is. What Chris means is just make the tower really fucking tall. You don't need to measure it. And they're like, oh, okay, that's okay. Like, are you willing to take the heat? I'm like, I'm willing to take the heat on this one, guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate they're doing that. I thought that's kind of cool, dude. Like it's literally the tallest. That's hilarious.
Feeling, it's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
Yeah. And I also just personally have to give all the love in the world for the current Diablo 4 team, because I've spent most recently out of the Blizzard games, spent a huge amount of time in Diablo, and they've created some, and it's not just the loot, all right, it's the whole experience, the art, everything together, and the season they've created a really wonderful world. So I could feel how much effort goes into that.
They're crushing it. And I think Diablo 4 in like modern times is one of the best worlds that have built, and they understand Diablo players.
Mm-hmm.
Like that community is so hard and so demanding, and that team is amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of richness. It's like, it's really, I mean, I don't know how often you get that, but it's really the perfect Diablo game. They've really like evolved a lot, grew a lot. So there's
haven't played D4. I watched the trailer and it looked really scary, and I was like, this maybe is a little too much for me. But I played some D3 and I had fun there. But anyway, what I'm hearing from D4 from like people is that it's an abomination. So I wonder what's going on with the disconnect here with D4 doing super well. I'm a little lost. D4 is worse than Diablo Immortal. Lex isn't a gamer. It's more like, if you're like a super normie, D4 is amazing. But if you're like a hardcore like Diablo fan, like D2, like you really like ARPG, like PoE 2, it's kind of like, bro, this could be way better. But if you're like casual, it's like sick. Okay, maybe that's what it is.
This whole mathematical component of just so many numbers everywhere, and it's all balanced really masterfully. And then of course you have to come up with new content with the seasons, and they figure out ways to do that, so and a crazy pace, and still make it super fun.
They're a great live team. And
for me personally, like I said, the couch co-op experience have been really, like, that aspect of it is really great. Just all of it is one of the greatest games in recent history. One of the things I wanted to mention, because such is a powerful speech, is sort of, instead of doing some kind of corporate goodbye as you were leaving Blizzard, you allegedly shared with your team a video of David Bowie giving advice, and people should go watch this clip. But if I may read it, Bowie says, "Never play to the gallery. Always remember that the reason that you initially started working was that there was something inside yourself that you felt that if you could manifest in some way, you would understand more about yourself and how you coexist with the rest of society. I think it's terribly dangerous for an artist to fulfill other people's expectations. I think they generally produce their worst work when they do that. And the other thing I would say is that if you feel safe in the area that you're working in, you're not working in the right area. Always go a little further into the water than you feel you're capable of being in. Go a little bit out of your depth. And when you don't feel that your feet are quite touching the bottom, you're just about in the right place to do something exciting." Speaking of which,
great quote. Like that.
You are
really like that.
Just about in a place to do something exciting after leaving Blizzard. You told me that you tried to take some time off. How did that work out for you?
Not so well. My wife, who is wonderful, told me I needed to take at least a year off, and just, I've been going really hard. I'd gone 19 years, barely taken vacation. And I let Blizzard consume me, and, I was crushed by leaving because I loved the place. And I didn't know what to do with myself. I was pulling weeds in the backyard.
Literally gardening.
Yeah. Well, she won't let me garden in the garden because that's hers, but I'm
Yeah.
allowed to pull the weeds. So I got very good at that. I was very
Nice.
proficient. And then of all things, I cracked out on Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and I unlocked Dark Matter Ultra.
I like how you asked Jeff Kaplan what he did on his time off from Blizzard, and it's gaming. Call of Duty. I don't know why. I was thinking he was going to go travel the world or something, or like, I don't know, not be on the internet and like go and figure something else out. It's game. God, bro. That's legendary.
Which I'd never, that's like a crazy achievement to do in that game.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that. And then I couldn't help it. Like, it's how I'm programmed. It was like, at this point, it's late spring, early summer, and I'm just sitting in the backyard. And I just started writing with Notepad about, here's a game I want to make. And it was so terrifying because for 19 years, I had worked with the greatest developers, I thought, in the industry. And, you know, there'd be moments where it's like, okay, I want to do like a game world map. Like, hey, Aaron, you're amazing at making game world maps. Like, you do that. And, you know, I need some story hooks. Hey, Chris, what do you think would be cool here? Like, it, you know, it's so collaborative, and I was surrounded by the best of the best. And there I was by myself. And I was out there again, and I loved it. It brought all the joy of game making. I thought games were no longer fun to make because it was only about business, and somebody's asking me for unreasonable amounts of money and unreasonable amounts of time. And I had forgotten the pure joy of the craft of making games. And I was designing, I was watching YouTube videos to learn Unreal and Adobe Illustrator and all these things to like help me make games, whatever, Blender. I had no right to be doing any of that, and it just felt so amazing to do it. And I sort of realized I came to two realizations. One, I never want to work for someone else again. I never want to create something and then have somebody take my baby away from me. You know, that's really hard when that happens. And it's sort of happened a few times now, you know, where you have to just let something go that you created. And I wanted it all to be focused on the craft of making games, the art, programming, design, audio, you know, like just not about the bullshit of the games industry. I'm not interested in the games industry. I'm not interested in the business of games. I'm not interested in the entertainment industry. It's just game jamming, making stuff that we're going to play together.
Jeff's a gamer, bro.
And around that time, I call him my development soulmate. There's a programmer named Tim Ford. He reached out and he's like, hey man, he was like associate tech director on Overwatch at the time. And he's like, yeah, I don't think I can do this anymore. It's just not like it was, you know, I just handed in my notice. And I'm like, whoa, you know, well, if you want to do something together, like, fuck it, let's take a stab and, you know, just see what happens. And Tim came over to my house, and, well, before that, he says, my last day's on Friday, and my exit interview's at like 1 o'clock. I'm going to be over to your house at like 2 o'clock that afternoon. And I'm like, well, don't you think you should take some time off, Tim, you know, before whatever's next for you? Take a month off, you know. Meg, his wife, will appreciate it, you know, just go pull weeds in the garden for a while. And he's like, I'm a programmer. All I'm going to do is program for a month. If I take a month off, I might as well start programming our game. which
Brilliant.
it was so awesome when he said that.
Brilliant.
He came over and I pitched him this idea for a game, and I pitched him, let's start a company. And that was it. Like, that was the birth of us making a studio.
Now, meanwhile,
Okay,
as far
so
as
that's the game, The Legend of California, which looks like it's coming up soon here, which I know absolutely nothing about, but it has my interest now. If there's some passion behind it, let's take a look.
the outside world is concerned, you've disappeared off the face of the earth, but you were actually working on a game.
Yeah, I needed to be away from the world. I needed to not have. I wanted to not get attention from anyone. I needed to not read my name on Reddit or, any internet site. I wanted
Fair
to
enough,
not come up. Let some other Jeff Kaplan bubble the top of the Google, search list.
Our man Dino Flask is going to be all over this conversation, right?
Oh God! Well, this one's going to set him back some time, but I needed.
You know what to do.
I needed for none of that to happen. I just needed to be able to mourn the loss of Blizzard and create on my own. So it was great. And at that time, as soon as it was announced that I was leaving Blizzard, I had 60 people reach out to me. This was April of 2021, and investment money was nuts, both the VC money and the strategic money was crazy, especially the Chinese companies, because apparently they weren't getting publishing numbers in China or something. The whole economy was crazy. And so just everybody was trying to throw money at me, which was a very good position to sort of be at to start a company. So what Tim and I did was say, we're not doing this for money, but here's the game we want to make, and it's going to take this many developers, and we think it's going to take this length of time, and that means the budget is this. And we need, for any of these people who want to invest in us, we got to hit that number, but after that, we're not going to go for more money. It's not an auction to raise as high as we can go. We're going to optimize for control.
Cool.
I don't know if this is something that you can talk about, but I got a chance to see the game for a few hours, and I have to say it's incredible, Jeff. It's incredible. But I almost immediately fell in love with the world and everything I saw. See, I'm tempted to say some of the things I saw, but it's just an incredible game. So how much can you talk about it? Do you know what it's going to be called? Can you talk about that? Do you know about the company? Are you allowed to say any of that?
Sure. The most unconventional way to talk about this stuff for the first time. So our company name is Kintsugi-yama, which most people will struggle to pronounce.
Yeah, I think I messed it up
the
earlier.
company name has a deep meaning to me, which I'm happy to explain later if you're interested. And the game name that we're working on, it's called The Legend of California. And it's an open world game. People are going to call it a survival crafting game.
Wait, hold on. Does that say Dreamhaven?
Open world.
Wait, Dreamhaven and Kitsukiyama are both on this? I thought Dreamhaven went out. Or is maybe Dreamhaven's MMO went out and now they're working on this? It's also in Irvine. It's from Mike Morheim. Oh, it's the publisher. Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay, so that is kind of cool though. They're working with Mike. It's all the WoW dudes. My first reaction of this name though is I don't know if I'm The Legend of California. I don't know if that instantly hooks me into the game.
People are going to call it a survival crafting game. People like to compartmentalize these. I think it's an action game. It's a game that takes place on a mythical island of California.
Mm-hmm. In the 1800s.
In the gold rush. If you're trying to nail the most important time in California history, it's got to be that gold rush.
So it's this beautiful, almost ultra realistic version of California, but it's in an alternate history, alternate version of California, where it's an
Yes.
island, almost like a Atlantis type of ethereal island, but still very realistic to what the California terrain is
Correct.
and that time period. So it's this weird, like, amalgamation of this ultra realistic and the surreal.
The theme of the game is very weird. We're not trying to make a historical game. There's no historical accuracy to this. In fact, the island,
Nice.
when first discovered, is uninhabited. That's already not true, as we know. There were lots of people in California. It's an island, which we know is not true. We want it to feel authentic to that time period because we think that time period is cool. Prospectors, you know, cowboys, like it's a really fun thing for us to explore. All of those themes, people in mines, we want to build mines, and we just want to create a world that you can live in.
Interesting.
I love creating worlds. Everything that I've worked on before, from World of Warcraft to Overwatch, it's always been, how do you create this place for players to escape to? So
it's an online multiplayer game. I should say the experience of it is just gorgeous. And then the music is wonderful.
I'm glad you like it.
And one of my favorite things is just going down to the mine and digging. I mean, that's done extremely well. And as you described, the whole world is voxels. So it's generated. Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, as a world, we handcrafted the world. So like the shape of California is always the familiar shape of California, except it's an island. So, you know, there's no Nevada on the eastern side. We handcrafted all of that. It looks gorgeous. And places like Yosemite are where you would expect Yosemite to be. And so all of those familiar landmarks are there. But then we have like dozens of points of interest, and those move around the map and depending on the map seed. And the map is also tiered in terms of difficulty. We don't really have levels in this game. We have tiers, and there's only 4 tiers right now. Maybe that will change. But the way that the map tiers itself each time changes with every world seed. So not only any server that you join will have a different seed in terms of how the tiers play out. So Mojave might be the easiest newbie area on your server, but on my server, it's end game tier 4 area.
Interesting.
But
Very
all
dynamic.
of our notable points of interest also move around. So we have a really amazing point of interest that we call Dread Rock that's inspired by Alcatraz. And like, sure, sometimes it's in San Francisco, but sometimes it can be sitting in the middle of the Mojave Desert also.
It integrates.
Ah, man, I don't know about this. I'm such a like fantasy freak. You know what I mean? Like I played RuneScape. I like playing a mage. What was that one game that was kind of like this? That was a single player. You could do co-op and you would like mine and craft and level. I played it on stream like a year ago. I don't know what I'm thinking. Jay Rice, thanks for the sub. Taylor, thanks for the gifted. Not Elden Ring. It's a no for me. I'm just such an MMO Andy. I'm not like a Rust player. Not Valheim. Not Minecraft. Enshrouded. I really enjoyed playing Enshrouded, which was like, you know, like it had some elements like this, but it was like at least fantasy driven, so I could still kind of be like that mage character. Like I really enjoyed Enshrouded. But yeah, I don't know. We can keep learning more about the Legend of California. Guys, this interview is 5 hours long. There's tons of good snippets here. I wanted to... There was Why Titan Failed, which is like a really interesting, maybe 15-minute segment. How Blizzard Made Great Games seems like a really interesting, like half an hour segment. How WoW Changed Video Games seems like a really interesting 15-minute segment. Building WoW, I mean, come on. That sounds really interesting. That's like a half an hour. Early Blizzard culture, I don't know. Gosh, I don't know which one to watch next. I think Getting hired at Blizzard, lowest point in Chef's life, early Blizzard culture, maybe building WoW. The whole thing, guys, it's 5 hours. I kind of want to watch like the building WoW part. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do the Titan one maybe next. Like we'll be yeah, this one's good. Okay, cool. This is Jeff Kaplan on building World of Warcraft.
Let's talk about WoW. Let's talk about World of Warcraft. Tell me what the early days of developing WoW was like. Maybe we should talk about what World of Warcraft WoW is. Going to Perplexity here. World of Warcraft is a massively multiplayer online RPG where you create a character, level it up doing quests and dungeons, and progress your gear and power in an open fantasy world called Azeroth. At a basic level, you move, use abilities from your action bar, follow
Don't want my quality look kind of bad.
Quest and gradually learn a combat rotation that fits your class, and there's all kinds of characters and roles and classes. You pick a race, appearance, starting zone, small racial bonuses, and a class, how you fight, what your role is in groups. Can you continue fill in some of the gaps? What is World of Warcraft?
World of Warcraft, first of all, more than anything, is a world. Like, it's a world that you can live in with real other people, and everybody's kind of living out their fantasy. Chris Metzen, who was the...
That's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of layering. Like, it just feels so weird. And I've used this analogy before, but it's like, if you have a friend at school and it's like, hey, Jimmy, I'll meet you in Westfall by Sentinel Hill after school, right by the innkeeper. And it's like, okay, we're on the same server. And like, we both run there after school. And like, you get there and Jimmy's not there. And you're like, what the heck, Jimmy? And it's like, bro, the next day you see him at school. It's like, bro, I was there. It's like, dude, like, it just breaks the world with layering, you know? And I get it from like the technical standpoint when you have a new expansion, sure. But like, man, I think one layer as often as possible ever is so good because it keeps that continuity. You see someone there and they're there. It's not like you see someone there and they might be on a different layer, you know?
Creative director on World of Warcraft, and really, like, Alan Adham, who's one of the founders of Blizzard, calls Chris the heart and soul of Blizzard. And it's almost like when you're making a Blizzard game, you're making Chris's imagination at some point.
Wow.
And Chris I
knew Chris had a lot to do with WoW, but I didn't know he had that much to do with WoW. I said it like in that last segment that we just watched, but like, what would WoW be without Chris? And like, a lot of you said it wouldn't. Chris Metzen. Chris who? Chris Metzen. Like, that is crazy, man. Like, he's the guy, or like one of the guys, man. That is nuts.
Honestly said the lead character of World of Warcraft is the world, and I always believe that.
Yeah.
So you're trying to create this place that's exciting and dangerous, but comfortable, but uncomfortable, and gorgeous, and you know, it should feel massive, and it really is. It's you know, can take a half an hour to get from one end of the world to the other.
Yeah, it's sick. I'm gonna pause real quick just to answer this in the chat. Someone said, streamers' opinions on how MMOs should feel is wild to me. An MMO streamer will have a different experience than a normal player, and streamers generally don't have to fight for resources out in the world. I would like to say, like, you're generally right. We do have different experiences as streamers, but two, and this is the more important part, there was once upon a time before we all started streaming. Don't know if that needs to be said, but I played WoW for a decade before I started streaming. I know how it is, brother. Same with Savix, same with Peekaboo, same with all these guys. We all played, we weren't always streamers, man. We played normal for a decade. Just thought we should throw that out there, okay? There we go.
But it's this world you're living in. The world is divided into two warring factions. There's the Horde and the Alliance. And that was a very important, very controversial decision that was made by Alan Adham, was the champion of the Horde and Alliance.
And that in the early days, there was a really strong division.
Strong division.
Like,
Yeah.
you pick a side, and then you hang around with only people your kind.
Yeah, and you get it tattooed in real life on you. Like the amount of people who walk up to me and show me their horde tattoo, like
That's
it's
awesome.
epic. It's like
Yeah.
it's become who they are. Like if
Yeah.
you were to say, like, hey Lex, come play World of Warcraft with me. We're Alliance on Tichondrius. You'd be like,
Right.
dude,
Lose my number.
Alliance. Like, okay, I don't think we can be friends anymore.
Yeah.
Tichondrius mentioned, baby. Let's go.
But the Horde Alliance decision was really controversial because in EverQuest it was mixed race. They had all the races kind of like WoW did, but they could all group with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And Pardo and I came from EverQuest, where we felt like this was a horrible decision Alan was making. And we argued, Alan, Rob, Bob, Fitch, and I would have lunch every single day. And we would just talk about WoW and the core design of WoW. Rob wasn't even on WoW at that time. He was finishing Warcraft 3. And we would fight over the Horde Alliance split if it was a good idea or not. And Alan he came from more of the Dark Age of Camelot community, which was another massively multiplayer online game that was more PvP based.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the magic of that game was they had 3 factions, and he liked the fact that you were instantly on a team. You weren't a loner in the world. And whether you liked it or not, you had people on your side. And Rob and I just argued and argued against it. And then sometime before beta, Alan retired. He went on to run a hedge fund.
He's
of
like,
all things.
all right, we get to do this 2-faction thing. Then he's gone.
Like, got super into poker, got super into finance, left, and retires like, I think it was 9 months to a year before WoW shipped, which is kind of nuts. And Rob takes over as lead designer in Alan's stead. And to Rob's credit, the first thing he did was go, speaking to what we were speaking about earlier, he said, Alan's a smart guy. The fact that he was fighting so hard for Horde Alliance, we got to do it. And,
I had that backwards. Alan was the guy, and they respected his choice when he left. Okay.
And Rob and I sort of changed our point of view and got on board with Horde Alliance and went all in. And so, the early days of WoW was a great team.
That's interesting. So in retail today, you can go Horde Alliance, can group with each other. I believe in any content, even Mythic Raid, or is Mythic Raid the one thing that you can't do that still with? I think I want to say any content now. I think it's any content. Am I wrong? Anyway, you can. It's everything. Horde Alliance guilds, like even Mythic now. Anything you can do. But that's pretty novel. That's pretty new. Like back in that was never a thing. Nowadays the MMO landscape is different. It's changed. It's a lot more about accessibility, just logging in and being able to play with your friends, and it's like let's try to get more people together. But yeah, for a long time, bro, like in classic WoW, it's are you Alliance or Horde, bro? Even in TBC, like we have TBC relaunch, it's a big deal. You know what I mean? But at some point, I guess, as WoW became more and more modern, it's more about doing the content, doing the Mythic Plus, doing the end game, and grouping with your friends. So let's break down that barrier. But it's interesting, now we've come full circle.
It was a mix of these veterans that we all looked up to. We had Mark Kern running the team. Shane DeBeery was, legendary Blizzard developer. Bill Petrus was the art director. And then we had Metzen, who was sort of like, Metzen was the cool big brother we all, aspired to be. I'm older than Metzen, but I looked up to him like a big brother. And then there were a lot of us who had never done it before, or they had also pulled a lot of people from other teams and other game types. Like, for example, the guys building the dungeons, they hired out of the Quake community. And because they didn't have any hardcore MMO designer on the staff at that time, it was, Kevin and Eric and Alan were sort of the only designers. they started building Quake dungeons as like Quake levels as the dungeons. At one point, WoW was even made in QE Radiant, which was the Quake engine. And then they later, retooled to where they were using a proprietary engine. So we were like this hodgepodge, like the Bad News Bears is how I would describe the WoW team, of this mix
Thank
of
you, man. Appreciate it.
veterans and then people like me. Like, I'm just some fucking idiot, who played a lot of EverQuest.
Yeah.
And I end up at
Designing
Blizzard.
quests.
Yeah, like, okay, we're going to design World of Warcraft now. And I've said this later with hindsight, I think a huge part of WoW's success, especially with the early WoW team, Team 2 in its earliest formation, was that we didn't know what we were doing. You kind of, like, it's that Titan was the example for me. Titan was the attempt at making an MMO after World of Warcraft at Blizzard, and we failed horribly, and we had the best of the best on that team.
Everyone has failed horribly. Like, it's almost like a happy accident. Blizzard making WoW, I mean, there was previous MMOs, but like WoW was something different, it's something special. It's not like, let's just do this and better. It became the MMO. But now when you're trying to make an MMO, whether or not you like this, you're competing with WoW, right? Sir Shankly, thanks for the prime. Which is like kind of a bad thing, because no matter what MMO it is, people will automatically start comparing it to WoW. It's hard. It's like, where do you go from here? And it's been 21 years now, 22 years in November. And there's been nothing really. A lot of WoW killers, but nothing has stuck. So we'll see. Not even Blizzard with Titan.
Team. And it's because everybody was too much of an expert on how to make a groundbreaking phenomenon MMO. World of Warcraft was a bunch of people, like a very successful, sure of itself company who had made StarCraft, Diablo, Warcraft, with a bunch of yahoos, basically, who was like, yeah, we can compete with Sony Online.
Yeah.
At the time, they were making EverQuest 2. Like, if we go back in the time machine, EverQuest 2 had been announced, and EverQuest fans, we were just drooling for EverQuest 2. It wasn't, oh, cool, World of Warcraft. It was EQ2 was going to take, the chalice and run with it. And then, of all things, they announced Star Wars Galaxies. And they had a brilliant designer on that, a guy named Raph Koster, who had come from that Ultima Online. And he's just a really smart game designer. If you can ever watch one of his lectures, like he lectured a lot at GDC. And, we're like, oh my God, they're making EverQuest 2 and Star Wars Galaxies, and they have the Star Wars intellectual property. We're fucked. Like, how are we going to compete? And everybody had...
When I look at IP, and I look at it like kind of uniquely, I think, is yes, Star Wars has IP to lean on, but it didn't have video game IP in the same way as Blizzard had Warcraft. So Star Wars had, the movie franchise, like, awesome, right? But when you try to translate a movie into a game, oftentimes they end up flopping, or they're fun for like a week, you play it and then it ends up flopping. Whereas when you have video game IP translated, Warcraft to World of Warcraft, it's like people are already playing in this world, and now let's make it into an MMO. That's where something really special happens, and that's one of my core reasonings why I'm so excited for Riot to take Runeterra, the world of League of Legends, and bring it to an MMO, because it has that same kind of theme that you have this pre-existing video game IP, specific IP, bringing it into an MMO, not just IP, but video game IP that people already love and enjoy. So we'll see what happens there.
Seeing the success of EQ, EverQuest, and everybody was going to make an MMO, and it was just a question of who was going to win.
So you're feeling this immense pressure of this small team of just this hodgepodge of this unlikely team that kind of looks fast forward into Overwatch, the heroes in Overwatch, but working extremely hard. Like you told me about crazy work hours, and not because you were forced to, but because you wanted to, because your heart was in it, because you're like, this is everything. Like, you loved it.
Yeah, the games industry has a terrible reputation for insane amounts of overtime. It's just called crunch. Like, do you crunch or not? These days, crunch is not allowed, not permitted, heavily frowned upon. If we were to work overtime, somebody write an article about it next week and say how horrible we are for working overtime. Back then, we worked insane, and I mean insane hours. The longest shift I ever worked straight was 30 hours. That's when we were gold mastering Warcraft 3. This was in my, I think, War 3 shipped on July 3rd, 2002. So this would have been like late June, early July, probably late June. And I had nothing to do with War 3. I should just say that. Like in the credits, I'm additional help or additional testing or something like that. When I showed up in May of 2002, it was all hands on deck, World of Warcraft for E3. We got through E3, and then all hands on deck, the whole company, get War 3 out the door.
For shipping.
Dude, that's
Warcraft.
For
crazy,
shipping Warcraft
man.
3. And because I had not been involved with the game at all, and I was a brand new, wet behind the ears game designer, they're like, you're just going to help test whatever we tell you to test. So we're trying to gold master, and there's a crash that happens rarely if you run one of the cinematics. Like, you have to be watching the cinematic after one of the levels, and then there was a crash that happened. And so a programmer put in some logging to catch it, and then they needed somebody to just over and over again, I need the crash to happen so I can fix the bug. And I sat there for 30 hours and just watched cinematic for 30 hours straight. And it was the funniest thing. Like, it was almost surreal.
I like how he remembers that today.
Watching everybody leave which was a trickle out. Like, everybody kind of trickles out, like at different hours. You know, the family guys go much earlier than the single guys. And then watching everybody show up again the next morning.
True.
And they're all like dressed different. They look all refreshed. And I'm just like in the same position, you know, like eyes are beat red.
To the soundtrack of the
love it,
cinematic.
Yeah.
Dusty,
But
thanks
we
for the prime, man.
crunched World of Warcraft. We crunched. The date slipped. So you do this thing. I remember Mark Kern standing the team up and saying, we're going to crunch early so we don't have to crunch later in the project. And I really believe he wasn't manipulating us. Like, I really genuinely believe that he believed in that. But with games, anything can happen. And we slip uncontrollably all the time. And we slipped, and it sort of created just this death march, endless death march that, like, to this day, members of the WoW team will remember, like, Newport Rib. If I say that, they'll have, like, twitches because, like, they would cater the dinner. They'd bring it in at, like, 6 or 7 at night. And everybody was eating Newport Rib or Panda Express. It was, like, the worst diet ever. I actually like Newport Rib, no shade on them. But you can only eat so much of it.
Yeah.
And the carpets are stained, and like dudes are falling asleep on the couches. And it was an unhealthy work environment. It gets pinned on because at a lot of places it is.
Sorry, guys. Someone's spamming the Discord, and I can't figure out how to ban them. Weird. I need a second here. We are getting spammed. It's not what? Okay, we have a new kind of Discord bot, boys. This one can't be kicked. This one can't be blocked. This one can't be removed. Okay, I'm gonna need a second here. Do I have any of my Discord mods? Catch, Aminer, Biwi? Are you guys in the chat? Maybe you guys are smarter than I am. Ban them? Ban does not work. Kick. Yeah, Discord is being owned. Biwi is working on it. All right, thank you, Biwi. You're much smarter with this kind of stuff than I am. You can manually delete all of them. But that is going to be like 100 plus, 150 plus things, and it just keeps spamming them. So you can manually delete one by one, but there's 150. Oh gosh, and they're just being spammed. Wow, Discord, come on, Discord. We got to figure out how to. I don't know how people are getting around this. I see it's like an app account. Anyway, weird. Let me know if you figure it out, Pee-wee, if you need my help. It is just being completely spammed, hundreds of things. I don't know. Sorry, let's keep playing the video.
Executive driven, and it is mandated from the top. But the hours that I worked, I never blamed on anyone but myself. I just wanted to. I remember, coming in on Memorial Day, like, with sand from the beach on my feet, because I really wanted to get some work done that day, and working through Christmas, and those were things I wanted to do. I never felt like somebody, held my feet to the coals.
Yeah, it's such a complicated thing because, you could say that's unhealthy, but I know a large number of people, especially in their 20s, but actually throughout their career, that have been in companies that do crunch for a thing they believe in, for a thing they love, and it's some of the most fulfilling years of their life.
I think the key distinction here is if you're crunching, so to speak, because you want to and you're passionate and there's nothing anyone can do to make you stop besides literally dragging you physically out of there, because that's literally what you want to be doing, versus someone telling you, all right, you have to crunch and you should be passionate and you should care about this thing, and you really just don't. And it's like someone else trying to make you passionate about something that you're not passionate about, right? But if it's that right thing and you're doing it, man, you don't want to stop. Trust me. That's how I feel about streaming. It's like, especially when I was single in my 20s, exactly what Lex just said, without, before marriage, before kids, it was like, did 20, 30-hour streams, many of them, not just one, many, right? It was just like full consuming, all in, 365, 7 days a week, boom, 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 boom. Like, there was nothing else, right? That was it. But it's because I wanted to. It's not like there was a gun to my head or someone said I have to. And that's like a big distinction, right?
Months and years of their life. And they also, it's not just fulfilling. They grow from it. They learn from it. And and especially when they talk back about it, about that time, they can see how incredible it was. Of course, when you're going through it, sometimes it's extremely difficult. You don't know. And then the crunch, like you mentioned, it's supposed to be a month or two, and then it turns out to be a half a year, and then maybe it turns out to be something like a Titan type game where you never actually ship it, and it's heartbreaking, and the pain, that's all. But then you look back and you realize how incredible that journey was.
I think, like, my reflections on it many years later, and having gone through like pretty crazy levels of crunch to more controlled, I think where crunch is problematic and people are good to be vocal about being opposed to it is when it's forced and unnecessary. There's a lot of hey, if anybody on the team stays, we all stay, kind of, which I think is not necessary. I don't think executives who take off and work 40-hour weeks should be telling anybody to stay late. I think that's wrong and immoral.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Exactly, yeah.
To me, as an individual, as long as I'm not telling other people to do it, my life's work is my passion. and I want to do it.
Sorry to pause again. We're trying to figure out the Discord spammer. Can you get Catch admin in Discord? BWE Catch has admin. You also have admin. You guys should both have admin, which should give you control of everything. And Aminar has it too if you guys need his help. Yeah, and I tried. I don't know what to do. I can't ban him, can't block him, I can't kick him. I can't do anything. I don't know. I'm set working on it. Cool. Thank you, Catch. Thank you, BWE. We're trying to figure out the Discord spam right now. Yeah.
It as much as possible. I find myself, I don't think I've ever worked less than 10 hours in a day. Like that 10 hours is like a normal-ish day to me.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to go back because I missed that.
And I want to do it as much as possible.
I'm back even more.
Asking other people to do it. My life's work is my passion. And I want to do it as much as possible. I find myself, I don't think I've ever worked less than 10 hours in a day. Like that 10 hours is like a normal-ish day to me.
Yeah.
And I enjoy lots of weekends working because I enjoy it. It brings me pleasure and fulfillment.
Anyone who is lucky enough to find that passion and find that thing knows exactly what he's talking about, right? Like it's like the whole day goes by and it's just like dinner time. It's like, all right, a couple more things, this and that. And then like you maybe eat and you'll do some more after. And it's not like an hour thing. It's more like it's like every waking moment that you can't get your brain off of it kind of a thing. But if you haven't experienced that, you're probably just like, what? This guy's, what? Like, so, but I can definitely attest to this. That's how streaming has kind of been for me the last 13 years, right? It's been like this all consuming obsessive thing, which I've really been trying my best to balance out, especially since having my son, right? And getting married. And I hope I'm doing an okay job at that. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's just all consuming, it's from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, always just thinking, strategizing, doing something, right? But it's definitely taken like a proactive approach. Like, all right, let's actively try to pull back, right?
And all of that said from a place of caution, especially in this era when people are very touchy about it. I don't try to impose that on anybody else. I don't want anybody to feel like they're obligated to, but please understand it's what makes me who I am, that work ethic. I enjoy it.
Yeah,
I
exactly. Yeah.
Some of my fondest memories are from those WoW crunches.
And then looking back and reading some of these stories is pretty cool.
That's cool.
Because me as a fan on the receiving end of some of those video games, you bring joy to millions of people. It's awesome. Let me ask you about quests, but first, quick bathroom break. It's okay.
Yeah.
Bro, I was gonna say, dude, this is a 5-hour interview. They've got to have multiple bathroom breaks, like a lunch break, water. I mean, come on, 5 hours. This is ridiculous. Speaking of a 10-hour workday, it's like a 5-hour podcast, bro. That's wild. Cool. So that was the end of the Building World of Warcraft segment. There's How WoW Changed Video Games segment, which is right after, which we could just roll right into. There's also How Blizzard Made Great Games and Online Toxicity and Why Titan Failed, which all of that sounds good too. I would maybe skip this one. I'm just going to keep this paused for a second and see, Ketch and Peewee, do you guys need... Okay, so Peewee shut down the Discord for now, and he's going to clean it up and then try to figure it out. No one can type at all except admins. Cool. This has happened once before with Discord, where basically it's not a person typing, it's a bot, and you can't kick bots. So it's like a bot connected to someone's channel, but like I don't know how to... Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's being cleaned up now. You have to go to app permissions and turn off external apps, says Bijou. I will try that now since we're already paused on the video. Give me a sec. App permissions. So there's access, invites, roles, members, integrations, apps, integrations, app directory. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing that unless it's for members. I go to like a specific role and make it so members can't have app permission. Maybe that's it. But I'm not seeing any app permission. Type spammer slammer in your app directory. Huh. Anyway, Catch and Beweeth are better at me than this. So they'll, yeah, try to figure out what's going on there. What's going on? Whoever report, I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it, but I've had multiple people saying whatever it is like jail time worthy. So I'm sorry to if anyone actually did see that. We're trying to get it cleaned up as soon as possible. Cool. Anyway, let's keep watching. After the bathroom break, actually, should we all bathroom break? I think we should all bathroom. I need a bathroom break. Maybe we all bathroom break because Lex says it's bathroom break time. When we're back, Jeff Kaplan on how WoW changed video games. And then we'll maybe skip this segment and then do how Blizzard made great games. So we'll be right back. 1 sec. All right, we're back. Discord looks kind of cleaned up for now, so that's good. Mods are working on it. We'll have to figure out some new admin rules somehow. We'll have to figure that out. All right. We're back. We're back. Okay, next segment is how WoW changed video games. This segment seems sick. It looks great. Let's take a look.
Quick 30-second thank you to our sponsors. Check them out in the description. It really is the best way to support this podcast. Go to lexfriedman.com/sponsors.
All right.
We got Finn for customer service AI agents, Blitzy
sponsors,
for code generation,
Finn, Blitzy, BetterHelp,
large
Shopify,
code bases,
CodeRabbit.
BetterHelp for mental health, Shopify for selling stuff online, CodeRabbit for AI-powered code review, and Perplexity for curiosity-driven knowledge exploration. Choose wisely, my friends. And now, back to my conversation with Jeff Kaplan. Okay, we're back. So I think it's fair to say that before WoW, MMO leveling, like in EverQuest, consisted of, maybe that's simplifying it a bit, but standing in one spot and killing monsters for hours. You helped develop with WoW, I would say, a revolutionary idea of quest-driven leveling, where there's a story-driven, quest-driven guide through the world, and it so happens that as part of doing that, you're also leveling the character. So the leveling is both fun and is the engine that drives the story that then also immerses you into the world and then pulls you in more and more and more and more. So take me through this process of developing that idea of quest-driven design.
Sure. Yeah, there were actually a lot of people involved in it, and they all kind of contributed in their own unique ways. Alan Adham was the lead designer on WoW when we first sort of decided we were going to have a quest-based game. We used to joke that like EverQuest barely had any quests in it.
Yeah.
It did have quests. They weren't really in front of the player in an obvious way. You kind of had to seek them out on a website. And Alan knew that he wanted quests to be a big part of World of Warcraft. And so he hired me. That was my entry-level position at Blizzard. And on the same day, he hired a guy named Pat Nagel, which was hilarious to me because Pat was he had this funny title of HR and facilities at Blizzard because it was such a small company. So like if you sent an application in, Pat would deal with the application, or if the toilet overflowed, Pat would have to deal with it. And
Okay.
so the whole time I was applying at Blizzard, I was going through Pat, and then I'm
Okay, it's Nat Pagel. They used his name. I was like, that's the fisherman dude. I was like, so they changed the P in the end. I was like, why is that so darn familiar? You know, the Hearthstone card and the fisherman dude in WoW. All right.
my first day, they put Pat and I in an office together. And he's like, yeah, they hired me also as the quest designer. And so Pat, and he was the most wonderful guy. We had so much fun. So Pat and I kind of designed the quest system. It was Alan's idea to have it in the first place. And then there was that great designer I mentioned, Eric Dodds, who helped a lot with the interface of it all. And the idea was, at first, we actually, on a whiteboard in Alan's office, we estimated how many quests we thought EverQuest had to date. And EverQuest had, you know, I think 4 or 3 expansions at that point in time. And we're like, wow, we have to make all of these quests like EverQuest has. It's going to be a lot of quests. And it's kind of up to me and Pat to do it all.
Oh my gosh.
And we believed all we had to do was match that EverQuest number. And Pat and I started working on like the design of the system and how it would interact. And Eric Dodds was really involved in how the interface.
Just to educate myself one day, and I've already said this before, but maybe sometime this year when I have time and there's not like so much new WoW content, I kind of want to play some of these like old school, like, is there EverQuest servers you can log into? I don't know if that's a dumb question, or a private server. I kind of want to just like, I've never played. I would kind of like to just run around, even if it's just for a few hours or like a day or two, just kind of like to understand. EverQuest is still up, cool. Is it through a private server? Project 1999. Is that a private server essentially? It would be kind of cool just to educate myself on these things. Like, it would be kind of sick.
You know, like how you were going to interact with the NPCs and all of that. And we split up the world into like 2 zones. He was going to take Elwyn Forest, which was the starting area for the humans, and I was going to take Westfall, which was the sophomore zone after Elwyn for the humans. Pat and I'm
already like, guys, call me crazy. I'm already craving to play classic WoW again. It's only been 2 months, really, if that. I'm already craving. Like, even when I just saw that picture of Westfall, I'm like, I want to go through Westfall and do some dead mines. Like, oh my gosh, I'm already, it's like already there, man. I can't wait. I can't wait for like Classic Plus, but I'll probably end up playing Classic before Classic Plus, but still.
Would meet with Chris Metzen, and those were the funnest meetings ever because Chris just has stories in his head and visions. Chris is like artist, storyteller, world builder extraordinaire. And he sort of described what he wanted going on in those zones. You know, you want the gameplay to follow the flow of what was going on with the stories of those areas. So we finished Elwyn and Westfall, and we did like a team play test. And our assumption was, because the way EverQuest worked, players just wanted to level up. It was a level-based game. You go out, you kill a creature, you get experience points, you level up a little bit. And so the way people played EverQuest is they'd find these areas where there were lots of creatures, and you'd usually find the best experience efficiency cycle you could find. So like fast respawn, kind of easy things to kill. And that's how you would progress through EverQuest. And I remember Alan kind of telling us like, hey, the quests, when Pat and Jeff write quests,
gamers have always been seeking efficiency. Like we always talk about like 2026 gaming culture where people game the fun out of the game for themselves by like leveling too fast. The big difference is nowadays we're so darn connected because of the internet and globalization. We have like YouTube, we have Twitch, right? It's like people are so connected that it's like, what, like if there's a best spot to level, everyone's gonna be there. If there's like a way to level 6% quicker, everyone's gonna know about it by tomorrow. The difference back then is like you were kind of in the dark, which was kind of cool. Obviously, the internet still existed, but not at large, not at scale. It's not like there would be a YouTube video explaining exactly what to do the next day and everyone would watch it and know about it. Either way, you would read like the instruction manuals, and like they probably, like, you know, if there was something like that, maybe it would be somewhere deep in a forum post, but not everyone would see it. And even if you did, maybe it was just a load of crap, like you didn't know. Like that's the big difference, right? Yeah, you had Thoughtbot, but like it was different. Like it wasn't scaled yet. Like some of the Thoughtbot quests are like kind of empty, and you just read the comments, and like some people are arguing about something else, and it's like just very different.
Aim us to where the creatures are, you'll do a quest, and then you'll spend a few hours killing creatures in that area afterwards. And that's how he imagined it would work. So we kind of set up the world that way. You know, Pat probably did a dozen, maybe 20 quests in Elwyn. I do a dozen, 20 quests in Westfall, and we do this team play test. And we had a bunch of people on the team who never played MMOs, like guys with shooter background, you know, StarCraft fans, etc. And they play World of Warcraft. I think we played for like an hour or two, and we only did Elwyn Forest. And the overwhelming feedback from our team, and these are people who really didn't play EverQuest, they're like, my God, Pat, that was horrible. I ran out of quests like right away. And we're like, wait a second, you expect to just have quests just keep going? And they're like, yeah, we expect to have quests just keep going the whole way. And we kind of had an oh shit moment right after that Elwyn Forest playtest where we realized like we had vastly underestimated the number of quests we were going to need. And we developed this philosophy that's kind of a shared.
What's funny about this is Ashes of Creation, the playtest we did on Steam before it went under, was just like this. So you made a character in Ashes. If you guys played it, you know what I'm talking about. And you would follow the quests. And it worked for a while. You'd follow the quests. And then when you got to like level 5 or 6, or I can't remember exactly what it was, the quests just kind of stop. And I was like, what do I do now? And people were like, oh, just go out in the world and kill mobs. And I was like, okay. So I did. And then it just felt like really weird. And then I leveled up another few times. And then I was like, well, what do I do now? And people like, you just keep killing mobs till you're level 25. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna grind the same mob till I'm 20. No, I'm just, that's silly. So like, WoW really did change the game in that way, right? Like, yeah. Like I kind of want some type of story and some type of quest zones pushing me to the next area. If you have to grind for a bit, fine. But then like we should be kind of tied back in, you know? That's how most MMOs were, though. Yeah, I found it funny that Ashes in 2026 or 2025 was at the end of last year when I played. Kind of tried to bring that back, or maybe it was not on purpose. Maybe there was no one working on the quests. Anyway, it didn't seem to fly, at least for me. I was like, I don't want to just grind the same mob till I'm level 25. No, thank you.
Philosophy across Blizzard games in general at this point. I've heard it outside of Blizzard, other people in the industry, which is you design it along the path of least resistance. So basically what that means, like in EverQuest, the path of least resistance, if you wanted your character to hit max level, is to find the easiest creatures and kill them over and over again in place.
That's what gamers do. Yeah.
Which to some people think is very boring. To me, I would do that for 8 hours because I think that's fun. But we decided in World of Warcraft, we said, why don't we make the path of least resistance? So in this case, the way to get the best experience, the fastest, not to be killing creatures in one place, but will overload the experience into the quests themselves. And then that will move you through the world, which will get you to see everything. It will enable us to tell these awesome storylines. It sort of did a lot for the game. And I think it was like a fundamental change in the genre. Like if you look at the things that EverQuest was very popular and very successful, and it was hitting like hundreds of thousands of players. And WoW blew the doors open and was tens of millions of players. And I think the fundamental difference there was that WoW allowed you to play as a single player. And what makes an MMO, massively multiplayer online game, massive is having the other people there. And they're so important, or else the world feels kind of wrong and dead. But the concept that we have to force you to interact with them to do anything is very off-putting to a lot of people. And the fact that people could come into WoW and just kind of the game design way of describing it is directed gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
And some games have extremely tight directed gameplay. Like, for example, if you were to play a single player game like Last of Us, you know, you'll have those moments where they'll be like, you'll come up to a log and press triangle to duck, or else, or whatever the duck button is, left stick to duck to go under. And that's like the ultimate in directed gameplay. Like they're telling you exactly what to do. On the other end of the spectrum is a game like Minecraft, like vanilla Minecraft, where you'll find it's very divisive amongst gamers who love Minecraft or hate it. The ones who hate it are like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, you drop me in this world, I'm supposed to dig.
So he's just explaining like sandbox versus non-sandbox, right? Like directed gameplay. This is brilliant. This is why I fell in love with WoW. I was the gamer. And man, this is going to piss some people off, but I tried to play like the Halo campaign and the Call of Duty campaign. And like, I'm sure the campaigns were great and I know people love them, but I was the gamer when I was like 12 or 10 or however old I was. And I was like, I want to do what I want to do. I don't want to follow NPCs through a game. That's not fun. I want to log in and go where I want to go. And that's what made me fall in love with RuneScape. And I played for a year or two, and I was like, this is awesome. I can log in and do anything I want to do. I can chat, I can not chat, I can make gold, I could do a quest, I could kill, what did I kill? Cows and sell the cowhide for weeks. I could do whatever I want. It was beautiful, it's brilliant. And then WoW did this even better. And it was like, yes, that's what made me fall in love with WoW after RuneScape. It's like, I could log in and do anything I want to do. It's so cool. But what he said a second ago was also brilliant, is that even though WoW is an MMO, you can play it as a single player game. That's what was so good about hardcore. That's what is so good about hardcore, is that you're essentially playing a single player game, but other people are around you and it's populated. And sometimes you can work together, but like most of the time you're doing your own single player thing, but there's other people in the same vicinity. So it feels alive. And that's just so good, right? It's not, you're not forced to do anything. Oh man, it's something that makes classic WoW so darn special, I think. Or, I mean, even retail still kind of has this. Retail, though, you know, and I like retail. I'm playing right now, and I'm excited for it. But retail is definitely more, and I think retail players will agree with this, is more of a queue simulator, lobby simulator, M+ simulator, raid simulator, than an active, alive, like live breathing world where you're like running into other players and feeling that, at least not in the same way it was classically. So I look at retail like a little different, right? And I still like it, but I don't know. I kind of got on a tangent there, but that single player experience of going through the world, you could be kind of alone, but there's other people still populating it. I'm like, yes, exactly right.
Something, and that's the type of player that needs directed gameplay or they're going to cycle out. Not all players need it. And what WoW did, that it doesn't seem like an innovation. It doesn't seem like revolutionary, but it sort of created this directed gameplay that felt optional, but really wasn't.
I mean, I think it's absolutely revolutionary. It basically changed gaming. It changed the way we see games. And it was so successful in part because it became a mechanism by which you could spend hundreds of hours, thousands of hours in the game. I mean, it's kind of obviously, it's one of those, all these great ideas are always like this, right? In retrospect.
I wonder whose gameplay this is. Bitter Steel, his threat meter, hiding the griffins, quest dialogue here.
Like, well,
I wonder who this
obviously,
is.
if you make the Path of Least Resistance quest-driven gameplay, then it's going to be the reason that most people play. But it is true that I'm with you on, I both like the quests and cow level.
Yeah.
I guess you have to design for everybody. That's the tricky thing. Like, how do you fine tune this? If you think of it as a loop of like accept quest, kill 10 rats, turn in quest, ding, level up, that loop. Like, how do you fine tune that so it's maximum fun, or fun for the maximum number of people? How difficult is that?
It's extremely difficult, and not everybody's good at doing that. We all, to some degree, lack the self-awareness of how we tick. So we're all different types of gamers, but if you ask me to describe the type of gamer I am, I might actually be giving more of a picture of the type of gamer I wish I was, or the type of gamer I want you to think I am versus the type of gamer I actually am.
Mm-hmm.
By playing lots of games, you cannot be an exceptional game designer without playing the shit out of as much as you can and understanding on a deep level. And the weirdest part about it is you're not just looking for the greatest hits. You learn just as much from a shitty game that you do from an amazing game. And also, like, a lousy game can have a great system that was tuned wrong or lacked the correct interface, or they didn't put the right visceral polish on it. There's an executional aspect to all of it. When I'm playing, I'm not only like thinking about what makes this fun, I'm thinking about what makes this not fun, but I'm also watching everyone around me. My wife plays games, my kids play games, and understanding, like, well, what do they do and how are they different to me? Why are they finding enjoyment in this? Why are they not? What's frustrating? What did they miss?
And being raw honest with exactly what you're saying. I mean, I if I were to analyze the kind of gamer I am, why do I enjoy cow level And why above that? Why do I enjoy loot? Why is loot so fun?
Loot is
Like
fun. Loot is very fun.
What is it about opening a chest and getting a bunch of stuff? I mean, that might be like at the core of what I enjoy about gaming. That and walking around a beautiful world with nice music.
As a game designer, I'm at best a quack psychologist. You know, we can motivate you to do some weird things. The two driving motivators are extrinsic and intrinsic. And all of us at different times in our lives, in our gaming careers, whatever, we can shift from being intrinsically motivated to being extrinsically motivated. Obviously, loot is a big extrinsic motivation, but even saying that is too simplistic. Like, for example, on the loot boxes of Overwatch, there is a masterfully designed system that was designed by a game designer, not by a business person or whatever, like not a commercial person. But beyond that, we also had a really good team who said the visceral opening of the box, the sound it makes, the graphics, like the way things spill out and animate.
Yeah, that's so true. I was doing this morning a play test of Fire Mage, Frost Mage, and Arcane Mage, kind of comparing the three in AoE and single target. And we were comparing the damage numbers and how the spec played and felt. But I always find myself really enjoying Arcane. And what I was telling you guys is like, I swear it's not even the damage, because I was doing less damage as Arcane on single target and like similar on AoE. But Arcane just feels good. And I was like, what is it? And I think it's the sound of this Arcane spells and the visuals of the Arcane spells. It just feels like I'm pumping. I think I've actually talked to someone about this before, maybe at Blizzard at some point in the past, but a lot of mages in PvE gravitate towards Arcane and like resist trying to play Frost for some reason in PvE, like against bosses. And I think there might be something to that. Like, it's just dopamine, right? Even if it's like worse, it's like, oh, but this spec has so much dopamine. Feels amazing to play.
All of that is as satisfying as well. And you're trying to, like, there's the lizard brain part of it, of like, how does it, like, I see chest, I know it's gonna feel good, it's gonna feel good. And then there's the spreadsheety part of it, of what does it have? Is it an upgrade? And I think great game designers know how to tap into both of those things, you know, tap into the intrinsic and extrinsic. There's like when I was studying writing, you would study the elements of fiction, and you know, these are just like basic things like plot and character development and setting and theme and whatever. And there's no like textbook that exists for game design, at least none that has been introduced to me yet. But I think about like elements of fun. What are the things that create fun for players? And they're not the same. Like it really, every human being is different. Like progression is fun. Sense of progression, that I'm investing, I'm putting an investment into this game, and then the game is recognizing my investment. That things like leveling, things like the amount of gold you have, those are all
This is one of the reasons I got so addicted to WoW, is because I felt like my time wasn't wasted, right? I'm playing a game, but I'm building some type of prog on my character. An achievement, gold, level, gear, items, something. My time wasn't wasted. And that WoW wasn't going anywhere. It's not like 6 months later, the servers are going down and it's gone, you know? And obviously people have different like feelings about this. Like you can play a game just for the fun in itself, and then you stop playing and like, that's fine. But like something about that like character progression that just stuck. And that's why I'm so excited for Classic Plus. And that's why I'm like kind of sad about something like a seasonal realm, like a SOD or something that just, you know, it's fun. I loved SOD, but now it's gone. And it's like, man, my character and all the memories, like it's just kind of sitting there. It would be nice to have this forever kind of surfer that continues to progress. And then I felt that way about retail for a long time, but the way I look at retail now is definitely more of like a seasonal kind of experience as well, or at least that kind of feels like it's that way in a sense. Like the big patches and expansions are always really fun, but besides that, I'm not like super tied into like, oh, this is my, you know. But I think in Classic Plus I would be, maybe, I don't know. I felt that way about SOD actually for a long time. I had my like SOD main, and then it seasonal, so hopefully we can bring that back.
Investment based, there's mastery, there's just pure raw skill. Creativity is one, and hand in hand with creativity is customization, and some of those can be aesthetic, like look at my customized character, and I have the black curly hair, and I put an earring in my character, and I'm customizing in that way. The other is customizing my build. I'm going to come up with the Whirlwind Barbarian, and I'm the first to do it. These are all elements of fun that designers can tap into, and in fact are frequently tapping into, but they're never defined anywhere. And I find that players drift. Like, I'm the type of player who's not really loot motivated. I'm more motivated by seeing.
Yeah, Jeff, neither am I. I actually don't care about loot at all. I mean, I'm there in the raids for the fun, man. Like, I am just there. I love it, man. I want to just, I don't care if any loot drops.
The content the world has to offer. And often that takes me on a detour of being loot motivated, because there might be a dragon or a demon somewhere that I can't beat without this level of armor and sword. So now I'm loot motivated for some period of time to get back to being content motivated. Or if I'm having trouble defeating a boss, I might have to go back and look at the skills and abilities that my character's using, and I have to go into creativity mode. Oh, he has that one AE where area of effect, where he puts a curse on me. And, you know, if I had this counter ability to the curse, I could beat the boss to get the loot, to get to the next boss. These are all cycles that are tapping into all those different elements of fun.
And ultimately enjoying and discovering what the world gives you, has to offer to you. And you have a lot of hats as a gamer. So you love the RPG, MMORPG world, but you're also a big shooter guy. Can you explain to me what fun in a shooter context is? And we'll talk about Overwatch as a specific kind of fun. Maybe you're also a huge fan of the ultra realistic shooters, Call of Duty. What is the definition of fun there?
There's a lot of skill and mastery. Off the cuff flippant comment would be clicking heads. You know, I'm just trying to click heads.
Okay.
There's an intimacy also
Thanks for the sub,
to the
Topanga.
first person camera. And now not all shooters are first person. There's a large trend these days to third person.
Bro, I've told you guys this a couple times in the last few weeks. I feel like such a boomer. It's embarrassing, but like, bro, I can't play first-person games without getting nauseous. I can play for a little bit, but if I play for too long and I'm jerking the camera around first person, I just feel like I'm going to vomit. It's so brutal. Even with all the settings, FOV, motion blur, blah, blah, blah. I've tried all that. Dude, it's so rough. So I have to play third person. Even when I did my Oblivion playthrough last year, I had to play Oblivion in third person, and it felt so wrong because I'm like, wait, why is everyone saying, huh? I don't even know what I said. But it felt so wrong to have to zoom out on Oblivion. It's like, what is this? Anyway, I'm a third person boomer now, so yeah.
I really think PUBG and Fortnite sort of opened that third person shooter door. And you're seeing games like Arc Raiders are third person, but to me, nothing is as pure as first person. Like you're literally.
I'm gonna let this play through, and I got some lunch. W Shannon. This is the single player versus multiplayer section. I was gonna skip it, but maybe I'll eat lunch while this is going. And then the next one is how Blizzard made great games into online toxicity into why Titan failed. So I think all three of these I'm really looking forward to. Anyway,
living in the world as that being, you can look at your hands, and it's that pure visceral test of skill of can you click on the thing fast enough. And when it's PvP based, you know that's coming at you.
Could you lay out for people who don't necessarily know what PvP and PvE is, and single player,
Absolutely.
multiplayer, massively online multiplayer?
So PvP is player versus player. So that means a combative, if Lex and I are up against each other, we're attacking each other. We call that PvP. You can get killed by another player. Player versus environment is anytime you're shooting computer controlled opponents. So if it's a game about dragons, the dragon is the environment in PvE.
And we should say that PvP and PvE, the P might be multiple players. So it could be 5 versus 5, 6 versus 6 for PvP, and for PvE it could be like raids where it's multiple people, large groups of people going against the AI.
Yep. So single player, that's a game that you play totally by yourself. Like you don't play with anybody else. You can't play with anybody else. It's not networked to play with other people. For example, I'm playing a game called Story of Seasons right now on the Switch, which I just play by myself. I have my farm. There's a town. I'm meeting people in the town, and no one can come and join me and interact with that. So it's a very controlled experience. Single player games are very difficult, or they can be very difficult and expensive in terms of production to create. Like if you think of a game like Uncharted or Last of Us that's made by Naughty Dog, like those are kind of the preeminent best single player games you could talk about. They're very handcrafted. Every experience is made just for you. One up from that is what I call co-op. And these terms become interchangeable, so I'm using some semantics here. But co-op is any cooperative experience that we can play together, but we're sharing an exact same experience very intentionally. And it's me sharing that experience only with other people that I know. So a great example of a cooperative game, maybe one of the best of all times, was Left 4 Dead, which is a game where you and 3 other people go in and you fight like hordes of zombies and you try to progress through to the end safe room. It's a very cooperative experience. A game like Diablo 4, you can play cooperatively.
This is gonna sound so dumb, but did zombies come from Left 4 Dead? Like Call of Duty zombies? Probably. I didn't know that. Oh, it didn't. Which one was first then? Did Left 4 Dead come from zombies? No, just similar timing. Oh, so they're not the same thing. The way he explained it made it sound like very, very similar. No zombie game is still yet to come close to Left 4 Dead or Left 4 Dead 2. Oh, I see. They sounded pretty darn similar in like similar time periods. I don't know if they were motivated by each other at all.
With other people. Now, one up from that is multiplayer. And that's when you're engaging with strangers who are in the same world that you might not have the same cooperative goals as. You might have very opposed goals to them. You might PvP them, or they might just be random strangers that you pass in a town or city and never see again. And then massively multiplayer, which is what the MMO online sort of stands for, massively multiplayer online game. That's when you're breaking into thousands of players. And the world's become really, really big at that point.
And by the way, we should say that the co-op could be remote connection, but there's also, what would you call that, couch co-op, where you have 2 people. Some games really design well for the experience of 2 humans sitting together and playing the game together.
Yep.
Which is a really tricky thing to design for, but if it's done well, it's a really fulfilling experience. Like with a friend, with a loved one, you can like play a game together. And Diablo 4, I should say, is an example of a game that does that really well. They do couch co-op. Like 2 people can play Diablo sitting together, And there's a real intimate experience in that.
It's funny because it actually like predates the couch. Even some of those old arcade games,
Yeah.
like would have 2 joysticks on them, and then you could play with
Right.
somebody else. Or there's famous game Gauntlet had 4 joysticks and 4 people playing together. And then anybody who grew up in that early console era, like NES, Sega Genesis was a legendary one. We would sit and we play NHL 93 on the couch, and anybody who lost, you'd lose the controller. And you could play that with up to 4 people playing. Or I remember one of the big games that came out was Mortal Kombat. And we would play Mortal Kombat on the Sega Genesis. And it was the house rules were, whoever lost. So whether you were in your college dorm or just some buddy's apartment and there's 5 people there, you're constantly cycling everybody in and out. But there's just a magic to multiplayer of engaging and sharing in the experience with other people. That's why I've never made a single player game. I have great admiration for them. I don't know if I could do it. The challenge, the reason I love multiplayer so much, the way I describe being a game director or game designer on a multiplayer game, it's like, imagine if you were going to be a movie director and you were going to have all these actors and set designers and props and, writers and scripts and all of this stuff. And your goal was to get a certain movie made. But we're going to ask you, the director, you're going to leave the room. You can set it all up ahead of time. And then you're not allowed to be there or talk to anybody involved in it. And now you need the actors to have an experience. And it's just kind of the wildest, funnest experiment.
From a designer creator perspective, because you don't know what the players will create. So that's fun to see. You lay out the chess.
So we're talking single player versus multiplayer here. And generally I like multiplayer too, although single player can be fun sometimes. What I want to do another distinction, and I heard Reckful say this once a long time ago, and he said you have single player, you have multiplayer, but when you're a streamer, it's this third element that makes it even more fun, because everything you do in this online world, you're sharing it with everybody watching as well. So it's you're playing the online game with other people, but then sharing it with other people online. And on top of that, you can also play with everyone who's watching online if you do a viewer raid or a viewer dungeon or anything like that. And that's what makes streaming so special, is it's going even beyond. So playing off stream, I've found just doesn't hit the same or feel the same. I mean, it's been a long time. It's just kind of you do something crazy and it's oh, did you see that? And I'm thinking oh, I wish I was recording, or I wish I was streaming. But maybe that's just streamer brain. But anyway, I feel it pushes a whole nother level when you start streaming, man.
Board, you lay out the world and then you get to watch what they create together. That's true.
I struggle because sometimes people call me the anti-story guy in games, and that really hurts me because I actually love story in games, and I counter that I'm the anti-shitty story guy. And what I mean by that is the most magical stories that I've ever heard come out of video games are player stories about, the time I gave Barfa a potion and then I met him in real life. That's better than any video game writing that I've heard in a long while. The player story is so much more interesting, Lex, why do you like the cow level so much? And tell me about some goofy time, like a loot goblin drew.
This is what makes hardcore so fun too, is when you're playing hardcore, there's always characters that come up, player characters that come up and add to the story of it. Like Twitch chat getting Jessica killed, or, Vixon asking if I want more DPS. Or Tyler 1 calling for everyone to stay in and stand in the fire, or just these things that happen that are way more memorable than anything else, right? You look back and that's what made it so special. like someone like falling off a zeppelin, or like dying on the way to a dungeon, or like even in not hardcore, just normal like classic WoW. Remember like your friends along the way that you made and you saw them kind of leveling up with you, all that kind of stuff, man.
You into the most danger
As he
and
falling,
but there was another player there, and then like those are the stories that I think are more interesting from games. There are some exceptional writers in video games and some exceptional games at story. I've mentioned Naughty Dog, like they're kind of on another level, but Valve has amazing writing. The writing behind Half-Life 2, Mark Laidlaw, the writing behind Portal and Portal 2, I think it was Eric Wolpaw, who's hilarious, just amazing, and Rockstar. Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, and that's a game where you can see the expertise and mastery of the game design and the narrative design, and the fact that you can have those player stories of just the goofy shit. Like I remember, because the controls are a little awkward in Red Dead for a PC player who's playing on console. Like I always get confused about like taking out my gun and putting it away and what's, the L1 and L2. Like as a PC gamer, I'm just like, let me bind this stuff to where I want it. And so like, a guy in town rides by and he's like, howdy partner. And I go to like, give him the Arthur Morgan, hey, what's up back? And I just whip out my sawed off shotgun and like blow his fucking head off. And then the whole town is like, suddenly dude. I'm like, I'm wanted and I'm being chased. And then there's a train that like takes out the posse. And it's like those stories. And the fact that Red Dead can have, this like touching, heartbreaking story of Arthur Morgan and his journey, but you can also have, the player story of blowing off the poor guy.
And that's a combination.
Yeah.
And then Rockstar does a really good job with, even in Grand Theft Auto with the radio, it could be kind of a side aspect of the game. That great writing there can help create the world.
Yeah.
With humor, with color, with depth, with heartbreak, all that kind of stuff.
There was a moment in Red Dead where there's the Daniel Lanois song. That's the way it is. I love Daniel Lanois. So the fact that somehow Rockstar landed him and was able to get that song out of him. And there's this moment where you're like riding back and they start that song, and everything up to then had been and gorgeous, like more of a score. There's Woody Jackson, who's like a really amazing game composer. He had done the score for that. And so nothing had been like lyrical with words. And then they play the Daniel Lanois song, and there's like the quotes are coming back from like Dutch.
I haven't played. I watched Savix play a little bit, but not like a crazy amount. So maybe we'll have to do this as well.
And Arthur Morgan, and I'm just like, God damn, this is art. This is like, I know it's supposed to be entertainment. I know it's a business, but the top of the pyramid is art, and it just hit me emotionally.
Yeah, there's certain games where that moment. And you just imagine the number of people who shed a tear during that moment. Then that's just a reflection of how much you're invested into this world, into these characters. And it's a beautiful thing. I have to ask you about this image that you sent me. It's super cool. So yeah, I would love it if we could nerd out about it a little bit. The zone flow for the original World of Warcraft. There's a bunch of zones. It'd be awesome if you kind of talk through how like this world is built. Take me to that time when you're designing this before anyone else got a chance to play it.
All WoW stuff, it would start from that inspiration of Chris and the world. And, it's so fun hanging out with Chris because we had whiteboards all over the place. And, hey, Chris, we should make Eastern Kingdoms. What do you think it should be? And he would just tell you the story of each of these as he's just drawing, and Chris is a really talented artist.
Sick, dude.
So the map would be gorgeous. I have lots of like photographs of Chris maps.
Wait, Kalimdor was like undermined sunken lands? Kalimdor is like this? Kael'Thalas, Northrend, sunken lands. Dark Elf lands, Hyshal, Tauren lands. Huh.
That he would just kind of whiteboard up. He's like, here's the Dwarven lands, there's wetlands with Cosmodon up there, and that's where this, tribe of dwarves were from. And then the, humans are going to be down with Elwyn Forest, and in Westfall, there's, this group called the Defias Brotherhood, and they have a place called Dead Mines. So I would talk to Chris,
it was
because
all Chris, man.
you want to capture the spirit. Like as a game designer, you want to capture the experience that's in people's heads. So like take Burning Steps, for example, supposed to be one of the scariest places with lava and dragons and, all this kind of stuff. That doesn't feel like where you want to start. It feels like where you want to end. So you kind of work the world flow in a way that puts that at the end. But there was also kind of some magic to the original starting areas where we gave the dwarves and the humans a free flight path between the dwarf hometown was called Ironforge, the human hometown was called Stormwind, and we allowed you to fly for free. So like these little newbies who were, level 5 or something, if you played a dwarf and I played a human, I'm like, Lex, don't worry, I'll come to Ironforge and we'll hook up and I'll just fly out to you, which is the magic of World of Warcraft. You have to fly over Burning Steps. And
does human get dwarf? If you make a human, do you get Ironforge flight path? No, you totally have to get it. Right? You totally have to run and get the flight path. You don't get it right away, right? No, it's the tram. Well, yeah, you have the tram. But he's saying maybe this predated the tram. I don't know. Maybe he means the tram. I mean, he's literally talking about flying over Burning Steps in Searing Gorge. Or maybe he's just talking about once you go through the tram and get the flight path, then it doesn't cost gold, but doesn't it? If you fly from Ironforge to Stormwind, does it cost money? I think it does. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, it's like 50 copper or something. Maybe he's talking about like in the beta or something, it was different, maybe predating the tram. He said free, maybe no charge. I mean, it was definitely like 50 copper. It's like 50 copper or something, I think. Maybe it was just before
Searing Gorge, and you look down and you're like, holy shit, that looks scary and dangerous, and it plants that seed of things to come.
So you've designed some incredible quests. Is there any that stand out that you're proud of, ashamed of? I mean, you are famously have designed the Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest.
Oh gosh.
One of the most infamous quests in the
no way, bro.
history of WoW, of gaming, where you had to collect a bunch of pages.
This would be a Jeff quest. This would be. Because he's like, yeah, bro, I love killing the same mob for 8 hours. And like, he loves just like grinding the same. It's like, yeah, bro, let's just try to get all the pages and chapters together. It makes sense.
Green Hills of Stranglethorn.
Bro.
Maybe can you comment on that one, or any quest that you just springs to mind?
Green Hills of Stranglethorn holds a lot of emotional value for me because amongst WoW players back in the day, it was unanimously hated as one of the shittiest, most annoying quests. But it holds a really special place in my heart. First of all, it's one of the few times that I just like wrote a short story that's actually in the game. It's me paying homage to Hemingway. And the guy who gives you the quest, his name is Hemet Nessingwary, which is just me rearranging the letters of Hemingway. There's another quest giver there that's Kerouac's name, also mixed up. And then it was the typical hubris of a junior game designer who thinks he's clever but is actually a dipshit. That's the Green Hills of Stranglethorn like summed up. So like I wrote the story over like it was.
I've never actually read the story. Every time I usually abandon the quest because I'm like, I'm not gonna do this, and like I'm not here long enough to actually collect all the pages. And I'm usually a solo self-found player, so I don't buy them from the auction house or whatever, or get traded them. No handouts at Tuku, by the way. So I usually like I haven't actually finished this to read it. And now I feel like I need to.
Winter break, like everybody was gone, and I just was so happy to be in the office. You know, I'm at Blizzard by myself, writing late at night. And the whole idea, and this is very much what I call ant farm designer, which is bad, which is, you know, you're the game designer who's playing God and players are the ants in your ant farm and you want to see what they're going to do, which is not the correct way to be a good multiplayer designer. But I hadn't learned that yet. And there's a really great famous Sid Meier quote, where it says there's 3 types of fun: fun for the player, fun for the designer, and fun for the computer. And we catch ourselves. We're like, you know, we got to be really careful. It has to be fun for the player, not fun for us. So this Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest was like an ant farm design of, I'm going to write this, honestly, probably pretty shitty story. I haven't read it since 2003, so God only knows if it's any good. But I wrote the story and then I divided it up into all of these different pages. And the quest giver, Hemant Nessingwary, wants you to put together, like the story's like he wrote this book, but then the pages got scattered across Stranglethorn Vale. And when you're doing quest design, you're really thinking about the player flow and you're directing them from quest giver hubs out into these destinations, and you want them to do all the destinations. But sometimes we would do these bridging quests where you could do anything in the zone, and it sort of had this overlap. And so the pages of Green Hills of Stranglethorn could be looted off of any creature anywhere in Stranglethorn Vale. And it was kind of like that McDonald's Monopoly game where you have to have all the pieces or else you're not going to win. But where I really went south, I don't think the idea in a vacuum is horrible, but where this really fell apart was the interface of World of Warcraft wasn't set up. Like the pages didn't stack.
True.
There wasn't a dedicated container to put all the pages in. So players had very limited bag space.
Yeah.
And as they're fighting in Stranglethorn Vale, I'm just shitting up their inventory.
Yeah.
With all of these pages. And they only needed so many. Like, you might get unlucky and you have like 3-page 5s that are just junk in your inventory. And I might have like 8-page 6s. And then everybody, and this was the goal, like the designer trying to puppeteer everybody. Everybody in Stranglethorn chat is like, hey, I'm looking for a page 6. Anyone got a page 3?
But that's actually kind of cool, though. It gets people talking and interacting and trading and like looking for page 3. It's like, oh, I have duplicates of that, but can I trade you for page 9 or whatever? That's actually kind of cool. But yeah, the inventory problem, like, bro, every time I do the quest, I just vendor them all. It's like, bro, I don't have room for this, man.
And that was like my fantasy as a designer of like, and then they're going to be social.
I also play solo self-found, so I can't trade anyway.
And meet each other, and players are going to be appreciative for each other. But really all everybody did was just eventually no one did the quest. They just were super annoyed where they went to the auction house. So the quest is famous in that it was so aggravating and annoying. And it just became a way, it not only became a way for me to learn from my mistakes, but because I was very open with the fact that I didn't think it was good and that the quest had failed, it opened the door for us at Blizzard to be critical of our own work. Like, it's always easier if you're the first one to go out and say, hey guys, I think I made one of the shittiest quests in the game and here's why. And then it sort of challenged people to make better versions of it.
I mean,
That's
again, you
great,
continue to
that's
speak
great.
with so much humility. But WoW turned out to be one of the biggest games of all time,
True.
both in terms of popularity, how many players play it, revenue, and critical acclaim. And then you rose to become a game director of WoW, helping release Wrath of the Lich King, which by many is considered to be the greatest expansion. I mean, there's a million questions I can ask here, but maybe this is also a good place to ask about the famous Blizzard polish. So Blizzard as a company has historically, and you were certainly...
Okay, so we just finished up the single player versus multiplayer segment. Now we're getting into the segment. It's cut off. I think it's just how Blizzard made great games. Let me see. Yeah, just... Oh, wait. Yeah, how Blizzard made great games is the segment that we're heading into now. This next segment is only like 20-something minutes. And then the Why Titan Failed one I think sounds interesting too. But he's starting off with a question about polish, so let's check it out.
A big part of that delivered these games that were just got so many pieces right and well functioning and well coordinated and just feel finished in a way that a lot of other games don't get right. So what does it take to take this gigantic game, this game played by millions of people, loved by millions of people, and deliver it in a way where it's like it all just works?
I think this is a good question because every time I talk to someone about why they play WoW, there's a lot of different reasons, but like MMO players by and large say like one thing repeatedly, and it's the game is so smooth. Every other MMO that comes out, you run around and it's laggy and janky and it doesn't feel good, but WoW is snappy, it's smooth, it's polished. You get in and it's just like, yes, I am my character. This feels great. And that's kind of this polish question. It's like, it just feels good. It's not janky, you know? Even if I want to play another MMO, like it just feels janky. It's like, ugh.
To have a level of polish is like a studio-wide culture that has to be instilled in everybody. Like, no one can be satisfied with a bug. Every game is going to have bugs, and Blizzard games have bugs. It's a question of how quickly do you fix them and with what urgency. And as players ourselves, if we're playing as much as anybody else, we're going to be motivated to fix the bugs. There are some really tactical aspects to it too. The quality assurance department at Blizzard is the best in the industry. Like, the people who come and do QA at Blizzard, they're passionate gamers. Many of them want to be developers themselves, and they're not just doing it for a job. They do it because they fucking love the game. And the relationship we tried to develop between us on the development teams and QA was extremely tight. And whenever possible, we also tried to sit as many QA members up with the development team as possible, depending on the logistics of, in the early days, we didn't always have the space for all of QA to sit with us. We were very fortunate on the Overwatch team to have a large amount of QA sitting with us, and then developing that relationship. In the early days, there were these fears of like, well, QA can't talk to the developers, and trying to shatter that because some of our QA members knew the game so inside out. You would just say to them like, hey, dude, just message me anytime. Here's my home number. Like, call me if there's a bug. If you think we're going to get raked over the coals on this, you got to speak up. I don't care what the chain of command is. Like, we got to fix this thing. So QA was amazing.
I mean, so can you speak to QA, quality assurance, at the peak of the craft? What does it entail? Like, you're basically experiencing the game and trying to figure out on a particular slices of that experience that can be improved?
Yeah, people simplify the role by just, oh, these guys just get to play games all day and then like let us know if there's a bug. They are so systematic in the way they test stuff. They come up with these plans that are actually amazing of like who's going to test what. There's a lot of regression testing that goes on. Within QA, there will also be compatibility testing. The Blizzard compatibility department was amazing. Like they had every card, every machine, every configuration, and they would roll through to make sure there wasn't some quirk that was going to come up on some video card or some motherboard that you weren't expecting. But it was all very systematic. It wasn't just Wild West, let's play the game. And then as a developer interacting with QA, you would find that there were certain specialists, whether like for example, on Overwatch, there were a couple of players that like we all were shooter players when we were making Overwatch, but I'm not like esports level shooter player. I'm like, you know, Gen X or remember Doom, how good I was type of shooter player. But we had, you know, a couple of these QA specialists who like they could just snipe from 100 meters out and hit the shot every time and tell us if there was a frame of input delay, you know, and then you sit that person with an engineer and say, hey, I think there's some input lag here.
That's amazing.
And sure enough, they'd be right. But you have to have that
That's still kind of how it works. A lot of people that I know that were like top level PvPers, sweaty, super, you know, every little tiny nook and cranny of the game at a, you know, at a technical level they understood, because it's like that stuff matters when you're top 0.1%, right? And they go apply at Blizzard, they get the QA jobs, right? The QA jobs are the ones, obviously they're a little lower paid, they're like entry, but yeah, then the developers talk to these guys, and these guys like have played the darn game. There's, what is it called? Like there's a game play paradox or something, where like there's people that make the games and the people that play the games, and the people that like play the games oftentimes know the direction better than the people that make the games, because the people that make the games don't have the time to play the games as much as the time of the people that play the games have the time to play the games, right? I'm probably butchering that a little bit, but the people that are QA testers have the time to play the game, so their information and like the value they can give to the devs is so important, right? And like it's so important. It's the sweaty guys, man. It's like the guys like us that are just in the trenches playing the game. And yeah, anyway, shout out to the QA team, man, because it makes it makes a big difference. So you QA guys, keep sending.
Relationship where the devs trust QA, or just even on like World of Warcraft, they had a great relationship with QA, and that they built out a full raid team to do the raids. And then you're not only like looking for bugs, like, hey, the dragon was supposed to fly and instead it just like sunk through the world and the game crashed, which would happen. But like, if you really value QA, you're asking them, what do you do? What do you think? You're, you know, like 10 million people are going to see this. Your opinion, multiply it. You know, it matters. What do you think? You know, are you having fun? Oh, yeah, this is cool. This isn't cool. So QA was important. The other thing that was important is the Blizzard engineering, which you have to architect your game to be hot fixable. And what a hot fix is, games, there's a couple ways to fix them. The way most of us know, because all the software we have gets a patch. You know, you have to update it. You have to download a new version of it. Windows, you know, you get that annoying message like there's a new version of Windows, and it takes, you know, a few minutes and you update it. You know, obviously we patch our games, and that's where we fix a lot of bugs. But if you really want to run a game like Overwatch or World of Warcraft successfully, you need master level engineers who have architected the client and server in such a way that you can hot fix the game on a dime. And what a hot fix is a server patch that no one's client has to go down for.
Mm-hmm. It's because you're dealing with a huge number of players and you discover an issue and you want to respond to that issue really quickly.
Yeah, there's emergency issues like something's crashing. Like the worst case scenario is anytime the server's crashing. Or in Overwatch, like a really catastrophic bug would be something where you have to disable a hero. Like someone found an exploit and you have to disable a hero from the lineup. You want to turn around that hotfix, if you can, in half an hour, get that hero back live. You might have somebody who only plays that hero, and the only reason they're going to play Overwatch is because that hero is active. You don't want to wait for patches, and you want to hotfix as fast as you can.
And then also to improve the game quickly, to just even subtle stuff.
Players feel it. Like that's where there's this idea of like the love and the craftsmanship of the developer that you can feel. Like any product, your iPhone or Android or like any computer consumer product, you can feel when there are people who loved it behind it and aren't just putting it out on a shelf. And games have that as well, where you can feel the like heart and soul of the developer in the thing. And some of that's like the joy and delight of like that there's a cow level, right? That's you can feel the humanity of the development team through that.
Very
but
true.
Another part of that is like, do they clean up their fucking yard? Does this game work? Is it? And it's not just the bugs and the crashes. It's like when balance gets wacky and stupid and, suddenly everybody's a barbarian and whirlwinding and no one else will play anything else. You're like, we should probably fix that.
Yeah.
Those were the days. I sadly was the barbarian whirlwind guy.
One-handed.
Yeah, it brought so much joy. So a lot of people modern day think of you as Jeff from the Overwatch team.
My name is Jeff from the Overwatch team. I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team. I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team.
Nice. Hi,
But
Jeff.
you almost have forgot. You were the game director of WoW in an era when WoW was one of the biggest games in the world. Just, looking back,
Wow.
what wisdom can you draw from that time when you got to experience this era of gaming that changed gaming forever, where it's millions of people playing this video game?
It was my first game I worked on, and I joined it as this entry-level dude.
Yeah.
I still have my offer letter from Blizzard, which was for $35K a year. That's what I was making. And very shortly after WoW shipped, Alan left his lead before the beta, or like right around the beta. And then Rob took over as the lead designer. And then he left the team very shortly after WoW shipped to go start StarCraft 2. And he put myself and Tom Chilton in charge. Tom is a designer he was a great partner of mine and a great leader. And he actually came from Ultima Online. And so I always looked up to Tom because he had a lot more experience than I did. And this is like early 2005. The world was on fire. The servers were barely running. WoW had taken off like gangbusters. And they basically put me and Tom in charge of WoW. And at the time they promoted me, my title, I didn't even have a lead title. My title was senior game designer. And Tom and I were running the design of WoW at that time. So I thought it was totally normal. And I thought what we were experiencing with WoW was just normal for making a video game because it was the first video game that I had worked on.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was the funnest joyride because we were working on WoW. We were still working insane hours. And then I'd get home, eat dinner, and then me and my wife would log in and play WoW, for 4 hours. And then I'd go in the next day and I'd work. And it was just
legendary. So like that's why it worked so well, right? Like if you have the game devs who are making the game all day come home and play, I mean, sheesh. Yeah, that's when it works, man. That is nuts.
Whole life was World of Warcraft. And I loved it. Like I loved everything from, the creative meetings with Chris Metzen and just what an inspiration and muse he was, down to the simplest, dumbest design stuff that like we as game designers, like you want to talk about why a button is in the lower left versus lower right and what does that mean. That's like 2 hours of discussion. And is there a better way? Like the 10,000 minutia problems were thrilling to me. And then also the big disasters, like I had, in the early days of WoW, we didn't really have all the processes in place for like how to deal with being a successful online game. And I literally had GMs, like game masters. These are customer support guys calling my home phone at 3 a.m.
Oh crap.
Like I remember this one time there was some faction token in Stranglethorn Vale and they figured out a way to exploit it. And this GM calls me panicked. It's 3 a.m.
Oh, no.
He's like, I'm just spawning, what did we call them? Guardians of Blizzard. They were these giant infernals that we just made that instantly death touched anything. We used to have them when we were in the beta, like off in the distance of places players weren't supposed to get in case they cheated their way there. And this GM is just spawning them all over Stranglethorn Vale because he's worried because the players are exploiting. And it's like 3 a.m. and I'm talking in hushed tones because my wife is sleeping right next to the bed. I'm doing this because it was actually like before the cell phone days when I actually had a landline. But that's just how... And I loved it. I loved the thrill
That's wild.
of those big moments, the minutia. And I felt like through the running WoW Live, which was me and Tom together with an amazing team, we kind of learned how to be the WoW team. Mm-hmm. And putting WoW in a box and shipping it was like only chapter 1 in a 12-chapter book, essentially. And that first, how to run the game, how to patch it, what type of content, how to deal with emergencies, what should our customer support be like? I mean, we would debate, should we have a launcher or not? In the early days, the only reason the launcher existed in WoW was to run anti-cheat on your machine. And we had a moment where we figured out how to put that into the game and out of the launcher. And it was the first time I ever really had an in-depth conversation with Mike Morheim. He's like, you got to bring the launcher back, guys. And we're like, why? He's like, there's no better way for us to talk to our players. And I remember trying to hide the launcher. And to this day, Mike was right. Like that launcher turned out to be the best thing we ever had. That's essentially what BattleNet has morphed into these days. But all those decisions... and when it came time to make Burning Crusade,
I don't know about you guys, but I've actually really enjoyed the WoW launcher over the years. Like if you're a Blizzard gamer, it's all your games in one place. It tends to work and update and not bug and it's easy. I remember the first time I was playing other games because WoW was pretty all-consuming for me for a really long time. And I was like, these launchers suck. Like, give me the BNet launcher. Bro, I remember the first time I had to use Steam and I started getting used to using Steam and I'm like, this sucks. Like, BNet is so much better. Like, growing up with BNet or growing up with the WoW launcher before BNet had existed, I was like, it's kind of nice. You just updates, you play, it's smooth, it doesn't crash and bug out. Like, nice.
you know, at that point, Tom and I were leads. We were full. They had actually promoted us. There were two big exoduses of groups that quit Blizzard. They were disenfranchised. If you can believe it, like we just shipped World of Warcraft, and this whole group just walked out the door. I was actually sitting, my desk faced Morheim's office, and I watched them all go in and quit. And they were the group that formed Carbine, which made the game WildStar. Ended up taking them 10 years to make. And they were just really unhappy with World of Warcraft, and they were unhappy with
Wow.
I don't know what they were unhappy with. They were unhappy enough to walk out the door right after we had shipped WoW.
That's incredible. But what is
Wait.
it? Just because
They left in 2004 to end up making WildStar that didn't come out until 10 years later? So like 2014? I didn't know it was in production that long. Wow. I thought they left much later. Like much later. I don't know when I thought. I thought it was in production maybe 4 years. They left in like 2010 or something. I didn't know it was like, that's crazy. Holy moly.
they put their heart and soul in the game and they maybe get exhausted in a certain kind of way.
Yeah, and I don't want to, it's not fair of me to speak on their behalf. I think they were promised some compensation that they didn't immediately see. I don't know if the game, like, here's the weird part when you make a game. When you come up with the idea and you start pitching it to people, that's the best the game is ever going to be. And then you work on it, like, you know, games I've worked on take 5 years, you know, Overwatch was 2.5, 3 years. Every day you get close to ship, the imagination of the ideal game gets farther and farther from the reality, and you're always shipping this like greatly sacrificed thing that nowhere near matches the imagination of the inception of the idea. So you become disenfranchised with the concept.
So in some sense, you're constantly in a state of disappointment. You're basically shipping a lesser thing than you've been dreaming about. So
Yes.
You're doing less and less and less, saying no and no and cutting and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's difficult, psychologically difficult, but nevertheless, the result when you zoom out is one of the greatest games of all time. And then millions of people played for thousands of hours. It's just
tens of thousands.
Did you ever have
or
an
more.
experience, a realization how huge WoW was? In terms of not like statistics on the server and so on, but the cultural impact it had.
The first time was the first BlizzCon, which was in 2005.
BlizzCon special, man.
So when WoW shipped, and this is so weird to tell people, but on the team, not everyone, but a lot of us were very demoralized after WoW shipped. There were all sorts of issues with the servers because the game did way more successful than we expected it to do. And the server load was just nuts. Like we were doing our best to hire database programmers, you know, because we just didn't know how to deal with this sheer scope of the game. But when you're an individual, like, and at that time, like I mentioned, there were multiple exoduses of people who quit Blizzard. They went and formed a couple notable studios. One was Carbine. The other was Red 5. And we lost like kind of our core people. Like when Red 5 started, that was our team leader. That was Mark Kern, and our art director,
wow,
Bill
I didn't
Petrus.
know Mark
They
left so
quit.
early.
When Carbine started, it was, I think, all of our animators and some of our best programmers. And like, it's really demoralizing when you lose team members like that. But then we were also underwater.
I wonder what happened. Because so WoW launches, it's like way more successful than anyone thinks. And then everyone at Blizzard bounces. I wonder what happened. Is there a place to read up on this? I know there's that one book. What's it called? Play Nice, I think. Maybe it's in there. What video is this? This is the Jeff Kaplan WoW interview with Lex Fridman. It wasn't there. Vision, Crunch, Money. I have not read Play Nice. I have it on my reading list. I kind of want to check it out because I'm kind of curious. Like, it was so massively successful and everyone bounced. That's wild. But then TBC comes out. It might have been that they were getting paid $35K a year. I mean, yeah, maybe. Stress, leadership issues, same old story. Huh. He said it was before WoW hit big, though. Did he? I think it was more like during WoW hitting big. It's like as it was kind of happening.
Like the servers aren't running. We're not able to keep up with demand. And we had to start putting patches out. And now we're making patches like, for a while we had one animator who stuck around. And then eventually he left also. But you're doing like, okay, we got to now do a patch without an animator. A lot of our art team was gone at that point, and you're trying to keep the ship afloat, and the morale was just in the shitter. Like, everybody felt very down on Team 2, the WoW team is called Team 2, and that we had somehow failed. And during that time, there was this idea to do BlizzCon. And the way that started was EverQuest had done these like meetups because they knew it was like a big guild social game and people would get together at like some hotel ballroom and you'd sit with your guild at like a banquet room table. And to give credit where credit's due, I remember sitting in the meeting for what was to become BlizzCon. It was Pardo who said, Blizzard's bigger than that. We're not just one game. And I know everybody's focused on World of Warcraft right now. We should do BlizzCon. And at the time, we had a game called StarCraft Ghost was in development, and that was getting ready to show. And there was Frozen Throne, which was the expansion to Warcraft 3. But like, we knew we were going to make StarCraft 2. And then there was a lot of motion happening with Blizzard North, which is a whole separate story. But there was like, hey, we could really do a cool show. That's this BlizzCon thing. And at first, we kind of announced it, and it just was crickets. You know, when you're like excited about something, you're like, man, everybody's going to love, like, we're doing BlizzCon. Everybody's kind of like, crickets, what's BlizzCon? Who cares?
Dang, that's wild.
We're idiots. We're reading the forums, and the forums are just flaming us all the time. Like, there's lag on this server, and can't log into that server. And that was our perspective of what was happening. And then, like I said, give Mike Morheim credit where credit's due. He kept us committed to that launcher, and they put the BlizzCon tickets on the launcher, which they hadn't done before. It was on the website. And so everybody who logged into World of Warcraft suddenly got this like, hey, we're doing BlizzCon.
Man, I never thought about the launcher as such an invaluable piece of infrastructure for them, because the shop is on here now too. Every time we go in, you have the shop button right there with all of the stuff. I didn't even think about that. It's way more accessible than going to the website. Just click buy, your credit card's already in there. It's like, geez, it's all in there. And then for BlizzCon, yeah, same thing. They sell out tickets in minutes.
In Anaheim, do you want to come? Sold out instant. Like, instantly sold out. And when I showed up at that show, one of the most emotional things in my life, it was nothing but an outpouring of love. And up until that point, your perception was because you're just reading online.
This is such a good point, bro. I haven't really like talked about this much. Like, dude, when you go in person, it is so different. When you go into BlizzCon in person, and there's Blizzard, the developers, the teams, it's just so much like love, and it's just awesome. And when you are reading online forums, it is not that. It is just complete hatred, complete trolls, people this and that. But when you actually like go in there in person, it's like, all right, we're all just trying to make the best game we can here. Let's try to figure this thing out. All the players are there, the fans. It is so awesome. And can't relate. Yeah, maybe you haven't been to BlizzCon, but when you go to BlizzCon, man, it's like all your friends are there. You're seeing everyone. All the devs are there. I mean, it is nuts, bro. My favorite part about BlizzCon, though, isn't even like the event. It's like seeing all the people you've gamed with for like hundreds of hours. But yeah, when if you're chronic, I guess my point of saying all of this is if you're chronically online, it's really easy to get like this incredibly negative perception of like what's actually happening. And if you go outside and touch some grass and like actually go face to face with someone, even that same person is going to give you more constructive feedback, like face to face. There's something about the internet when you're like anonymous and you can just type whatever you want with no repercussions. Things just get toxic. Like online, it just does. But then when you take that literal same toxic person, I just typed all that stuff, and you bring them face to face with a developer, they'd be like, yeah, I really liked the game. I have some feedback. They just typed all of this crazy stuff. In person, we don't act like this, but on the internet, we do. Right? It's a fascinating thing. It really is.
And it was, the perception is such hatred because people who are passionate online, they express themselves in the harshest ways because it gets attention. That's the lesson I should have learned from my early days. And it's such an unfortunate thing because then you met these people in person and they loved World of Warcraft. And all they wanted to do was talk about World of Warcraft and hear about what was coming next and be around other people who loved World of Warcraft. And
it's incredible. It's a fascinating thing to me about human nature, and it's absolutely true. And I wish it was a thing that could be solved, but then again, maybe not. Maybe that's just the way it is. But in person, all of the people that are passionate about a particular topic, and whatever that topic is, it could be games, it could be conferences, technical conferences, they're all mostly full of love. And just the way they talk about stuff, they nerd out. Even the disagreements are drenched in this respect and appreciation and love for the game, for the topic. And online, you're right. I don't know if it's because of popularity or clicks or so on, but it's just the way of speaking on the internet is more mockery and
cynical.
If you say, I love this thing, here's an apple, I love apples.
That's literally what I just said, is the same thing Lex is saying. I think it's something with human nature. We weren't built to converse we were built to converse face to face, right? You don't just say something completely rude to someone or else you might get hit or punched. Like, you don't say that. But online, you're anonymous, there's no repercussions, you say whatever you want, and it just gets so toxic. But in person, it's like, let's try to have some there's just so much more love, man. It's just like, let's have some common ground here, let's talk this out. Even if I don't like what you're doing, let's have a conversation. Like, you just don't say that stuff. But yeah, now that we're in the internet era, the internet age, and it's just like, it's so much more toxic, man.
I love bananas, I love fruit, I love X, whatever. You just get made fun of.
Yeah.
You get, and then so what the lesson you learn from that is, well, I'm just not going to speak up when I love something. I'm going to instead speak up when maybe how much I hate another thing that's.
So as a content creator and as someone who's, generally on the more positive side of things, I can relate so much to this. Do you guys know how much crap I get for being too positive? Do you guys know how much crap I get for being a shill when I just try to say nice things about the game that I enjoy playing? And if I have feedback, then I give them that too, but I say it in a way that I pretend that they're face to face to me and they're another human being behind the monitor and not just like a troll internet. This is trash. I get a lot of hate for it. But I don't care, because I know there's another person on the other side. I know it's a developer. I've said things like, I don't like the art in retail as much, but I still know the artist is on the other end. And it's like, the art in retail is fine. It is what it is. Might not be my cup of tea, but what I won't say is this art is awful. It's like, man, Because like I gotta level up here a little bit, man. Like I don't know, but yeah, something with that is spot on, bro. The online like toxic culture. If you are too positive, you get like hated on. But everyone in real life is kind of more like that. If there's another human on the other end, but it's the same thing on the internet, but it's just less tangible. So.
Similar to it, or maybe join in when we're making fun of a particular quirky thing about don't you hate it when bananas are too ripe or too, versus like not saying calling out the elephant in the room is we're all gathered here today because we love the thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's an aspect of the internet that I think is jarring to a lot of people depending on the game. But if you go to Discord or Reddit or so on, in the communities that love a particular video game, if you're not used to it, and I don't often go, so when I go, it's like, wow, there's a lot of like pretty intense kind of mockery and derision and so on. But you get used to it pretty quick and you understand it. I wish there was more love.
I feel bad because I played a role in the earliest development of some of that online culture. It really was social media before it was called social media.
Yeah, definitely.
I had this reputation for being edgier than I really was.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple notable posts that survived 30 years that people like to look back on, but they don't look back on the ones where I'm just being chill. And that's unfortunate. I think a lot as a game designer about the design of social media. And unfortunately, social media in general is designed in such a way where the maximum hyperbole works. And that's how you get the most points, is by being max hyperbolic.
Mm-hmm.
And usually, unfortunately, it's more in the negative direction than the positive direction. If I say, that's a pretty nice mug. I've seen nicer, but I like this one. No one's interested in that. I have to either love this thing or better.
True.
This thing's a crime against humanity
Yep.
in some way. And it's very self-reinforcing, and everybody sort of feeds into it. And
especially when you're young, I got to see this kind of interesting thing. So I was I spent, as we were talking about here from Pasadena, I've been spending a lot of time in Caltech and working on robots, and we get to see students come in from high school, undergraduates come in and like a tour, hang out with the robots, in middle school also. And the interesting thing you see, the younger they are, the more prevalent this effect, which is all of them are kind of afraid to show that they think a thing is awesome. You could just feel they're checking, is it okay?
yeah,
So they're kind of like, the default mode is whatever, everything is stupid, this is stupid, that, because that's the safe place to be. It's a real act of vulnerability. I would say it's an act of courage, especially for a young person, to be like, holy shit, that's awesome. Like
that's a fair point. I mean, yeah, what age is this? Like middle school boys, where it's like even high school, nothing phases me. Oh, that's not cool. I'm not impressed. Yeah, I'm not impressed by that. That's not cool. It's just like how it was. And then you like grow up a little bit and it's like, hopefully you grow out of that, but like totally, bro, totally.
If I think this is awesome, I'm going to be the nerd. I'm going to take the risk and be made fun of for saying, I love this. In that case, I love this robot. So that's an actual psychological effect that also young people are dealing with in person also. So I just want to say, for young people listening to this, be vulnerable, be courageous, and say you love a thing if you love a thing, and do more of that on the internet. I think people make up the internet. People build the internet, and young people more than anybody else define the future of the internet. So put more love out there in the world. If you love a video game, if you love Overwatch, say you love it.
Yeah,
I
cool.
couldn't agree more. You know, as somebody who's taken a lot of heat online, like any game developer, you just get destroyed. Doing what you do, you must get destroyed, you know. And it doesn't matter. You get 100 compliments. It's the one, you know, you're supposed to read it and supposed to be fine with it and have it not affect you. It'll stay with you for years.
Yeah.
You know, I have those, and I think of it like the cheesy way I think about it is like, is there some kind of social Darwinism going on? And my big worry is that there are creators, like now being a creator of anything, writer, musician, you know, make online videos, whatever creator means to you, make games. Now part of the skill set is being able to weather like a fire hose of criticism like the world has never seen. And I make up these scenarios in my head of like, would Van Gogh have existed if, you know, Reddit and all these things were out there commenting on, like, how many people were able to communicate with Beethoven in his lifetime or in a week? Like, how many influences could comment on his music directly to him versus, like, if I want to insult Brad Pitt right now, I can just go on 10 different devices and do it. And it's like, that level of access is very dangerous. And I worry that there is a whole group of people who's receding from us that will never see the brilliance, and they're being shut out by the negativity. There's a very real example was
that's really interesting.
Jay Wilson, who I think is one of the great design minds, who was the game director of Diablo 3. And he took so much heat, it just affected him to the point where he essentially retired from making games. When, you know, wrote novels, I was very happy for him because, you know, I'm glad he found his place. And I think he's getting back into making games now. But we essentially, like, think how many people loved Diablo 3 and played the shit out of Diablo 3. Mm-hmm. And Jay is one of the people you have to thank for that. And yet that community basically removed him from making games for like 10, 15 years. And it feels criminal to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I enjoyed D3. I mean, I can relate to so much of this as a streamer. Bro, the comments I get as a streamer are crazy. Crazy. One of the things that I've realized is there's like tiers to this. So I meet a bunch of you guys in person at BlizzCon, TwitchCon, or it's just like if I'm around town, sometimes I run into you guys, or whenever I'm out in California, I feel like we meet some people because there's a lot of people out there. Anyway, I run into you guys. I've only had a positive, overwhelmingly 100% positive. I've never had a troll in person, okay? Everyone's really nice. We've already talked about that, like online toxicity. It's like, okay, next level of this is online chatting with live video, so a live stream. I have generally pretty positive experiences with live streaming as well. Not as much as in person. There's trolls on live streams, right? But if there's a troll in the comments, at least we can talk. Maybe I say something, they disagree. I'll be like, you have a good point there. Or I disagree with why you disagree. Let's have a conversation. And that's why I like live streaming so much, is because it's almost like talking face to face, but not quite. It's like a level below, right? Or maybe a couple levels below. But then below that, you have recorded video and people leaving text, like a YouTube video with YouTube comments. That to me is a level below. It's further removed from having a conversation with someone, even like another step further removed, to where the trolls get way worse in YouTube comments than they are in the live stream. Because in a live stream, you can have that back and forth, and you risk having that back and forth, whereas a YouTube comment, you can leave it, step away, and it's like, well, that's not what I meant or not what I said, but that guy's already gone. That ship's already sailed. He already left the comment and left the room, and you can't even then have that conversation. So that's a level below. And a level below that is text to text. So no video, like a Twitter or like something like that, where it's like, or a Reddit. And that's pretty much as low as it gets, right? You have text to text, and it's like misinterpretations all over the place. You're not face to face. There's no intonation. There's no video. There's none of that. So it's like, good points. Yeah, I've thought about this a lot being online. So it's like you have your face to face, you have your video live streams, then you have like a video to text, then you have like text to text. Text to text, it just sucks. So generally for me, I've gotten off of like the whole text to text thing. I haven't been on like Twitter, Instagram much in a pretty long time now. Or like Reddit comments and this and that. It's like, I can't even, it's not even worth it, right? The YouTube comments, I'll scroll occasionally, but my favorite is something like this, right? A live stream, a conversation, essentially, or in person, like a BlizzCon or an event or meeting someone, because that's where something fruitful happens. So it's like this tier list, this degradation as you go down the list. Yeah, so that's why you're so happy, bro. Being off of social media, highly recommend. Guys, we're on a golden kappa train. Oh my gosh. Twitch blessing us with a G cap. If you guys want a golden kappa, just gift a sub over on Twitch, which I'll go gift myself a sub, right? Gift a, and let's mute myself too. Let's see, gift a sub. Gift 5 subs. There we go. Golden kappa to anyone who subs. Enjoy. Okay, that was a long rant. Let's continue this video.
So this is a call to action. Again, people out there, support, especially young creators, support them. They need it. Like, you think negativity has no cost, but it does. You're robbing the world of some of the great creations. And also allow creators to suck and to improve. Because that's what the process of creation is like, is to take risks. And take risks, meaning being vulnerable, being cringe. So doing the thing that, like...
Every creator when they start is cringe, right? I mean, you could still... I think I'm still cringe. In 5 years, I'll probably look back at my content and think now is cringe. It's like, it's just kind of how it goes. But like, bro, when you put out your first video, I don't care who it is. Is there anyone who put out a first video that's just a complete banger, not cringe? Probably not, bro. Like go to any of your favorite YouTubers or whatever. Go to their first video ever. Go to oldest, or on a Twitch stream, same thing. Dude, it is brutal. It's first one. It's just a learning process, man.
The embarrassing failure where you're standing there in a silly clown outfit on stage dancing, and nobody's laughing. And it's comedians go through this all the time. When they talk about this all the time, when they bomb, right? The act just doesn't work, and you have to go through that, and you have to support the creators through that journey. In order to have great things, we need to support those folks. So after shipping WoW, Wrath of the Lich King,
that was quite the tangent, but that was
again,
good.
Many consider it to be one of the great expansions for WoW. Yep. You stepped down as WoW's game director and switched to developing Titan. This epic.
So that was the online toxicity segment. I guess that makes sense. How Blizzard made great games. Now we're on why Titan failed. This part should be very interesting because, to my knowledge, Titan was supposed to be that next big MMO, and it wasn't. So let's learn more.
Huge game that promised to be the sort of the MMO to end all MMOs. I mean, it's kind of a legendary vision for a game, right? It's gigantic. With a lot of, like you said, a brilliant team, a team that's now hardened and knows how to do a great game. But it was canceled after 7 years in development.
7? Wow.
Tell me, what was the vision of the game and what happened?
Sure. So as we were experiencing success with World of Warcraft, there was this concept in the studio that WoW wasn't going to last forever. WoW would be maybe successful for 5 years and eventually kind of age out. And the studio would be in real trouble if we didn't have another massively multiplayer online game
Interesting. Okay.
sort of waiting in the wings. So starting around, I want to say 2006, maybe 2005.
I'm going to pause this just briefly because someone in the chat asked a pretty good question. Winters26 says, where do you get the best constructive criticism? And I think that's a good question because, like, if you shut out all the noise, then, like, who is going to give you feedback? And for me, I would say I get the best constructive criticism from my wife. Like, number one, for sure. Like, she listens and hears the streams. If I'm saying something crazy, she'll call me out. She's like my best, what's the word I'm looking for? Beneficial adversary, right? It's like, she'll tell me what I need to hear. So I'm very thankful for that. But it's from people, more generally from people that I care about. So, and I guess I shouldn't say I don't care about other people, but I just don't know them. So people that are friends. So like a Savix or like a Peekaboo or like my parents or like maybe my moderators or like something like that I have this relationship with, and they're going to give me feedback and I'll listen. And like sometimes the good friends will tell me the stuff that I need to hear, right? And that's where I get my criticism from, but not from some random troll on the internet typing on a Twitter post that knows nothing about me or have never met me, right? So anyway, hopefully that answers your question. I thought it was a good question, so I paused the video for that. And guys, thanks for all the subs on the Golden Kappa train. Let's keep going here.
The talk of starting a team really picked up momentum, and we were working on Burning Crusade. Rob Pardo took the helm to start sort of Titan development. We didn't even really have a team then. And I remember being like embroiled in Burning Crusade and going to Titan meetings, and Rob pulled a group, from kind of across the company, and we started talking about what this next MMO could be and when it would get going. And eventually it started in earnest, like real development around 2007. The first team members joined. And it was a real ambitious project, including like building a new engine from scratch. I think maybe the first team member was a guy named John LaFleur, who was just a stellar game programmer. And the engine, which ultimately failed for Titan, ended up becoming the engine for Overwatch, which is a great success story for him. And the idea behind the game, it was going to take place in future Earth, and the players...
Just pause real quick and like feel free to disagree with me here, or like I want to hear the feedback. Could you guys see the next big MMO not being fantasy driven, being like in space or something like that? Like and maybe I'm just off here, but like for me it's like, bro, like not like everyone's saying no. Like I don't know if I could see it, man. Maybe I'm off here, or maybe I'm in my own little bubble because, we grew up in that like Lord of the Rings, like World of Warcraft, there's like mages and warriors. Like, I don't know, dude. Something about like the next big MMO being like spaceships and stuff. It's just like, I don't know if I see it. And hey, man, maybe I'm completely off. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But like MMO and fantasy worlds, just like, oh man, it's like peanut butter and jelly.
Played as secret agents, and by day they all had day jobs, and by night they went off and did cool secret agent stuff. And the secret agent stuff was very first person shooter, but over the top abilities, like you would see in Overwatch, because that's where they came from. And the by day stuff, we were going to let you run businesses. We took a lot of influence from games like Animal Crossing, Harvest Moon, The Sims. We had a brilliant game designer and game director named Matt Brown, who was the creative director on The Sims. He came over. And so we had this vision that there was going to be all this like daytime business house stuff. You could build a house, you could live in a neighborhood. And beyond that, there was also a vision on the technical side, game design and technical side, that unlike World of Warcraft, which the modern day term for is that it's sharded.
Mm-hmm.
So meaning people play on different realms or servers. And a WoW server, I haven't been on that team in a very long time, but back in the day, you might have 5,000 people on a WoW server.
It's a little different now.
Before they'd have to spin up another WoW server. The big idea behind Titan is that everybody would play on one server. It was a one server, one world game. And the world was massive. It was going to take place in future Earth. And we were literally building, like, we had what we call Bay City, which was San Francisco. We had, Hollywood. And then we had to build all of California between that. And we also wanted to build like Cairo and London. And there's this realization of like, how do we connect all of these? The game had driving in it, like full blown like GTA style driving. It was such a gargantuan, huge undertaking with a brand new engine, a brand new team, a brand new IP, intellectual property, setting, which we really wrestled over. Like
one's in the chat if you would play that. Two's in the chat if you would just like stick to WoW if they release that Titan. Like, honest. I'm seeing a nice mix here. I don't know if I would play it, to be honest. It seems maybe cooler for like a GTA crowd, or like maybe not a Blizzard crowd. Like a GTA crowd would probably think this is kind of sick. I'm trying to think. I just don't know. I'm like a superhero at night, and I have just doing like GTA stuff during the, like, I don't know. But like I said, I'm more of a fantasy guy myself. So I don't know if it would work out for me.
Out that the IP just, trying to figure out, like, are there aliens or not aliens? Like, all that sounds kind of dumb and fun. But when you're building a game, like especially world building, you have to have rules. That's what makes world building work, is that, like, this exists in this world and this doesn't. And, why? It's like, because someone said so, and just the way it needs to be. But that development started in 2007, kind of as ideation, brainstorming, early work, really got going in late 2007. And then I had to ship Wrath of the Lich King. And it was, we always did like a champagne toast. I still remember it because it was election day. I think it was like election day and my birthday and the day Obama got elected. And then I left the WoW team on that day. It was like memorable in all those ways. And then I joined the Titan team. And that game, we went on, like, the fast forward part of that is we shut it down in 2013. That was one of the most painful development processes that I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
And probably deep into 2009, I knew that the game in its current form could never ship and would never exist. And by 2010, like, after numerous times trying to convince the powers that be that, like, this game is not going to happen, it's in trouble. Mm-hmm. I remember going to Mike Morheim in 2010, and, like, you're going to the CEO of, at that time, Blizzard was a big company, and I'm like, you got to shut us down. We're just going to burn money.
That's crazy.
What was your intuition about why? So, like, from my understanding, there was a few issues. So one, with such a gigantic world, which by the way is a beautiful dream.
I think that's one of the things though that Blizzard has historically done well is they know where to. They know that like cutting something short and shutting it down is better than releasing just a massive failure. Or maybe they used to do that really well. Maybe they still have. I don't know. But like versus, like I don't know if you guys have seen what is that documentary? Is it Fire Festival? I want to say where like you have this guy at the helm. It's like, no, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, and you just like do it, but it just like is an absolute wreck, and it's like GG's. It's like knowing when to call it quits and being like, yeah, we tried that and we learned a lot about what not to do. Let's not go down this road and cut the losses. And it feels terrible. But then it's like, all right, now we know, right? Now let's move on.
This kind of universe simulator, because I love every game you mentioned there is great. I empathize with the dream. I would love to play that game. But one of the issues, as I understand, was it was unclear what like the quest flow is. Like, what are you supposed to really do in this game? What's the thing that connects all of the pieces together?
So it was a multifaceted failure for many reasons.
Multifaceted failure.
Ultimately, the failure of Titan lies with leadership, team leadership, myself included. Like, there's just no getting around that. And then on top of that, like a lot of games you can point to as being like an engineering failure, like the servers didn't work, or like an art failure, like no one responded to the look of the game, or design failure, like it's just not fun or it's tuned poorly. We failed on art, engineering, and design. And I'm cautious about calling out art because some of the best art ever made at Blizzard was made for Titan. My criticism isn't of the art that was created. My criticism is that we never had any art cohesion. So the art looked like it could have come from 10 different games.
And we should say it cost $83 million across those years. So large team doing a lot of stuff, but not converging towards a game that can actually ship.
Correct. As like a game designer, I use semantics a lot, and I like to define my semantics so people know where I'm coming from. Talking about ideas versus vision for a second. Ideas are easy. Ideas, I can have 10 in 10 seconds. Let's make a 2D platformer about a mouse, whatever. Like you can I want a secret agent by day is, doing all this cool shooting stuff. By night is running a flower shop. Ideas are just infinite, at least on creative teams. You have no shortage of ideas. What I call vision is the ability to not only take a great idea, but shepherd it into existence. And you're doing that through inspiration, first and foremost. If you need a team to make it, you need a team to believe in the vision of the idea. And then there also has to be a technological plan for the idea. There has to be a design plan. There has to be an art style for the plan. There has to be a pragmatic production reality to the plan. And Titan kind of was like, that was the hubris of Blizzard in that era at its height of, we were over being hurt about, World of Warcraft. I don't know if people are going to like it. And we were now in the era of like, we made World of Warcraft. We can do no wrong. This next thing is going to be the best ever. And
wow.
There was also a lot of what I call anticipatory hiring, or like there's opportunity hiring, and then there's also anticipatory hiring. I have the exact opposite hiring philosophy. I won't hire anybody on any team until like we're feeling like we got to work overtime, or like we might not ship if we don't get, somebody else in here. And Titan kind of had that hubris of like, well, we're going to build a really big world. We don't know the story of the world yet. We don't really have it mapped out what it should be like. We don't have the art style really defined. We don't know
So many MMOs fell into the same trap. Even Blizzard's MMO that was supposed to kill WoW fell into this trap. And it's that there's no pre-existing IP. Like, World of Warcraft had Warcraft 3, and it was so successful, and there was so many fans, and there was so much excitement. But all these games, it's like, you try to get people to fall in love with it. It's like, well, what's the story? And it's like, well, you know, this happens. And it's like, it's hard to do that in that direction. Instead, when you have that IP and you have the story that people love, right? And then you turn it into that next MMO, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm into this living, breathing world. It's just much different. And once again, that's why I'm very excited for the Riot MMO, because you have this world with these characters, with the IP that people love, and it's like, just flesh it out, cool. But when you're just like, oh, let's make the next MMO, and you don't have a story, and you just kind of put a bunch of money into it, and it's like, go, it's like, eh.
Technically how we're going to make the art or what the constraints of it are, but we know we're going to build a really big world. So let's just start hiring environmental artists. And like in 1 year, we would hire like 70 environmental artists from all over the world. You know, we're getting visas and like the top tier talent, because at the height of World of Warcraft, and nobody knew the team that they were coming on. It was Blizzard's next MMO, top secret. And they, you know, their first day at work, like some, you know, poor guy from Belgium just shows up and he's at his first day at work and he's like, oh, are we making World of StarCraft? Is that? And they're like, no, dude, let me show you it. And he's like, what is this game? You know, we were in that world, and we hired way too many people. The right way to incubate a video game is you have the smallest group possible, and you try to get the idea across with whatever technology you can get your hands on, using other engines, using art from whatever. You prove out that idea, and once you know what you're doing, then you expand the team. You know, the cliche of idle hands is the devil's work or whatever. You have these like brilliant team, huge, and we don't have a roadmap for what we're making or how we're going to make it. And now you're having to deal with all these people. Like, they're coming into your office. You know, you're trying to figure out.
They didn't have a Chris Metzen, right? They didn't have that guy just saying like, this is what it's going to be, and we're going here and there, like that visionary that just kind of mapped it out all in his head, right?
What is the quest flow? How do I design the quest system for Titan? How can we prototype it? And we're like, oh, this prop artist over here is running out of stuff to do. What props should he make? Should he work on Chinatown or the Hollywood set? And you're just making up busy work. The engine didn't work. When we would run playtests on Titan, we would have to tell the team, stop checking in, because it slows us down. We had this really great technical artist, a guy named Dylan Jones. And he was on Titan with us. And I remember in like the last days, we asked him, because he was a very active user, Titan editor was called Titan Edit, or TED, which is, to this day, TED is the proprietary tool for Overwatch, since Overwatch came from the Titan engine, which was Tank. And we said to Dylan, I want you to log your uptime in the editor in TED. And in a 40-hour week, he was only able to work for 20 hours. And you can imagine you're building a team of the best in the best in the industry, and they can't work. So not only are you just burning cash faster than anybody on the planet, it's also like, imagine having fighter pilots, but we don't let them fly. Yeah. Like the creative frustration and the way that manifested itself, and how demoralized the team got. It was a disaster.
And so many elements of that were done completely differently for Overwatch, which turned out to be this incredibly masterful execution on a short time scale with a small team, with a clear vision. I read that sort of, if you were to compare Overwatch and Titan, so the defining characteristic for the Titan team that said yes to everything, and the Overwatch team said no to everything, meaning focus, like deep focus on the execution of a very clear vision. And maybe that's the process of designing games, like you said, is, on a team that's full of incredible ideas because it's creative minds, it's constantly saying no. It's a really painful process, but perhaps it is the responsibility of leadership to just keep saying no, which sucks. I guess it sucks to be a leader on a team in that sense because you're constantly saying no.
Being a creative leader, you're in two modes. You're pushing or you're pulling. And whatever mode you're in is the exact opposite of the team.
Mm-hmm.
When they're not thinking outside the box enough or like elevating the vision enough, that's when you're pushing them. Like, come on, guys, don't worry about the schedule. We got, capture hearts and minds, inspire people. And when they're going a little crazy and endless source of great ideas and really fun development, that's when you got to pull and say, guys, we need to ship this. The best feature we can add for the player is shipping. That was a common phrase that we had.
So when Titan was canceled, I mean, that must have been a gigantic heartbreak for everybody. And there was this moment when the plan was for the Titan team to be disbanded and moved elsewhere, but you fought for keeping some part of the Titan team, the core of the team, together. And Mike Morheim gave you 6 weeks to come up with a pitch for a new game. And you talked about this process. And you've mentioned that there are 3 possible ideas, directions you're thinking about: a StarCraft MMO, maybe an MMO in a new IP called Crossworlds, and then the third idea was Overwatch. Can you take me through those 6 weeks?
Yeah, the 6 weeks, it was supposed to be the greatest time ever, if you think about it, because you're a game developer at Blizzard and you get to come up with a new idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds awesome. Like, to everybody at Blizzard, to all game developers, it sounds great. But we were probably the most demoralized we'd ever been in our careers. At least I was. I didn't know if I was going to be fired. I didn't know if that was the end of my career at that point.
Wow.
And so it was like a really serious, kind of dire environment that this was happening in. And we were given 2 criteria that we had to hit for these pitches. The first one was that we had to ship within 2 years. And that is a very ambitious time frame for
crazy.
any game.
That's crazy.
So that's probably why he instantly steered away from an MMO, a StarCraft MMO, or an MMO with new IP, or a shooter. You can't make an MMO in 2 years, right? Like, that's not even, I mean, come on.
But for a Blizzard game, it's kind of insane.
Yeah.
And then the second, okay, the second is even more ambitious and crazy, was whatever we made, whatever we pitched, had to have the potential to have World of Warcraft like revenue.
Yeah, right.
And to date, at that point, there was one game that had World of Warcraft like revenue, which was World of Warcraft. So immediately I just threw out the revenue thing because it's all fucking Monopoly money to me.
Yeah.
Like, this game money it's insane, and I just don't think about it. That's someone else's problem.
Money. Oh
but,
my gosh.
I did want to be as realistic as I could about the schedule part of it. So most of our team, the Titan team, was 140 some people. Most of that team got moved to go work on Heroes of the Storm, the D3 expansion, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone. So immediately, large number of the team was gone. Then we had a bunch of like what we called temp loans, people that someday were going to come back to us, but we loaned off for like 6-month tour of duty. And then there was a very small team. There was a group of engineers that was mothballing Titan. So it exists somewhere at Blizzard at that point. And they were also deconstructing the engine because they knew it didn't work anymore. And to make a new game, it had to be way reconsidered to sort of what it is today. And then there was a very small creative group that was supposed to come up with these 3 pitches and given 6 weeks. And we just sort of arbitrarily decided, like, let's spend 2 weeks on each pitch. The ground rules that I sort of led with is you have to be all in for the 2 weeks on the pitch. So if we're, pitch 1 was a StarCraft MMO, and we have to live and breathe and want it more than anything. And I kind of warned everybody, I said, at the end of this 2 weeks, you're going to think this is the only game idea. And you're not going to be invested in the next, but we're going to throw it out as soon as we finish it and do the next one. And the StarCraft MMO, I actually really loved that pitch. It was called StarCraft Frontiers.
Huh.
And the concept was like less of you're playing like Space Marine, like it was less army.
He's still married to this pitch, and it's been like 12 years. He's like, man, that would have been fun.
StarCraft, the RTS, is always about the 3 races and the giant armies. And kind of what made WoW and separate from the Warcraft RTS series was that instead of being like a footman in the army in World of Warcraft, you were like a lone adventurer, make your mark on the world. So we had this idea. It was this old Chris Metzen drawing of a space prospector. And I love that idea that like somewhere out in like where all the giant StarCraft battles were happening, thousands of Zerg and Protoss and Terran, there's like this like lone prospector on some planet, like going through like a mysterious dungeon, looking for minerals, but finding monsters. Like it was that kind of spirit of
That's awesome.
More on the ground level.
I didn't even think about that because my intuition with StarCraft MMO would be the soldier as part of the army, right? The prospector. That's such a beautiful vision. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking for the resources and on the way finding the monsters.
You want to be on the ground, like what's it like on the ground floor? And I don't want to be a minion in a giant army. I want to be Indiana Jones in space,
Nice.
So then there was this Metzen picture of the prospector. And then 2 of the most amazing artists, Arnold Sang and Peter Lee. Arnold's the great character artist. Peter Lee's the great environment artist. They did this concept art for Frontiers that was Metzen's space prospector. He's smoking a cigar and he's got his foot on a Hydralisk skull.
Nice.
And then there's like a med vac in the background and they're on this like big alien planet. And like that picture, you just wanted to like, here's my money, I'll pre-order now. Like, sign me up for that game. That picture ended up being McCree from Overwatch. We redid it.
Nice.
But yeah, that was where McCree actually came from. So that was the StarCraft Frontiers idea. We kind of we went all in on the design. We had a world design, we had class design, like how the classes would work, what progression might look like. And you also have to think when you're trying to design an MMO, like what could expansions and live content be like? And we put together a really good pitch. We all knew there's no way you can make this game. Like this, even though it was more focused than Titan, it's 5 years on Blizzard's best day with nothing going wrong. In perfect scenario, 5 years to make that game, probably with 150 to 200 people. Like these 40 people are not making that game in 2 years. So
that's what I was kind of saying. With the time frame in mind, the 2-year window doesn't work for that StarCraft MMO. That's probably why they went with a shooter, because it's like, yeah, you can actually do that.
As much as
which is also why, sorry to pause it again, which is also why so many game studios these days with all their funding, it's like if you're going to get funding to make a bunch of different things, like how many people are going to fund an MMO? And that's why all these studios are going under and all their funding's being pulled, is because it's like, dude, it takes like 5 or 10 years, like 5 perfect years, 10 years if not, like so much money. It's just a gamble. It's like, if it works, yeah, maybe you make the next WoW, but if it doesn't, like, bro. Whereas like some of these other genres, you can pump out much quicker. It's a whole world.
Like, again, that was an idea, not a vision, because it lacked the path to reality.
Because that's a legit large-scale MMO in a world that you haven't quite developed in the way that an MMO needs. It was really crafted for the real-time strategy formulation of StarCraft, and it's in space. It would take. I mean, it would be incredible, but it would be a 5-year and realistically even more.
Like an endless thing that you'd spin on that team. You're making the StarCraft game. How do you get from planet to planet? Is it a cutscene? No one's going to want a cutscene, but we should probably make it a cutscene because that's easy. But we got to have space flight. That you're adding like 3 years just by saying we got to have space flight.
You are. Yeah.
And then how do you make a space game without space flight? We've all played them. We know those games. So
are you essentially, when you're brainstorming like that, and by the way, it's such an incredible thing that for 2 weeks, you're just really falling in love with
space games? For me, I've already said this a bit ago, are like hard to get into because it's like, I almost want to be confined to a world. When you have a world that's too big and too expansive, literal space, you don't like, you're just flying everywhere and it's just like so massive. It's like, I almost want like a Westfall and an Elwyn Forest and like have some boundaries, right? Like a little bit. I don't know, man. I don't know if I've ever really like for like an RTS it works, but for like an MMO, how would you make an MMO like space MMO work in a really like fun way where you feel connected to the world and it's not just this vast expansive forever, Suator did a good job of keeping it close knit. Okay, so like Suator kind of did a good job with that. Seems like a tough one. Maybe I'm just a space hater. I don't know. I love StarCraft, by the way, but for an MMO, fantasy.
the game altogether and trying to figure out if it's actually possible. So if you're developing that, are you just constantly trying to say, like, what is the simplest possible thing we could do that's a complete world? Like, are you constantly trying to simplify, or are you allowing yourself to go big?
So when you're brainstorming and you're with the team and you're the creative leader, it's, guys, what's fucking amazing? What's big? What do players need? There's a Blizzard design value called what is the fantasy? What is the fantasy? You want to be in space. You want to be in the StarCraft universe. And then your job as the game director, and if you have a great creative director, art director, tech director, the director should be scoping it back into reality. The mistake I see on a lot of game teams is scope becomes a production problem. You give it to the project managers or the executives or the producers to say, no, there's not enough time, or you guys should hire more. Because,
right,
like, what do executives, what do those types have at their disposal? They can hit you with meetings in Outlook and tell you that you can hire more people. That's not really how you get the game made.
That's why they get paid the big bucks.
The scoping, your best case scenario is when your tech director, art director, and game director are doing the scoping. Because then like, this part we got to spend big bucks on. There's no getting around it. This part we can cheat. If you have a giant team and one guy's job is just to make props, crates and chairs, the guy's going to make that's a AAA awesome developer who's going to put his heart and soul into it. If you let him, he'll take 6 weeks to make a crate. You have to have that moment where you're like, I kind of need 200 crates. So just spend like a couple hours on that one. And that's a hard thing to say to somebody.
You're doing this kind of scope carving while also talking about what is the fantasy. So there's a tension there that you're constantly dancing with. So you're allowing yourself to think big, but then scoping it down and doing that on a scale of days in this case? Like,
yeah, we had 2 weeks. So, and I don't think we were I was working on weekends, but we weren't getting the group together. So it's, like 10 working days.
And then you like shut it off and go to idea number 2?
Yeah. Idea number 2 was Crossworlds. That was a Metzen vision for a universe. And like, I'm glad Metzen's back at Blizzard, and I hope they make this game someday. The way Chris described it was there's a planet on the edge of the universe that's like the Mos Eisley spaceport with all these, freakish aliens and people from all walks of life, and it's kind of seedy and criminal. And there's traders and smugglers and diplomats, but this one planet is sort of the planet that they've agreed to like meet on, and this is like the neutral place. And then the game was going to take place on that planet. So
this is awesome.
Yeah. So that was more of like a world IP driven one that was really inspired by Chris.
And that allows you to play with different characters, I like that. I like that idea a lot because it's a meeting place of different worlds, and then you can allow your imagination to drive what the worlds from which they came from are like. So you don't have to design those worlds.
No, you don't have to design them, but then they're yours. Like if the players really are reacting to like the green people planet or whatever, and someday you're like, hey, what expansion should we make? I don't know, green people planet.
People, yeah.
Like, let's do it.
I like it.
So it was actually it was Crossworlds. We were working on Crossworlds, and like the StarCraft Frontiers, for Frontiers, we were having the class meetings, how class progression worked, like the game designery stuff. And on Crossworlds, we were having a class meeting of like a big decision in like RPG type games is always, are you doing like skill based or class based? And it's usually some combination of those. But class based, you're like choosing, I'm going to be a warrior, therefore I use sword and shield, and I do these things. Where more of a skill base is everybody's kind of an avatar, and then the skills that you pick define. So I might take that I know how to use swords. So you're kind of making those decisions. And with all things game design, there's no right or wrong. It's all trade-offs. So the trade-off decision we were making is like, oh, I think we want to be class-based with this Crossworlds thing. And we were in a design meeting, and one of my favorite designers of all time is a guy named Jeff Goodman. He was one of the original WoW encounter designers. He designed like Onyxia and all the big raid bosses. Like if someone has a favorite raid boss, Jeff probably designed it. And he just kind of off the cuff said in this meeting, he said, I wish instead of making like 6 classes, I wish we could make 50 classes. And I wish instead of having like, 100 abilities on the classes, the 50 classes all just had like 1 or 2 things that was really interesting about them. And then the class meeting ended, like we designed our 6 classes in that meeting. And then the meeting ended, and I was back at my desk, and it just stuck with me what Jeff had said about the way he wished he could design the classes. And then I also we had this directory of all the amazing Titan art. And I started pulling up Arnold Sang's characters. Arnold's vision and his art is second to none. And I started taking some of the old Titan characters that we had designed. We had a class called the Jumper, and the Jumper could like teleport forward and rewind time and come back. And the Jumper used dual wield pistols, which was at the time designed after my dual G18s from Modern Warfare 2. It was my favorite loadout.
Tracer,
I was just cribbing Infinity Ward. That's where Tracer's guns came from. And we had all these like different guns, like some that bloomed and some that, had this like really crazy recoil. And we had other types of guns. And I took every version of like the Titan Jumper, and I just distilled it into what I thought was the best version of the Jumper, which was, the dual wield pistols, the blink.
This is making me think of like, you know how in like with reading, you have like literary history, and like all of these historical books kind of like take inspiration from other historical books and kind of build. And then you can take like a history class of like of these books and read the greats and get the inspiration and see how all of these things stemmed. There should be in college, or maybe there already is, there should be like a game history class that teaches you all of these historical video games, how they built up and how they influenced other games, and then you have to play them all, of course. I think that would be really fascinating. Like really, I don't know if there's a book out there or a class or if a university is teaching this. Maybe it's too early. I don't know. Maybe there is. But yeah, maybe for people that have become game designers that are in the chat, that would be a really fascinating thing to try to understand. Like, what were the original games, video games out there? And maybe the video games had inspiration from non-video games, which is probably the case. So what are the original games out there that inspired some other, staples that then inspired the first video games that then inspired the greats and stuff like that, like, and how it's all connected? That would be a really fun thing to study and like check out. So yeah, like a film studio at a university would be like something like that, but like for video games. Game designers don't know anything. That's the problem. Well, I think there's some that are really good. Oh, Envy typed that. Wait, is that the right Envioso? Hey Envy, how's it going? Anyway, we got a super chat from Greg over on YouTube. He says, just a little thank you for all the YouTube content. Thanks for supporting. It's a massive super chat, maybe the biggest super chat we've ever gotten there. It's a $69 super chat, so thank you to Greg. Day 9 should teach that course. Yeah, it would be a fascinating thing to like either read about or to get, to like learn more about, of how all of these games, because listening to Jeff talk, all of the things that he puts into these, great games are experiences he's had in other games, like a little inspiration here and there. It's like, how does all this actually build up? I teach game development at DigiPen, and we definitely teach the history of games, bro. So that's awesome. I would love to sit in on one of those classes. That sounds really, really fascinating.
The Recall and Time Bomb, and then I took Arnold Sang art, and I went, to Arnold, and I'm like, what if this wasn't like a class? Who is this as a person, not a class? And Arnold, what if she's British and her name's Tracer? And like, that was the origin of Overwatch. And some of the pragmatic part of that was I knew that Jeff Goodman was going to be on this team, and I knew that Arnold Sang was going to be on this team. And it's a play to your strengths moment. Like, what could we make in 2 years with the talent we have? And what is realistic? Like, what could we realistically make? Mm-hmm. And so then I just sat there and I sort of, I went through a bunch of Titan classes with a guy named the Gun Jack who became Reaper. We had actually the Ranger got split out and became 76 and became Bastion of all things.
You're describing the game of Overwatch where exactly that vision from that meeting came to life for you, as opposed to having a small number of classes with a large number of skills. You have a large number of heroes with each their distinct look, distinct set of skills.
Yeah, and the personality was a big part of it, like capturing, this isn't some generic, the jumper, it's this person, Lena Oxton, and she has a life, and we're going to, make you interested in her.
Yeah, there's like a deep backstory. And that's also what's interesting about Overwatch is that backstory is not like revealed in a direct way. It's like seeps in indirectly throughout the game. So the backstory is implied almost, and it's told not directly. So there's a lot of ideas like this. And so this is the thing that the team converged to.
Yeah. Well, and it was funny because like we're having these cross-world, like people are, writing design docs and doing concept art for cross-world. And, we'd have some brainstorm meetings every day. And I put together, it was a 7-page deck, Overwatch deck. And it was called Monetized Shooter at the time.
Yeah.
And it just said Monetized Shooter. And then the first slide was League of Legends plus Team Fortress 2 logos.
Yeah.
And then I had like 6 heroes like sloppily designed. And as everybody was working on Crossworlds, there were 2, co-leaders of that Team 4. There was, Chris Metzen was there and Ray Gresco. And I remember Ray coming over. Ray is like a phenomenal game developer of all time. He like wrote the Dark Forces engine, was the production director on Diablo 3. He and I killed Titan. And then he's at my desk looking over my shoulder and he's like, well, what are you working on? Is this the Crossworlds pitch? And I'm like, no, this is like another idea that I'm just working on the side.
Wasn't the rule to only work on one in each 2-week period? Like Crossworlds was supposed to be the only thing they were thinking about. Jeff, what's going on here, bro?
And I show him the 7 slides and he just looks at me and he says, go show Metzen this. This is what we should make instead.
Oh, he broke his own rule, man.
And then I went and I showed Metzen, like, hey, this is just an idea. And then Metzen was like, yes, like this is what we should make.
Yeah.
And I showed Arnold and it was Arnold's art. And then Ray tells me, he's like, because every morning we get the team.
That is when you stumble upon a great idea. Is when you're like, this, it's like, I don't know, this, I don't know. It's like when it feels right and you're like, yes, that's the one, there we go. That makes sense. That feels good. It's not just like, we could maybe make this one work. Yeah. 5-check passed. Exactly.
Together. Cause we were in this like dire straits and we're midway through at that point. And Ray and a producer named Matt Hawley said, tomorrow morning at the meeting, you're going to pitch this monetized shooter idea. It was called monetized shooter because originally when I pitched it, it was free to play and you had to buy the heroes, which is fucking terrible. But at the time, I actually thought that was a good idea.
That's probably why they went for it. Holy crap. Free to play and you buy every hero.
And I'm walking down the hall with Matt Hawley to go like pitch this to this group. Okay. We're supposed to be working on Crossworlds and they're like, you got to pitch this idea to them. And Matt Hawley stops me in the hall and says, Jeff, you cannot go into that meeting. I refuse to put up a deck in front of the team where the first slide says monetized shooter.
Mm-hmm.
They'll hate that. And that's not the spirit of who we are as, creative development. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like, well, no one was supposed to see this deck anyway. You guys were all looking over my shoulder. And he's like, you need to put a name on it. I'm like, it's Overwatch. Like right on the spot, wow. I said the name was Overwatch. And where that had come from was when we were working on Titan, I was really angry about this. We did this fake, I did not do this. Another leader on the team did this, of this fake, like we're going to put up whiteboards and everyone gets to vote for their favorite name for Titan.
Mm-hmm.
But the person who did it already had a name in mind for the game and just kept pushing towards that name. Yeah. And the thing that got the most votes was Overwatch. Overwatch in Titan was like a police group, essentially. But somebody had written Overwatch on that board and it got the most votes. So I basically named the game Overwatch to like high five my team and kind of middle finger.
Yeah.
Like, don't act like it's a democracy when it's not.
Yeah. So it's a middle finger.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's kind of a cool
Overwatch,
story.
and then the rest is history. So what in that slide deck is that in that slide deck did you already have a kind of crawl, walk, run idea of the way this would be developed?
So my deck was terrible. People actually, there's a thing called a Jeff deck, which is it's always gray with
Jeff
black
deck.
writing, and then the default like PowerPoint blue shapes because
Oh,
I just don't bother
no.
making it look good.
Oh gosh.
Besides dragging Arnold Sang's art, desecrating it into my deck. We had this amazing game designer on the Overwatch team, a guy named Jeremy Craig. Who's now actually game directing a game over at Bonfire. Jeremy, not only was he a great game designer, but he had the ability to sell things better than anybody else visually. So Jeremy took my shitty deck, and then we had lots more like creative brainstorms, and we thought through the game of Overwatch a lot more. And then he made this gorgeous pitch deck that we pitched. We first had to go through the Blizzard production and game directors for them to approve it and give it their thumbs up. Then we had to go through the Blizzard executives. Then we had to go through Activision.
Mm-hmm.
And in that deck, because we had to speak to schedule, we had to speak to two things that were tough to speak to. One, we had to speak to schedule. And we came up with this concept of crawl, walk, run. We had identified the reason Titan failed is we just tried to run. We tried to come up with the next World of Warcraft. But if you think about World of Warcraft, it had Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 to build upon, to even get to the point
that was
where
kind of my
people
point,
gave a shit enough about that world to want to live in the world of Warcraft.
Exactly, yes.
So the idea was that instead of trying to cut right to World of Warcraft, let's try to honor Warcraft 1, essentially.
Yeah.
So this first game is just to establish that there's a universe you might give a shit about.
Exactly.
We also knew that the time frame we were given of 2 years, there was no way to create a compelling PvE experience.
I think what Jeff just said right there is what I've been trying to scream off the rooftops for these last few years is you can't just build an MMO if no one cares about the world, because why should anyone care? I think every MMO kind of falls into the same problem. World of Warcraft had the Warcraft IP. It's a big deal, man. And that's why League of Legends coming out with a League MMO, I'm very hopeful for. I'm still not calling it a WoW killer, but I'm very hopeful for. A lot of people care about Runeterra. A lot of people care about this world. It's just instantly something for people to understand and care about. So it's it's going to be instantly more successful than all the ones that just spun up random IP that no one cares about. It's I'm glad someone else said it. Thank you. Yes.
So we just kind of randomly put dates in a slide of crawl, walk, run, thinking it was aspirational, and really we were just trying to save.
I want to go back and watch this. So what is this? Launch Overwatch Strike Force PvE co-op. Oh, I see. Wow. So they were actually going to do an Overwatch MMO 5 years later. So they even pitched it as slide from the Overwatch pitch deck. Wow. So they were gonna create a world first with a little shooter, get people invested, and then make the MMO. Interesting. I never knew that. And this is all after Titan was scrapped. Yeah, and then they decided to just obviously not do the MMO yet. Probably not happening, right? Or the PvE co-op mode. Does that exist? I don't think so. Super interesting.
Run, thinking it was aspirational, and really we were just trying to save ourselves. Don't cancel us. This team can make something great. The other part that we had to talk to too was a mobile strategy. At that time it was everything has to be also on mobile, which I think is the dumbest thing ever. And so literally what we did is, this was Jeremy's brilliant part. We had a picture with all the boxes, and then one of them is a tablet with just a fucking Photoshop of, Arnold's art on it. And we're And also, it'll be
Mobile.
on mobile.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
But I think this crawl, walk, run idea is really nice. So that the initial
Nice.
idea
Oh my gosh.
is you would have basically a shooter with all these different characters, all these heroes, and then the walk would be the PvE version of that, co-op. And then if people really fall in love with the world, then you build a big MMO around it. Quick pause for a bathroom break.
All right, guys. Wow. So we watched Why Jeff Left Blizzard and Diablo 4 and getting back to making games and The Legend of California and early Blizzard culture, building World of Warcraft, how WoW changed video games, single player versus multiplayer, how Blizzard made great games, online toxicity, why Titan failed, and Overwatch in 6 weeks. So we've watched almost this whole video now. Whoops. Okay. It's 3 p.m. That was such a good watch. I don't know if I'm going to watch any more. We watched almost the whole thing in reverse order. We watched like the end first and then the start. There's some early stuff that I didn't watch. If you guys want to check it out, it's just Jeff Kaplan interview with Lex Friedman. It's all over YouTube right now. I'm getting spammed in my recommendations. The first part of it, which maybe I'll watch another day, or just maybe I'll watch tomorrow, maybe off stream, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. It's just like early games like Pac-Man and stuff, his writing career, EverQuest, and then getting hired at Blizzard. And like we started like here. So yeah, if you guys want to watch that, maybe I'll even check out this first hour, just kind of like an intro hour. I did not mean to necessarily take the entire stream to watch this video. You have to watch the reason he left Blizzard. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. If you guys missed this one, I'm sure we'll do some more recaps and stuff on socials, but basically Jeff was I don't want to paraphrase this incorrectly. He was like put into a room basically saying, you know, you need to bring in this amount of money in this amount of time with Overwatch, or else thousands of people are going to get fired and it's on you. And he's just like, bro, I'm out. Like, what? But yeah, that's like in here in this part. We already watched it. But yeah, dang, I really enjoyed that, man. Did you guys enjoy that as much as I did? We watched, man, I'm 6 hours into the stream. Yeah, we watched that for like probably good 4. I mean, I probably yapped for a while. I tried not to pause too much and just let the video play, because I've never really done a long form react like this where it's like literally hours. If I were to pause as much as I normally do, we would never finish. So I tried to just not pause and let it play unless like I really needed to spit something out. So hopefully that worked out. But geez, that was okay. We are 6 hours into the day. This is crazy. Let's log into the game and do what we were gonna do. But now it's 3 p.m. Cool. We gotta, guys, I missed every single sub of the whole stream. I haven't said thank you to. So thank you guys for subbing. Seriously. You own. We had that golden kappa train. We got a $5 super chat just now from CE. He says his EverQuest story and how we got hired is legendary. Okay, cool. So maybe I'll even check it out tomorrow at the start of the stream, or maybe I'll check that part out off stream. Because yeah, there does seem to be more interesting parts too. Let's play the game for like at least a little bit today, and then figure it out. I love hearing about early Blizzard. I know. I'm such a sap for that kind of like content, right? Like how we came about, how this brilliance happened. Was it like a mistake, or, you know, like I just love it, man. What am I actually doing? So we haven't played retail in like a day. We're caught up on our campaign. Oh yeah, I was gonna get hard mode delves done like a little bit more. I think I have 2 more, or not delves, prey, hard mode prey. I think I have like 2 more to go. I was gonna maybe do those while messing around with some world quests to start. It's interesting to hear how much influence Metzen really had on things. Oh yeah, I didn't know that either. Like Metzen is like really kind of the backbone of everything. I didn't really understand that. Let's just start here.
Koresh produced some of the deadliest predators in the cosmos.
I kind of want to read that one book called crap, what? You guys kept asking if I read it. It's in my reading list actually. Play Nice. I think that would be a really fascinating read. Crazy Hooker, thanks for the tier 1 sub, man. Okay, let's just go over here then. I want to read his short story from Green Hills now. It's just cool that there's a story behind all these different things, you know? Yo, Crazy, thanks again for the sub. It's just kind of cool to hear about him a little bit. It's Chris Metzen's world and we just live in it. Yeah, man, seriously.
Protected by Zuljara. They forfeited that right by invading. Give them no ground.
If Chris wasn't there, like, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. It's kind of nuts to think about. Where can I see your spec? I'm just using all the Wowhead ones right now. The one on the screen is the spec I fly around with Frost, because it's like decent for like questing and world PvP and stuff like that. But I have like a Frost Mythic Plus build, a raid build, like all that kind of stuff. I target with T, Calamity. T for target. I've been meaning to try retail as a new player. Have always been turned off by add-ons before. Is retail worth getting into without add-ons? I mean, I would say yeah. Now that there's no add-ons, it is a lot easier to get into. Having said that, there is still like a UI setup process. Like you go to edit mode and move everything and resize it all. It's still... Retail is great, man. It's just... It takes a little to get into. There's a lot of systems and mechanics happening. And on top of that, retail is, to me, a lot less of an MMO and a lot more of like a queue simulator. So if you really like dungeons and raids and that kind of stuff, like it does really, really good. But if you're looking just for like an MMO to like walk around and explore a world, like I actually wouldn't recommend it. So it depends on what you're looking for there. What was I just gonna do? I was gonna do something. I landed here to do something, but I forgot what it was. Pray? Yeah, I mean, I was gonna do something with like my UI. Oh, yeah, I was gonna do something with my UI. Dude, I keep going back and forth between timeline and bars. I feel like timeline's more minimal, but I feel like I can understand what the bars are saying better as bars. So I'm gonna try bars again. Anyway, let's go ahead. Let's do some quests. How to decrease the size of the game menu? It's killing me. UI scale, I think, scales everything up or down. New here. What up, Zoe60? How's it going? Welcome in. Retail's good as a modern game. Totally agree. Totally agree. ambushed. How'd that ambush work out for you, brother? Yeah. That's where we've fallen, guys. We're talking crap to NPCs. Cool. Soda Poppin's checking out player housing and doing a crazy jump puzzle. Dude. Apparently Peekaboo went into one of his viewers' houses the other day and there was like a crazy jump puzzle that Pika was checking out. Like I was maybe gonna look at something similar. Sounds kind of fun. Am I gonna do M+? That's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan. Feel it out. See how it goes. I'm using the Wowhead talent builds, guys. Oh, hey, look. A monk. Hey, look. The monk is gone. What level was that poor monk? He was level 90. Yeah. That's what happens. Defeat enemies to lure out your prey target. I can do that.
Let your prey believe you're blind to their strike, then make them regret every misstep.
Nice little quote there. Do 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 do. Alright, here we go. What other new expansion gonna be? I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but the next expansion is gonna be called The Last Titan, I believe. We'll kind of finish off the World Soul Saga, which will be interesting. Thanks for linking that, Inhaled. Appreciate it. In Northrend? Yeah, I heard that too. I'm happy Blizzard's using some of these like old, like I love that we're in Eastern Kingdoms right now. Feels so nice and right. Hey Static, thanks for the prime. Classic plus win. I think either end of year or mid next year after TBC goes to Wrath and then they either end Wrath or do Wrath era. Then yeah, that would be my guess, but I don't know, man. Game doesn't need to be any bigger. Yeah, exactly, bro. Reusing what we have here works. I am in complete alignment with that. Oh, here it is. I haven't spent any of my sparks yet. What I'm gonna do is wait till Tuesday, see what happens. I'll get my 4th spark. On Tuesday, I'll probably craft a 259 weapon. I think the intelligent thing to do is do your normal raid, see what happens. Then if you get a 259 weapon to drop, you can craft other stuff. If you don't, then you craft the 259 weapon. I think that's what most people who are planning it out are gonna do. Yo, run around and get traps. Don't complete quest. Wait, what do you mean? Why? Why are people saying do traps only? Oh, it's just faster that way? I see. I feel like you have to watch a 30-minute guide to understand how crafting works. So I haven't done crafting yet this expansion, but I remember last expansion, I was borderline triggered trying to figure it out. It was so confusing. So hopefully they made it better this expansion. It's not that it's impossible, but yeah, it was quite the learning curve.
And then we will cut them deeper.
Where's the prey? Oh, it's not done yet. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. If I just spam collected traps. Oh. I see what you're saying now. Okay, well, too late for that.
Join me, my child.
The traps don't go away. Okay, so I'll fly back down there.
Many are still recovering from the Twilight's blade attack. Help us gather herbs around the shrine of Coolsey for medicine.
I think it's so sad Ashes loses its tail with skywriting. I mean, you have a little bit of it. But I guess, yeah, the longer one was... The other one was, like, longer. Do I carry both sets of gear on me? I do, bro. Look at my bags. It's crazy talk, man. My bags have so many pieces of gear. I need to actually vendor a lot of these, too. Where was this? It's like right. It's like right over here somewhere, right? Yeah, I think it was like over here. There's a trap right there. There's one. Nice.
Make them regret giving up their pathetic holdout.
Wow, so hard mode, like prey is fast if you just do that. Oh my gosh. I haven't done it that way yet. What are you doing hunts for? I was just doing my 4 hard modes for the week. What do? You just spam the traps. Chat just told me. Do you think the way PvE gear doesn't really translate to PvP in retail like it does in Classic makes less people want to do it at all? Maybe. It helps balancing, though, a ton to separate it. But I see what you're saying.
You like goods, don't you? Then find them.
Nice.
How delightfully.
So we got gold, Marl, veteran Dawn crests. And I guess that's kind of it. They should just force the same equipment on everyone in PvP. So that's what they used to do in Legion, and it was like a massive failure because it kind of didn't really feel like you were playing an MMO at that point. And like, I kind of agree. It felt kind of weird. I didn't like it that much. Like, part of getting a new upgrade or getting an item or customizing your character is like a big reason of why we play WoW in the first place. Having no gear makes balancing easier and simplifies things, but it also removes the kind of like RPG element of playing the game in the first place. Is there no mana management in retail? It depends what spec you play, but like, I guess for the most part, no, as a DPS, unless you play Arcane Mage, and then mana's a thing for healers. But yeah, for like a mage, a Frost Mage, you almost don't really even need to look at it, except for spell steal. Is it difficult to play PvE and PvE simultaneously in this game, this X-Pack thus far? I think for me, I'm pretty used to it, but I would say like in general, maybe yes. Like, I don't know. I think I'm used to like making a PvP spec, making a PvP build, like all of these things. But if you're a brand new player, I could see it being really confusing. Ah, crap. Yeah, don't know if that's happening then. One's in the chat if you believe. I don't know about this one. Pull out all the stops on Mr. Stumpy here. Yeah, we got a bunch of bits from Vizio. Thank you. Frost is looking good. Fire's also looking good in PvP. Mages seem to be doing really well in PvP in general. Big surprise there. Arcane's probably the weaker one in PvP from what I can tell. Stumpy down, easy clap, boys. There we go. Gonzo, thanks for the prime. That was a little harder than I thought it would be, but we got the Stumpy Stomp, so that's definitely well worth it. Or something. Think you could do that on Arcane? It would maybe be like a little harder as Arcane. Oh, thanks, Bim. Oh, what's this one today? Chocolate raspberry? Guys, we got a chocolate raspberry shake today. We got some new tech. Wow, very nice. Chocolate raz. Yummy. Man, that's one of the things I love about Shannon. One of the things she's taught me a lot is variety is the spice of life. I'm the kind of guy that I could do the same thing every day forever. My wife always kind of, you know, change it up, like make something different, do something different, go somewhere different, try a new restaurant. And she's kind of showed me that owns. She's like really hard for me to do and remember, but she constantly reminds me. So W Shannon. Novelty. Where are those traps at? Dun dun dun. Oh, hey, look, it's a warrior. I'll help this warrior kill this. Is the warrior attacking me? I was helping you, man.
Heavily involved with the comp CL Gulch scene in first
Yeah, this guy's trying to kill me then.
back, so looking to decide fire or frost. Time.
See ya, Mr. Warrior. Fire or frost for what do you want to do? I'm a very old rank once heavily involved with the competitive classic Gulch scene in first classic. If you want battlegrounds, frost will probably be better. For arena, like small scale PvP, fire might be the move. It's hard to tell this early, but fire with 1 minute combust with a rogue is probably gonna be amazing. But frost with Ray of Frost also gonna be amazing, so it's kind of hard to tell. I would say one of those. Hey Shy, thanks for the gifted tier 1. Do you think they'll post class changes tomorrow? Yeah, I think that's what we're expecting. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't think that class changes will go live until Tuesday, but I hope that like they change some stuff with Arcane. So, we'll see. Am I playing arena this season? No. Anyone excited to get cozy for Race to World First? I'm definitely excited to get cozy for it. Do I use clean nameplates? I use better Blizz plates. Did I already kill this warrior once? Is this the same warrior? Hongji? I think it is. I'm gonna let this guy live. I have a strict world PvP rule where I only kill each person once, so we don't want to be that guy. Hey, what up, Emchi? How's it going? Good to see you in the chat. Why do you and Pika use such clicky keyboards? I think just PvPers have high APM because you always want to be doing something. Is there a place where I can bet on world first? Oh, this guy wants to go a second time, huh? I mean, brother, I was gonna let you live. This guy's completely screwed. I don't know what to even tell you, man. This guy just opens up. I'm in my PvE gear, by the way. I don't even have my PvP gear on. I just don't know what he was thinking. Like all that's self-defense. That's not trying to kill someone twice. I got a mechanical keyboard because of you and I love it. Oh, it's great, man. The way I think about mechanical keyboards for a gamer is like having leather seats in a car. If you're like a car guy and you really enjoy driving and your car and this and that, it's like, okay, you have a nice little upgrade. It's not necessary, but it feels nice. That's kind of like a mechanical keyboard. It's like you don't need it, but it's pretty darn nice. And if you're like, you like gaming, you like your setup, might be worth sending. See ya, Cosman. Thanks for hanging, man. I'm not gonna kill this warrior again, unless, of course, I need to pull out the old self-defense. Dun 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 dun. Tracked bars. What do tracked bars do? Oh, it's just the same thing as tracked buff, but in a bar form, I see. I was gonna mess around with this for a sec. Can you use tracked bars and then remove the bars? No, bar width. Maybe you can't, shoot. What mouse? I use the Logitech G Pro Superlight. What color are my switches? They're magentas. They're like a weird magnetic switch, like new school ones. They're phenomenal. Before these, I used browns and reds a lot. Which I also like. Thermal Void. Consuming Brain Freeze has a 100% chance to cause your next Ice Lance to shatter 6 additional stacks. I don't even know if I need to track this. I feel like I don't need to track this. Maybe I'll keep it tracked though. There's a bunch of like things that you can track in WoW, but what I've realized is like tracking the things that impact your decision making is a good way to do it. Do I ever need to know this information on the fly in combat? Like, is this something I would ever change my next ability? Is this something that I would ever need to look at? Like, there's something like this, Brainstorm. Gaining Brain Freeze increases your int by 1% for 8 seconds. This is something that you, like, it's nice that it's there, but I never need to, like, think about, like, oh, let's track this and, like, try to get more. In certain circumstances, like, there's stuff that, like, you want to track, because it's gonna change your next ability, and there's some that's like, I don't really need that. Just let that work in the background. I don't need to know about it. What's this? Free mount in the zone if you want to grab it quick. Yeah. Where do I get that? Oh, 07. This guy's feeling all right so far. I don't know if I can stun him, but since I can't slow him, probably not. Go to 4168. Sure, I'll do that right after this. Thanks for letting me know. 4168, huh? Okay, I'm just gonna block for a second so I can take another drink of this protein shake. Nice. Yeah, maybe Arcane couldn't do this because all my spells are instant as Frost. You're a mage, you can kite forever. The initial spike and ray was like, oh, he's tanky, but whether it's 20 seconds or 8 minutes, it's all the same. Right, right. Yo, MG, we still have the cookbook for sale, yeah. What were those chords? 4168, you said? Check it out. Absolute beast, brah. We're sending it, man. Flying around the world as Frost is the way to go, man. Like, I like Arcane a lot, maybe more than Frost, but Frost can handle itself in more situations. Like, if I find myself in PvP, I can handle it. If I find myself in a 1v1 like that, I can handle it. If I find myself in some AoE, I can handle it. More defensives. It's just solid. Very solid. What's the item level? We're at 240 right now. I have not used my sparks yet, so we're gonna go up. What was I looking for again? You said like a stump behind a tree? Is it like down here? A mallet in front of that door. I don't see a door. Maybe it's up. Maybe it's down. Maybe it's left. Maybe it's right. Oh, here we go. This is a door. Maybe. Mallet. Found it. Cool. Oh, that's a moth. Whoops. Mallet. I think I clicked it. Oh yeah, you have the mallet. It's capable of ringing the gong. There's a gong over here. Okay. Mycelial gong. Nice. First time mage player here, switch from Arcane to Frost for the first time. Frost is just so cool. Yeah, it works out, man. Very capable. And then it spawns a cache, which gives you a mount. Wow, that is really an easy mount to get. Untainted Grove Crawler. Oh, it's not a flyer. It's a ground mount. Hype. Have I done a Mythic and Frost? I did all of them as Arcane. Actually, I might have done one as Frost. But man, I don't know. I might have to swap up to Frost just because it's tankier and the better for bosses. It's just good, man. How do you turn off the yellow border around your character, please? Better Blizz frames and better Blizz plates. This one's better Blizz frames. My profiles are in Discord. So don't save sparks for after the 17th. I'm saving my sparks for after the 17th. Yeah, I'm gonna see.
Need of ingredients for a new piecemeal between us, the Rotani, and the Fungarians. Help me gather them.
Oh, it's kind of cool how, like, you go into your own instance when you fight these things. It's crazy how almost all of Frost is just instant cast, too. Hard mode prey, dude. Got them all done.
How efficient.
Made some more gold. Got some more turn-ins. Cool. I got the trinket from Emberwing and instantly upgraded it to 250. Is it one of the best in slot ones? Maybe that's worth doing. I have Heart of Wind and Crucible. What are my opinions on Turtle WoW? Seems like people like it, so hopefully Blizzard's paying attention for Classic Plus, like, I guess. Okay, Void Storm. Yo, Cry, thanks for the 2 gifted. Which one's better for raid? It'll probably be Frost for raid, but we get class tuning tomorrow, so I'll see what happens tomorrow.
Come, let us forge a weapon worthy of your allies.
Where's Frostbolt? It shares that keybind with Glacial Spike now. I don't think your stuff is in Discord due to the bot spam. It's still under add-ons macros. Yeah. Should still be there. Ray of Frost is the most unfun ability ever. Has anyone had fun pressing it once? Ray of Frost is really OP. It like one-shots things, so it's fun in the sense that it does a lot of damage. But in terms of an ability, I agree. Having your damage, your big damage tied into a channel, not as big of a fan. Like I agree with what you're saying, but like it is fun to press right now just because it owns. You know what I mean? This guy's not bad. Definitely not bad. Any hope for Plunder to make a return? One day. One day. One day. Am I gonna kill Jonathan here? Poor Jonathan. Poor Jonathan. How does World PvP make you not want to hop into Arena? World PvP I can still have fun with. Arena makes me too sweaty. Whoops. I can't like have fun in Arena because I just get too sweaty, which is maybe my own fault. Well, it is my own fault. Later, Mr. Hunter. I don't know if I can actually kill this monk. I don't think I can. Yeah, it's a healer. Can't do it. I haven't been able to kill a healer in like 4 or 5 expansions. It's just tough. Single. If I'm with a rogue, then we can kill him. Gotta be like Pika in too few arenas. Yeah, I could, but Hey, sorry, how you finding Frost's X pack? It's very well rounded, man. You can definitely do some stuff. Goodbye. Is that prop pally? 600k life. Yeah, I think that is a prop pally. Unless... Oh, hey, look, a shaman. Crap, he flew away. That PvP build has water LA? Does it? Oh, just for like a Nova, huh? Does it actually? I haven't looked at like any PvP Midnight Frost build. I haven't looked at any. I would assume it's this exact build, except with I don't know if I trust Icy Veins. Actually, I don't know if I trust. Best Frost Mage talent Sherry. Oh, that's for PvE. I do think Water Elite for sure makes sense. Losing 3% damage for a Nova is like easy worth. I could see Frozen Touch being worth it. But you don't cast Frostbolt too often. Everything else seems like it's a choice. Yeah. Yeah, what up, Big Fro? How's it going?
Oh yeah, almost forgot.
MG, thanks for that prime. Appreciate you. It's been a long time since I played at the water, Ellie. Oh, 07 double Ray of Frost? Yeah, that one probably won't feel quite as good. Losing double Ray in PvP won't be as good. Hey, Blanc, thanks for the prime. Good day. Did you read the 1205 notes? Yeah, I saw that. Shoot, you have to summon a water lily every time you land off your mount? Was it always like that? If I fly away and then re-land, my water lily's gone, huh? Oh, it's actually super annoying. No, they messed it up. I feel like normally you wouldn't need to do that. Got him.
checking to see if Prime subs are still working.
I think they're still working. Oh wow, this guy faked my CS. Okay, we have a gamer out here. Shaman down, priest down. Should we go for shaman round 2? Shaman down again. Is there anyone else? Looks like it's about it. Oh yeah, I need to get my water really out, man. I keep forgetting. I mean, good night, bro. Good night. You have 5 icicles to a frost bomb. Snow tripped ray of frost. Yes. I mean, that's not happening. I don't know if I can kill this guy even with like my biggest possible burst. Yeah, I just can't kill healers. I think that is one of the like game design decisions that like I wasn't a fan of. I don't know when that changed. I guess it's kind of always been that way. Even in classic vanilla, it's like kind of hard to kill a healer in a 1v1. Hey, what up, Kickerus? How's it going?
Keep an eye out for opportunities for loot when they arise, like now.
Is he drinking salsa? My wife made me a protein shake that's like chocolate raspberry. It's very tasty. Bum 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 bum. Hey, I've seen your streams a couple times. Wanted to ask how you balance your personal life with streaming. Maybe you have a specific routine. Yeah, I just try to stick to a routine. It's way more normal than you would think. I start my stream around 9 and turn my stream off around 5. And I take weekends off. So I try to stick to that as much as I can. Obviously, there's some times where I'll be on overtime if I really need to do a lot of gaming, which sometimes happens. This mage is def not bad. Second block. Ah, shoot. I got worked in a 1v1. That is embarrassing. I had a second block still. Should have just used it, I guess. Crazy anime fight? Yeah. That was actually kind of intense. That guy was solid. It's the gear. I just didn't use many cooldowns, but hey, the fact that I had to use cooldowns, it's pretty good. No heal pots. I didn't use my heal pot out of honor. Just being honorable. Honor. I didn't use my trinket. I didn't use like any cooldowns into that mage actually. I didn't use my trinket, my invis, or my block. I just kind of full send, no, almost no cooldowns. Pots aren't allowed. So the way, I mean, the way I see it is in world PvP, anything kind of goes, but in a duel, you shouldn't pot. But in my head, that was almost like a little mini duel. So I was like, eh, I won't pot. But I also didn't use cooldowns, so I probably should have. Hello, Mr. Druid. I think this guy might just die. Oh, never mind. He's a bear. 750,000 life. This guy is not gonna die. Yeah. Yeah. Guy's definitely not gonna die, huh? That's clearly not a druid. Oh, it's not. My bad. How come you're using Blizz Blades, better Blizz Blades? I just like them, man. I think it looks good. Alright, we're gonna try to combo him here. I can kill him if I bait him into leave bear form. You think we can bait the bear to leave form? This is everything right here. Oh, not quite. Oh, we tried. Tanks and healers. Ah, crap. I don't know my stun for like 2 seconds. Probably get his cloak here, though. Oh, never mind. That's how fast, like, a normal player would die to that combo. But to the tank, it doesn't even scratch him. Wait a minute, this actually looks pretty sick and enjoyable. It is pretty fun, yeah. Come up here and fight me. Come up here and fight me. I'm in a 1v1. This doesn't feel like a 1v1. This feels like a 100v1. Okay, well, I've used all my cooldowns. That's like max damage right there. His health didn't move, but we got a lot of defensives. Pally kind of held me out, so it's not really fair. I don't really know who was winning that before that Pally came and ruined everything. Alright, let's see a druid in a pally fight. No, him. What?
Something big.
Yes, sir. Why are they on me? Huh? What? What are you? Huh? Woohoo! Oh, you're a streamer. True. Streamer benefits. Streamer benefits hard.
The disruption has come. For now.
Dude. I just took a selfie with that guy on accident. I'm moving so fast. I feel like I'm about to fall off this ledge. Summon Felguard, a classic. Nice. And he's dead. Oh, hey, look, a warrior. Hello, Mr. Warrior. I don't really like water ellie in world PvP because I can never actually get it out because it goes away every time I land. You know what I mean? Hello there, I'm a new player. Just dropped OSRS because the sub will increase once again and money value on WoW is better. I still didn't reach level 20 and I'm loving the combat of it. Playing an elf mage. Any advice on I should have in consideration? Welcome into WoW. If you're level 20, don't grow up too fast. It's a fun, enjoyable journey. The best game of all time, in my unbiased opinion. So get out there, level slow. Make your own choices, figure it out. Don't try to solve it too darn quick. I think a lot of us wish we could go back and enjoy the game for the first time, so enjoy. If you're a mage, you pick the right class. Yeah. I don't think I could even beat this lock in a 1v1. This lock is tanky. Dark Pact, it's like, what am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to do? Look at his health bar, man. Oh crap, I kicked in the aura. And he purged altar. And the Pally's attacking. Oh, Pally's attacking that guy, not me. I don't even know what's going on here. Spell steal? Can't spell steal that one. There's only certain spells that you can spell steal, which is probably a really good thing. If you could spell steal everything, that would suck.
Surprised the horde could pull off.
Dark Pass lasts 15 seconds. I thought it was a lot longer. Is Dark Pack only 15 seconds? I thought it was like closer to... I don't know. Looks like it's 20, but that's still a little shorter than I thought. It's 20? Yeah. Close one. How do you feel about world PvP and getting back to your body so quickly? It doesn't really bother me too much. Yeah. It's world PvP after all. Seems fine. I think that priest is a healer, so I'm not gonna mess with the healer. Oh, hey, look, a demon hunter. Let's see if we can mess with this guy. Much better.
They have use. Remember that.
Hey, Mir, thanks for the raid, man. I hope you had a great stream today, dude. We are doing some rare PvP on the channel here, where we're flying around and doing some world quests, where we slay a bunch of random other players. It's been a good time. Just killing a bunch of people. This guy's name is Trians. This is the combo. Trinket meld. Into a restun. Is he a healer? You are a healer. Okay, well. We know how that goes. See ya, bro. Do new 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 new. You don't play TBC nowadays? I played TBC yesterday. We play TBC soon on NA. Hope you're ready, bro. Mir, I haven't even leveled a character on the PvP realm. I've been I only have a paladin on the PvE realm. I've been doing a lot of like role play, or not PvE rather. Raiding, playing paladin. I'm a main tank for our guild. It's fantastic. Bro, what? Nah, what happened to you? What do you mean what happened to me? Dad effect, I guess. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Yo, Eugen, thanks for the gift of tier 1. Alright guys, I don't know what Mir's talking about. I just playing the game, man. Don't know what's going on there. Okay, this is the combo again. That's gonna be bubble for sure. Pre-alter the Hajj. Nice. Send a couple flurry lances. Go back into time. Pop the mirror image. Okay. I think he's pretty much dead once this thing goes away. Oh, hey, look. The druid who's not a druid is back. Ah, crud. Okay. I think we have to just completely ignore this druid, man. This druid is a tank guardian druid, so I think we just have to completely ignore him. See what we can do here on the paladin. Okay, we'll go TP ring. Crossbomb. Okay, here's our one shot. This time he doesn't have bubble though. Good night. Alright, we're on the druid, but we can't ever actually kill this guy since it's a tank, so I think I just run away. Run! We're out. We're out, we're out, we're out. There we go. Get in the turret and shoot the druid? Oh, that's actually smart. I'm Mexican, Calamity. Hammer time. Oh, the druid's back. Crap. Do we beg for forgiveness or do we... Oh, this guy's taking a selfie. They're both blasting me with selfies. Oh, the selfies does damage. Wait.
Take the early advantage and get your spoil.
Crap, I'm dead now. I didn't know the selfie thing did damage. That's hilarious. Thanks so much for the add-ons video. Hey, no problem. I'm glad you enjoyed. I had no idea that taking selfies did damage. I want to try that again. Crap. I don't know where he is. Crap. I couldn't find him, bro. Dang it. I thought the selfie strat would own. We have to like... Okay, I got it now. We're gonna DB sheep, ring around him, and then send an orb and then selfie. They're gonna be trapped. And we're gonna spam and just one-shot him with selfies. That's gonna work, We just have to execute. All we have to do is execute now. Okay, here we go. DB, sheep, ring. Spam selfies. Go. They're not doing any damage. Is it broken? What the heck is that about? I'm spamming them. I thought it should do damage, man. It's not doing any damage. What are we aiming at? I don't know, man. Don't they do aren't they supposed to do damage? Doesn't do damage. I thought it totally did damage. You're facing the wrong way? Wait. What? I thought you were supposed to take a selfie with them like that. You have to like face the camera at them? Then how do you even know what you're looking at? Okay, hold on. We gotta fix the camera strat. This is crazy. I didn't know you could camera, man. It's based on where you use it, not where you spin. All right, hold on. Well, we'll get the tech down. We'll figure it out. Hold on. Okay. Okay, there we go. Like, that's a lot of damage. I think it might have just bugged before. I think I was using it right. So basically, if I wanted to go for a one-shot, I would go like DB, sheep, and then like ring around the sheep. Oh, well, I got CS because it's a lock pet. Doesn't really work in the pet classes, but DB sheep, ring around the sheep, into a ring of frost, into a selfie. Oh, I don't have the selfie thing on anymore. Dude, how do... Bruh. Can you share your cooldown manager settings, please? I have my edit mode in Discord. In terms of my specific cooldown manager settings, I don't think there's an export for them. Doesn't look like it. But I just track buffs and that's it. These are the buffs I track. Oh, there is in the bottom left. You can export. I must have missed that. I didn't even know that. Cooldown manager settings. Copy to clipboard. Can I upload that to WAG.io? Cooldown manager. Oh. Sorry, you Frost. Does that just do my Frost ones, or does that do all of them? Probably just my Frost. There you go, man. I will also put that in the Discord. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, I put it in Discord just now as well. Please Arcane later. Wait, you want my Arcane edit mode thing, or are you just saying... Oh, here, let's try the selfie thing on this guy. Oh, I don't have my selfie up, bro. It's a speed shrink ray. I don't know if there's like a cooldown on that or what. This guy's leapfrogging. A good office chair. Definitely check out the Herman Miller Aeron. It's definitely expensive, but man, is it good. Better Blizz plates. It's in my Discord. Yes, edit mode later if you remember. I have my edit mode already there. If you want my Arcane cooldown manager, is that what you mean? Like this? There it is, bro. I'll put it in Discord too, if you want it for later. It's in Discord now as well. Cool, thanks. No problem, Mike. Aaron helped with a weird pinched nerve I had. Nice, dude.
Let's go.
Yo, Brentos, thanks for the tier 1. Wait, guys, where did my selfie thing go? Why is it the shrink ray now? Is it just like RNG or what? Get over here, Mr. Druid. This guy's super dead unless he trinkets. He trinkets. Oh, is that the... It's the same resto druid. Yeah, well, can't do much about that. Does anyone want to do a Mythic 0 any dungeon? I've already done them all. But I was maybe going to do another one now just to test one out as Frost. Since I've only played them as Arcane. I was maybe wanting to do one dungeon as Frost. Oh wait, I needed one more player kill for this quest. So might as well finish that. I'll tank for you. I'll do a sign up sheet here in a second. Let me get one more kill. And we can just go to any random M0. This guy? It's another healer druid probably. This guy? Another healer druid. This guy? That's another healer druid. Why is there just a bunch of druids? Oh, is this guy feral? I'll kill a feral druid. Nice. Quest complete. Bum 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 bum. I haven't played like a ton of Fire, no. Alright, let's hit up like a quick dungeon.
Is there a community guild?
I haven't done one for retail. We have one on TBC. Okay, we'll do a dungeon sign up. I don't really want to do Murder Row. Maybe I'll do... I don't really want to do... I don't know if I like a lot of these dungeons. What's the best dungeon? Magister's Terrace, maybe? Den is annoying, Murder Row is annoying. Nexus Point's okay. My Sarah Caverns, I think I like. Windrunner for big pulls? Okay, I'll do this. All right. Zaryu M0. Yo, if you guys want to sign up, minimum item level, I don't know, like just like 230 or something. I was just gonna... Wait, why can't I list the group? Select a play style. Learning, relax, competitive, carry offered. I'll carry you guys. All right, let's go. If anyone wants to sign up, it's Windrunner, Spire, Mythic 0. Cool. Spellbook, talents. It's just for the lulz. I don't know, like no loot or anything. Milken can tank. Oh, well, this is the way to get people to play on retail. I just gotta do these sign up things. Should we get like a rogue shaman mage? I don't know. Shaman, rogue, mage. We need a healer. And then where are we going? It's like in Zolaman, I think. No. It's in Eversong Woods. Yeah. Let's go. We need a heal, then we can send. Mai Zichi, Resto Druid. Cool. Oh, a Tycontrius. Nice. Where are you guys playing at? Stormrage, Proudmoore, Winterhoof, Kil'jaeden, Frostmourne, Thrall, Kel'Thuzad, Illidan, Kel'Thuzad, Stormrage. You guys are just all over the place, huh? Sick, I'm the healer. Cool, man. I just kind of wanted to mess around. I haven't done a dungeon as Frost yet, so I was like, screw it. Let's do one. Go get your 246 trinket. I already have it. I've done everything, I think. I don't think there's anything to do. I'm just kind of playing the game now. Illidan gang, Tight gang, Moonguard. Moonguard hard. Yo. Summoning stones. Am I gonna push shuffle? Nah. I'm not a big shuffle fan myself. Do I do achievements? The only achievements we've gone for in the past were like some of the... Where do you see this? Achievements. Some of these here. A couple of these. I don't know. Just gladiator, a couple of gladiators. Demonic, another gladiator, rank 1 gladiator, fierce gladiator. Guardian of the Alliance, Soldier of the Alliance, Gladiator, another Gladiator. Guardian of the Alliance, Hero of the Horde, another rank 1. Another Gladiator. Guardian, Hero, Defender, Guardian of the Alliance. Another rank 1, another Gladiator. Another Gladiator, another rank 1, another Hero, another Gladiator. Let's see, another Gladiator, another rank 1, another Guardian of the Alliance. No, I haven't really done much. Sorry, I'm back now, guys. I haven't really done much achievement hunting myself. Yeah. Cool. Is everyone here? Oh, the Druid needs a summon. The Rogue's here, Shaman's here. I think it's just Druid now. You can start playing the game now? True. Dungeon difficulty, Mythic. I already finished all my Mythics as Arcane. I just wanted to test one as Frost to see how it felt. I actually haven't done any as Frost, so. What should I do? Just keep leveling alts. I can't decide on a main. Yeah, that's kind of how I was for a long time. I played like everything until I found mage, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so fun. Change spec. I think I'm my M+ spec. What title do I use now? I have I have no title on.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Interesting, it has me play Dragon's Breath in this M+ build instead of what's it called? Supernova. I wonder why. I kind of like Supernova better. It's just like a ranged interrupt, AoE interrupt. Don't have to like get in there, you know? Supernova is better. Yeah, I wonder why. I just got this build from online. I wonder why it has me go DB. Pretty sure I should be Supernova.
Barisa was the peacekeeper of our family.
Oh, we're doing a big pull. I think our tank might die here. Unless our healer is locked in and our tank is so dead. Hey man, I'm with you. If we can do it. I'm lusting this pull. It's got to be worth it. Complete waste of a lust. Who did that? Terrible lust. Worst lust I've ever seen in my life. All those mobs just melted. I thought that would be like a 80-second pull or something where we get massive lust value. It just didn't happen at all. Man, this tank is locked in and dialed. Oh my gosh, we are just full sending. Dude, this guy's so dead. There's no way he doesn't die. Who is this guy? How is he not dying? Yep. Probably shouldn't have orbed right there because pull's over. He's been playing Fellowship? I guess so, man. I don't know how this tank is just staying alive. Man, I'm not gonna lie. Frost is looking kind of nice in Mythic Plus because I have no bad pulls. There's just no bad pulls as a Frost Mage. Every pull is good. I don't know why we have Time Warp already on cooldown. Someone must have griefed that. Whatever. Burning Gale. Man, I'm getting owned. Doom, doom. Searing Beak. Yeah, my single target is just so much better than it would be as Arcane. I'm only doing 46k, which isn't anything too impressive, but as Arcane, I would definitely be in the 30s.
Beautiful. She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened.
Yo, Ras, thanks for the gifted tier 1. How's your baby? He's doing great. He's actually not a baby anymore. He's a big toddler now. Aren't they nerfing Frost? We'll see tomorrow. On the next 12.05 patch notes, they're making it so there's only 1 Ray of Frost instead of 2, but that's more of a PvP nerf, I think.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
Dude, this Demon Hunter? Bro, I'm gonna have to play some Mythic Plus with this guy. This guy is running through this place and not dying at all.
And anything else.
I don't get how this Demon Hunter is not dying. He's topping the damage as the tank, and he's invincible. I don't even understand. We'll definitely have to add this guy to a friends list or something. I'm just kind of confused on how he's invincible to death. That's the confusing part. Like, these pulls are massive.
This bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
Man, the nice thing about Frost is I'm just so tanky too. Like 2 barriers is just so big. I think I forgot to use my second Blizzard there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Look at that though. Every pull I'm doing like 100k DPS. Man, guys, it might be a Frost angle. I don't know which one we kill first. I forgot. I really have to get better at remembering to use my second Blizzard. I wonder if I could change something with my UI to remind me to use my second Blizzard better. I don't know who put this right in the center of the thing, guys. You want to run that to the edges. Not really sure what this is. Okay, I remembered a second Blizzard there. What do you guys use to remember to second Blizzard? Do you use your brain? Or is there anything like specifically? Because it's like a timing of like 1 second. You use your eyes? Big surprise, the The tank lives.
We failed.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be admired, but she never wanted to be worshipped.
What do you mean second Blizzard? So basically I have an instant cast Blizzard on Orb. Right when you use Orb, you just use Blizzard, but then 10 seconds later, right when Orb is about to expire, you get a second Blizzard for free. Crap, I don't know. I don't know where you guys are at. Oh, they're over there. So as a mage, you press 2 buttons. As Frost, you actually use Glacial, Ice Lance, Ray of Frost, Blizzard, Orb, Flurry. As Frost, you actually use quite a bit. Second free Blizzard off, at least I remember this time. As some of the other specs though, yeah, it's kind of like more one button. Like Fire's a lot of Fire Blast and Pyro, or Flame Strike, depending if it's AoE. Yeah, I definitely think I like Supernova more than Dragon's Breath, but I'll have to respec that after this.
Valeria hunted the old horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession.
You should get 2 free Blizzards, one right after Orb, and then one like right when Orb's about to expire. Since Blizzard's instant cast with Orb out. So Orb, Blizzard. And then I have an Orb expiring in 3, 2, 1. I can get another free Blizzard right there. You need to hit haste required for it? Oh, I see, it's a haste thing. That second one's hard to land. It's like the timing for it is like very short. I have 12% haste. My haste is 20. That must be it. That must be it, man. My first time doing a dungeon is Frost. And I have to say, I'm liking it a lot more than I thought I would be. Maybe it's just fun to pump. Shit, I used this in the wrong order there. Oh, cool. Someone needs some loot. They're getting some gear.
One last task remains.
Can we get an overall meter? I'll show the overall meter at the end of the dungeon. I could show it during the dungeons, but I find it...
I'll use these relics to
I don't know. It's just a lot on the screen. Too many numbers on the screen. But I'll show it at the end.
Will return to me. There, the restless heart that haunts us. Please, lay it to rest.
Oh, it's just another boss at the end, huh? Okay, so you can use the eye, or use this to jump over that, like this. Guess that's how mage you would just blink it, huh? Probably easier. I've actually never done that mechanic properly till now. I think I was a little early on it even. Detail still works, it just skins the default one, but... does the same thing. I just like details on how it looks like so much better. I don't know if I can just stand here and eat that or what. Yeah, is that the whole dungeon? Nice. That was actually pretty fun. Man, dungeons in WoW are so fun. Fanta, thanks for the prime. So overall data was here, guys. I did almost 70,000 overall DPS as Frost. Man.
Thank you, champions.
It's just so good. That's pretty nice. Link your talents. These are the talents. I want to go Supernova instead of DB.
Blizzards off, I've noticed I have to use it immediately after I cast Orb.
Yep.
So Orb instantly Blizzard, then be vigilant on your globals so you don't
get
stuck in a global and can't cast the...
I mean, I know how to do it. I know how it's supposed to work. It's just like, could be brutal if it's not perfect. You know what I mean? If you mess up anything. Oh yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna go this too. I like, you know what's cool is like the left talents I feel like are a lot of personal preference. The right talents are like simmed in their damage numbers, so you can't swap these ones too much. But the ones on the left, like, I think there is a lot of room for like what you enjoy, you know, which is cool. Like I like Supernova more than DB as an interrupt, so I can do that. I like Time Walk over Temporal Realignment in general, so I can do that. I think the class tunings are out right now on Wowhead. No way, really? Yo, if you guys want to do another dungeon, I'm down, by the way. I'll do another if you guys want, sure. That was fun. No, these are... Nah, the PTR notes are different. They'll come out tomorrow, I think, bro. Oh, our tank has to bounce. Dang. Yo, Chi-Chi's. The reason I did so much damage last dungeon, guys, is because of our tank. Our tank did great pulls. Type 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Like, your damage is directly dependent on the tank. If the tank is pulling everything and allows you to just blast, and they pull everything and allows you to blast, it's like, yeah, I'm pumping. But if the tank is like, yeah, that tank owned. Every pull was like 10 mobs. You know, it's like we're doing 70k overall, but yeah, we have a tank that I'm never hitting less than 10 mobs, so we're pumping. This tank's ego was on cloud 11. Yeah, true. I guarantee that guy's done some key and some M plus and some of something. But yeah, this is the build I'm running with. I like this. I like this build a lot. Man, I hate to say it, but if nothing changes with Arcane, I might just run Frost. It's just so much better defensively, and the damage is just so darn consistent. Every pull you're doing like 100k. Unless it's single target. Is Arcane not the play? The Arcane does more damage, but defensively it's brutal. Try Water Lily on the AoE spec. Why? Just the extra Nova, or? I don't know. I don't like playing Water Lily if I don't have to. I don't know why. I just don't like Water Lily. Like I like Lonely Winter better if I can get away with it. Nova to help your tank a bit and it's slightly more single target damage. Yeah, makes sense. Man, Frost Raid spec is so much different than Cleave. In Frost Raid, you're doing Water Rally, you're doing Rhyme Caster, you're doing Piercing Cold, you're doing Frozen Touch. It's so different. Winter Tide or Whiteout? I'm playing Wintertide. Frozen Orb has a 100% chance to grant Brain Freeze. Ice Lance reduces the cooldown of Frozen Orb by 0.5, increased by 0.1 for each stack of Freezing Shattered. Wow, I'm surprised Whiteout isn't better. I'm surprised Whiteout's not better than Wintertide. Whiteout is better? Where the heck did I get my build from? Hold on. I'm surprised Whiteout's not better. Wowhead, Frost, Mythic Plus, build. Wintertide. All builds recommend Wintertide, but the other one seems better. I don't know why that's the case. Whiteout seems like it would be better. Let's check out Icy Veins. I usually don't trust Icy Veins, but let's check it out anyway, see what this one says. Even Icy Veins says Wintertide. I could ask Jinchi if you guys want. I really trust Jinchi. I don't understand why that would be better. Seems like Whiteout would be better. I mean, bro, you're getting Orb way sooner. Like, yeah, you get one more Brain Freeze, but come on. It's because Thermal Void is so strong. One Brain Freeze over, like, Orb so much sooner? I don't know. Bring in the expert. Yo, for Frost M+, you thinking Whiteout or Wintertide? Guides say Wintertide, but that feels so troll to me. Whiteout seems way better. Yeah, Whiteout, well, I don't know, man. Whiteout seems way better. You're gonna cut your orb cooldown in half, literally. For one extra Brain Freeze. Fired Up is online. I don't have him on Discord, I don't think. The whole spec is built on Thermal Void, I'm pretty sure.
Favorite stream, thanks for the great times.
Caladan, thanks for the prime. Do, 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 do. This is I'm Fired Up's talent. Someone linked it in the chat. Try it on dummies. I can. This is Fired Up, apparently. So Fired Up runs the same thing we're already running. He uses the placed blizzard instead of the autocast one. And he's used mirror images. But other than that, Fired Up has the same build. And he has Mass Invis too. I'm down to try it on the dummies, but if every single person's using Wintertide, there's probably a reason. Okay, let's do just normal damage with Wintertide for 1 minute. Actually, is 1 minute a good test? Since, yeah, maybe it is a good test, actually. I messed up my stacks. Actually kind of messed up my rotation there. Hot fixes for March 12th just got posted. I don't think we're looking for hot fixes. Wait, how do I have orb already after 30 seconds? Man, I messed up my rotation a lot. I'm like trying to do too many things. Oh, Frost Splinters already reduce your orb cooldown. Oh, maybe orb is short enough cooldown as it is. Maybe that's what's happening, guys. Maybe that's why. Like you don't, like you'd rather have the extra brain freeze than an even shorter orb if it's already that short. So it's like 150k DPS, I don't know. Anyway, let's just try a little bit with whiteout. Just for some lulz. Short enough doesn't exist. You want perma? Well, yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah. Glacial Flurry opener. Alright. So this is with whiteout. Frostbolt was like kind of janky, but I didn't miss my blizzard cuts of it, so I don't know. So we already have another orb, which feels like it owns. I already have another orb, which feels like it owns. The damage isn't like that different though. I don't know, like I trust the Sims. The damage is actually a little lower, 139, 140. The other build was not going below 150, I don't think, or not too much. It's only one talent too. It could be literally like 1% different damage. It's like 139 right now. $137. 138. Supernova is jank and is not a stun. What's nice about Supernova is you can use it from range. Dragon's Breath, you have to go like into melee range for it. I don't know. I kind of prefer Supernova personally. So like, I don't know, towards the end of that, my DPS was closer to like 138, 137. You know what it could be too, is like Wintertide's better for like bosses and better for like 2 mobs, 3 mobs, 4 mobs. And then maybe Whiteout's better for like 10 plus, but like way worse for bossing. So then, I don't know, I'm just trying to theory craft here. Could be like Wintertide's overall better for M plus because it'll help you on bosses and smaller pulls here and there. Yep, that's it. Good point. Yeah, like that might be it. Anyway, let's do another like 2 minutes of this build and see how it feels. I mean, the way it plays out is like I just had so much damage for so long anyway. So I have nothing now for a little bit. $137, so we kind of tanked there. I'm getting better at my second blizzards. But we're back up to like 150 now. We're at 1.5 minutes on the meters. We're down to 138 now. Okay, so I mean the DPS is almost identical after 2 minutes. This one actually is a little higher by a couple thousand DPS. After 2 minutes, it's like 5,000 DPS higher, and it's probably better single target. So I guess it just sims that way, man. I don't know why. It doesn't seem very intuitive that this talent's better, but it seems like it's like 5,000 DPS better somehow. Anyway, that's like a short little test, but it looks like the sims are showing the same thing. It also seems like it'll be better single target and for short fights, so. Hey, Zara, do you have a Starforge promo code? Oh, thanks for asking. I have a link in the chat. If you click on that link, it'll basically tell them I sent you. So that's kind of what the code is. It's not really like a code, it's just a link, but hey, I appreciate you asking. I think you're using Ray too late. In the rotation, Ray of Frost is last priority over Frostbolt. Like the opener, you want to use a Ray just to get 1 on cooldowns. You're not just sitting on cooldown. But after that, the priority is Brain Freeze is highest prio, into 2-stack Fingers of Frost, into Orb Glacial, into the other Fingers of Frost, into just Lancing. I don't know if I'm doing this wrong, but usually if I'm at 20 stacks, I'll Ice Lance before Glacialing, so I don't overstack. Because I don't want to overstack, right? But yeah, Ray of Frost is like lowest on Prio. Look at the opener. Yeah. Glacial, Flurry, Orb. Oh, you're saying right in the opener. Glacial, Flurry, Orb, Ray. You need the Blizzard for the second one, though. So it'd be Glacial, Flurry, or Blizzard Ray, I would assume. It's used to stack Thermal Void, then last Prio for stacking Void later. Got it. So I need to use the Ray, like, in the opener. That's for single target, I guess? Yeah. I don't know if there even is a non-single target one, but yeah, that makes sense. I need to reread Thermal Void. I thought it was just after Brain Freeze. Why does Ray of Frost help with Thermal Void? Does Ray of Frost give you like a guaranteed Brain Freeze or something? I haven't messed with Frost too much. I don't know what you guys mean with Ray of Frost. It just generates a ton of free stacks. I see. I see. Because you want to actually use Thermal Void with a ton of free stacks. Got it. That's probably why you want to play with Wintertide, to guarantee a good opener. Oh. So the opener is Glacial, Flurry, Orb right into a Ray on single target into Flurry, Lance. Oh, that actually does make sense. Cool. And then in AoE, I think you would delay it a little to get that Blizzard. Cool. Cool. Good to know. Nerd. True. All right, guys. Anyone pumped to Race to World first? I'm hyped. In AoE, you'll do a Blizzard then Ray. Right. So it'd be like Glacial, Flurry, Orb, Blizzard, Ray. Everything's on cooldown now, and then you proceed like normal. Flurry, Lance. Sneak in that second Blizzard, which I missed. And then I'd use my second Ray here. Yeah. That seems pretty good. Like I said, I haven't played much Frost, and it's still feeling better than Arcane. My Arcane rotation is like pretty smooth. In Frost, I have a lot to learn still. Yeah, damage is just so disgusting. Where's Cold Snap? I'm not even playing with it. You just get 2 charges of things instead. Cool. Rotation's feeling buttery, man. We have like a week to practice this if we are going to be playing Frost. Definitely feeling pretty butter. Yeah. Yeah, butter. I missed. Right when I said that, I missed my flurry. Frost will get nerfed. I don't think it will. I could be wrong, but like Frost isn't. Like, the damage isn't like the top. The thing that's good about Frost is that you have good defensives and good consistency. It's not that the damage is like by far the most broken and by any means. For the people that build like the cooldown managers, is the way they do it, I just thought of this. Is the way they do it, because I don't actually use a cooldown manager. One
they
sec.
are thinking of removing a raid charge, but
Yeah, I saw that.
raid AMG by 5%, so it may not
Sucks
make
for
a big
PvP.
impact according to the PTR changes.
For PvE, it's probably fine, but for PvP, it's gonna be rough. Thanks for the 5, man. Is the way that people do like essential cooldowns and stuff for, like, do they order it in the order of the priority in your rotation? So like you would put orb first, raise second, glacial third, kind of a thing, so that you just know what to press next, kind of. I order it by the order of my keybinds. I see. I haven't actually used an essential cooldown thing before. I just use like kind of normal. Shinshi said the main reason is thermal void you gain, which gives you more shatter damage. Interesting. Shinshi said Wintertide, fired up Wintertide. All the guides say Wintertide. We did the test and Wintertide's better, so I guess Whiteout's not good. There it is. All right, guys. Massive GG's today. We did like 6 hours of reacts and like an hour of gameplay. Lol. We'll be back tomorrow. I will be doing more reacts tomorrow. I don't really know what we're doing tomorrow. I might just spam M0s with you guys for the lulz and test Frost and do some world quests. Like, I don't actually have anything. Like, tomorrow's pretty open, so I might just do a lot of reacts and like kind of do similar to what we did today. It's kind of a chill open day. Yeah, Monday same kind of a thing, to be honest. And then Tuesday, raid time, baby. We're gonna be pumping. We're gonna be pumping. Be real nice. Guys, follow the stream if you enjoyed. Thanks so much for the support. We'll catch you in the next one. We're out of here. Peace.